All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. Oh yes, you know this line. And so, I'm willing to bet, does Elena Xenakis, or as we know her, Alex. One of the FIA's most interesting operatives, Elena never did seek the life that she found herself living. All she really dreamt of was a more traditional stage than espionage, to play a part in the world's grandest theaters. And while Alex did get to play countless parts in her career, parts that challenged her to improve her skill and her understanding of human nature, it would ultimately be fate that her biggest role would also be her potentially deadliest. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories, and how those stories shape us. Let's get into it. Elena Xenakis grew up in Los Angeles, commonly referred to as the Los Angeles Metroplex. While in 2077, Southern California has joined the NUSA, this was during the Unification War. So in Alex's formative years, it was still a free state. But not much has probably changed from what I could find in regards to the sad state of the state. Since the economic collapse of '94, Los Angeles has weathered calamity after calamity. Earthquakes and ensuing ocean floods have decimated the city, with the latter swallowing up at least 35% of Los Angeles by 1998. Things could very well have gotten a lot worse in the last 79 years. As outlined in the tabletop book Home of the Brave, Los Angeles was, at least in 2020, plagued with toxic weather, due in large part to corporate pollution. It's not unlike El Capitan's experience growing up in Santo Domingo, with the corpse poisoning the water and the air. El Capitan fully expects to die young as a result of all the carcinogens and garbage that he was exposed to as a child, and maybe Alex believed she was gonna die young too, at least before she got the benefits of that FIA medical care. And in terms of what the day-to-day life is like in the Metroplex, the vast majority of people there live an impoverished existence surrounded by violent crime. Southern California really isn't that different from the Night City experience by the sounds of it, and it certainly wasn't a great place to grow up for Alex, who arguably raised herself. Alex grew up in the vast slums, and her parents fell deeper and deeper into the clutches of addiction as she entered her teenage years. But Alex did have a dream that made her days a bit less depressing. A dream that she would one day grace this stage. Alex loved song and dance and theater. Musical BDs were her escape. As Alex says, things are always so much prettier and happier and just better in song. It's not like real life. At least, happy songs. Acting was also an art that fascinated her. As Alex can express to V in 2077, there is something amazing about drawing out emotions in people, with the story she was telling, feelings they may have never felt before. I really did love to hear Alex describe her passion for acting like that, because genuinely, it's one of the most incredible things about storytelling in general. It's perhaps most in your face with acting and watching movies and stuff like that. It's just amazing that we can have a powerful emotional experience in the face of something we know is make-believe. Like, people who aren't actually real can make us feel very strong things, because all their struggles and the things they deal with in their lives feel real. I just find that so cool, and I love that Alex finds that so cool too. But Alex's dream of both acting and escaping the poverty she grew up in would be used against her by those most unsavory and disgusting of people in the Metroplex. Alex followed her friend into the business and was lured and trapped by the false promise that this was her path to accomplishing her dream of being a serious actress. Alex was also a minor at the time, and her friend probably was too. To make things even worse, as Alex tells V in one of her texts, Her friend apparently abandoned her in the XBD industry. But the thing is that we don't know if Alex's friend just got up and left, or if she disappeared. Like, it could be an Evelyn Parker situation for all we know, who I will be talking about later on. And Alex was stuck in this dangerous situation for quite some time. Definitely an out of the frying pan into the fire situation. But eventually, Alex managed to leap at another opportunity. Alex heard about a new BD studio, a legitimate one, looking for new talent. She still dreamt of the stage even after all this time. Maybe this would be the opportunity she was once promised. But once again, Alex was wrong, because this BD studio was a front for the FIA, searching for talented actors to work for the agency undercover. And unfortunately for Alex, she was really, really good at her craft. With no other decent options, Alex joined the FIA and was on her first mission with Solomon Reed by the age of 18. It was on this op that she killed her first person with her favorite gun, Her Majesty, a gun she holds near and dear by time she gives it to V in 2077. While Alex didn't love the danger of her job, and she made no attempts to hide her displeasure whenever things got messy, Alex did love the acting side of it. The roles she often played required deep research and lots of care and understanding of whoever it was she was impersonating. Even with the chameleonic technology utilized by the FIA, it was Alex's effort and just aptitude for what she did that took her work to the extra mile. Alex rarely messed up, and often eliminated her targets with remarkable skill. It is easy to forget that Alex is a highly trained, cybered-up assassin herself, because we only see her in action one time. And even then, depending on your choice of ending, you might miss that scene. But there was one op in particular that Alex gets angry at to this day, and it's one that I think is important to show V just how crucial it is to get every detail right. Before her placement in Night City, Reed's cell, including Alex and Songbird, was in Medellin, in Colombia. They were supposed to deal with a smuggler who worked with the Colombian president, and Alex assumed the identity of one of his entourage, after probably taking said member of Entourage out of the picture. But Song So Mi, who had assembled all the information on the roles everybody was supposed to be playing, she missed one crucial detail about Alex's, that this person was supposed to be scared shitless of dogs. So in the middle of the op, when Alex walked in to join a meeting in her Entourage disguise, the smuggler's dog went up to Alex and she started being nice to it. She was like, "Oh, he's a good boy." And the jig was up. Alex was restrained with a bag on her head, and as she says, she lied her fucking ass off. How everybody managed to get out of this mess in one piece, we don't know, but it sounds like it was a really close one. Close enough that Alex's patience had worn thin. As much as Alex loved the make-believe side of her espionage work, she was no longer the kid who had no other choice in life but the FIA, where her only other option was to end up dead in an alleyway. In a way, Alex is a lot like Songbird. Both were just kids when the FIA, likely Reed in both cases, gave them the option to join up. But the options were this or death in the megaplex for Alex. After countless operations, most of them likely life-threatening, Alex had a new dream: retirement. The Unification War was on the horizon, and Myers wanted FIA agents in Night City. So off to Dogtown Solomon Reed went, along with Songbird, Alex, and a number of unnamed operatives. What exactly Alex was up to in the height of the war, I couldn't find. Maybe she was doing something in Haywood, considering how Alex says that she knows Padre, but Padre doesn't exactly know her. Even if that's not the case, she was probably up to her usual line of work, probably against Arasaka operations. Reed's cell was such a pain for Arasaka, in fact, that Myers agreed to hand him over to the corporation to ensure the unsteady peace of the eventual Arvin Accord. Reed wasn't aware of this, and neither was Alex. In fact, Alex was told 2 lies following Reed's attack. One, that Reed was dead, and two, that he was a traitor, a pawn of Arasaka. And Alex believed this for the next 7 years. For 7 years, Alex was stranded in Dogtown, working a painfully boring op, handling arms and cyberware dealers. For 7 years, she kept her real identity hidden by assuming the identity of Daphne. Daphne is a lady with a southern accent and cheeky friendly advice for her usual patrons, who kept up with people and served a bit like the flame all the locals flocked to after every hard day. Also, fun little detail. The advice that you can overhear Daphne giving to the patron at the bar in her first scene when V is walking in, it very much connects to what Alex will say to V later that same quest when she's talking to V outside the Moth.
If you want my advice, I dump that pile of human offal. See how he likes being alone.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Anyway, better get going. Take care.
Chin up, Sweekends. Seeing sunshine round the bend. Just don't you let those bastards walk over you. Don't care. Tell Saul I'm done letting everyone walk all over me, expecting me to lick their boots.
It's a little bit of Alex peeking into that Daphne character, or maybe it's the Daphne character giving Alex a little bit more confidence to just outright declare something like that for herself. I can't imagine playing a role consistently for 7 years. Maybe Alex mixed it up and changed characters every now and again. Alex was so good in her role that Kurt Hansen seemed to suspect nothing at all going on at the Moth. You can find some notes of his in the Black Sapphire where it mentions the Moth and the owner, meaning Alex, but there's no suspicions whatsoever. If anything, Alex is noted as paying her bills on time. But the other thing that I'm thinking of too is if the real Daphne is dead, did Alex kill her and steal her identity? I'm hoping that Daphne is a made-up character using someone else's pre-existing biometric data, but it's making me worried. It's making me think of the Jackie Daytona situation from What We Do in the Shadows.
I infiltrated the township and I took over Lucky Brew's Bar and Grill. The previous owner, he mysteriously disappeared because I killed him.
I tried to go into the Moth before we meet Alex in Phantom Liberty, but I couldn't find her anywhere. I'm assuming she's maybe in the base downstairs or she's off dealing with FIA stuff. But her robot, named Margarita, was still at the bar, serving. Serve, queen. But Alex is there that fateful night when Reed returns, a ghost in more ways than one. Daphne is very sweet to V, immediately curious about this newcomer. And I mean, this persona's gotta be really good for getting information out of people, because Daphne's a lovely lady. Like, oh my gosh, she's so sweet. But Alex can barely hold her role together when Saul walks in. Once she kicks everyone out and assumes her real face, Alex gives him hell, holding Her Majesty to her mentor's head. First of all, it was for the lie that she had, until now, believed about him. And then, when she finds out that it was all a lie, she's pissed at the fact that he never came to tell her the truth in the first place. That he left her alone all these years, while he'd just been over in the city center in Dino's bar. She's left to wonder just how many times is the FIA going to jerk her around. When Alex goes outside to have a smoke, we can see that although she expressed doubting Saul when he was telling her the truth, she still respects him, but this respect is more on a professional level rather than a personal one. As Johnny says after we complete this quest where Saul reunites with Alex, their friendship is ashes. And all it's gonna take is one good breeze to send it packing. You can see how awkward Saul and Alex are, having that personal chat once V leaves the Moth. It's like it's been a long time since they could both just actually be themselves. They kinda get into their loneliness and how isolating this life is, but you can still tell that there's uncertainty between the two, with Alex not knowing if Reed is just playing some other part now. At least that's what I think. 'Cause he is so damn hard to read. Second video in a row where I make that joke, I'm sorry. Alex isn't agreeing to help get Songbird away from Hansen and all that for old time's sake. Rather, this time she's gunning for her retirement. After 7 years, she is due for a sunny sojourn where she can live peacefully, happily, comfortably. And while I don't think this is a main motive or anything for why she's taking part in this op, I think she also sees a bit of a kindred spirit in V. One that makes her feel a bit less tense and maybe a bit less outnumbered in this whole gig. V is someone who is working with the FIA because their only other option is certain death. It's not super unlike Alex's situation or Songbird. Alex dryly tells V to be wary of the FIA, of how if you give them an inch, they will take a mile.
Always starts the same way. Do them a favor, they promise one in return. Sometimes even deliver. Then one day, they nail your dick to the wall.
In a way, Alex, along with Kurt Hansen of all people, is one of the few honest characters in the whole game. It's funny that the actor is the one who is most straight up with you throughout all of Phantom Liberty. Like, Alex doesn't try to appeal to V's sense of this or that or XYZ or whatever, kind of like Songbird does when you meet her, or even Myers. Alex doesn't really play a role in front of V. She is so fed up, she's just like, I'm gonna be real here for a minute, don't work with these people. She's also even more exhausted when she hears about Songbird being the main focus of Saul's return. When it comes to her misgivings of working with Somi and Reed again, Alex says this.
Here's the list of operatives. Reed, Songbird, and me. Haven't heard this, have you? That's just perfect. Tell me you believe in coincidences? Or, fuck it, fate? 'Cause plug the same variables into an equation, and surprise! Gonna get the same fucking result. Shit in, shit out.
I like this line because it shows that Alex is 100% aware of just how shitty things are probably gonna go, and indeed she is proven right in the end. So no matter how you choose to finish Phantom Liberty, you go through a shit show of some form. Alex is one of the only characters that doesn't really blame other people for her problems, even though I think it wouldn't be unfair for her to say that, well, Saul got me into this life, Myers is like this, Somi's kind of a fuck up in a lot of ways. And sure, Alex acknowledges these things in her own way, but she doesn't dwell on it or seemingly waste a lot of her energy on it. This connects to a big thing I'm gonna talk about later to do with Sunset Boulevard, so hold on for more. Alex takes accountability for her choices and her involvement in this whole mess, and I like that about her because she's one of the few characters who's consistent in that way. She doesn't even blame V for killing Reed in the end, too. Ultimately, Alex is stepping in this shit once again because this is her only shot at a long, sunny holiday drinking on the Riviera. She's gonna take this chance even though she knows things are probably gonna get messy. Alex knows Dogtown far too well for her own liking, and as a consequence, she is responsible for planning a lot of the operations and moves that Reed and V make throughout Phantom Liberty. She's the one who directs V and Saul to Slider, and then she's in charge of planning the whole Black Sapphire heist. She even trusts V with her majesty, really showing just how done Alex is with this part of her life. Alex asks V to take good care of it, and she reflects fondly on how this gun saved her life. Like it was the most trustworthy partner she'd had all these years. And when you think about it, yeah, Her Majesty was Alex's most trustworthy, reliable partner throughout her work. It says a lot that she's passing it on to V. Everyone else has either died on Alex, has left her hanging, or has put her in immense danger. Her Majesty has been at her side throughout it all, being the only thing that consistently helps her to get out of danger. I'm probably looking too deep into this, but in my head, when she gives us the gun, I'm just thinking that this is like her saying, you're stuck with Saul on this, and I know that he's not exactly the most trustworthy person from my own experience, so here is the one person who I find to be trustworthy in my line of work. My gun. Alex can be a prickly and sassy person, but she does have a soft spot for someone who understands what it's like to be her. To have been taken for a wild ride beyond her expectations. One that has taken her to a bit of a dead end. One where she now has very little choice. Throughout the Black Sapphire, Alex is V's aide, especially when Saul disappears and V has to scan the Cassell twins all by themselves. You can really see Alex's skill at reading people, and how she understands the nuances in the twins' expressions, their otherwise simple words, and the meanings that hide between the lines. And the other thing we learn too is that Alex is no patriot. She has no delusions either about Myers, or about the ideals of the NUSA, or the FIA. Alex very simply identifies what would happen if Myers' Blackwall experiments ever got leaked to the media. Myers would either have to step down, Alex says, or Myers would start up another war. Alex fully knows the kind of people she's working for, and she admits as much without any hesitation. And on top of it, she acknowledges how wrong the whole situation feels. She's just an agent who plays parts and does what she's told by her bosses, but ultimately she's like, what the hell is going on here? Everybody's making crazy decisions. I feel like that's every job you ever work at. It's just like, what's going on? Alex doesn't talk about Songbird too much, but when she does seem fed up with her. But despite her own personal misgivings that she may or may not have with Somi, she still recognizes that they gotta get her away from Dogtown or else things are gonna go real bad. I'm also willing to bet though that Alex recognizes that giving her back to Myers is also kind of a potentially not great thing, but the options are limited now. The other thing I do want to mention in regards to Alex and Songbird, Alex does say that it's not Solomon's fault that Somi is in this mess. As Alex puts it, Songbird is a grown adult and she did make her own choices. And sure, I get where Alex is coming from, and I think this connects to how Alex does take accountability for her own actions and potential fuck-ups and everything like that. But I don't think Alex fully grasps the circumstances around Songbird's reason for running. I don't blame her for thinking that, because I don't think she was privy to the knowledge of Songbird's work with the Blackwall. At least not until very, very recently. Just, the reality is that Somi had her back to the wall and felt like she had nothing else. And, I think if Alex actually talked to Somi, she might realize the similarity. Maybe she does if Songbird gets away. Maybe she finds out more about what happened. Afterwards, Alex helps plan the next operation, getting into a meeting with Kurt Hansen at the stadium, disguised as the Cassell twins. Their main objectives here are to neutralize Hansen and evacuate Somi. Before we commence with that, though, Alex sends V a request to come join her for a drink at the Moth. If V doesn't go, she will be disappointed, so of course we have to go. Alex, it turns out, had no big work-related reason to ask V there, because all she wants in this last moment of calm before the big show, arguably her biggest yet, is to feel normal. Alex is a person who, while she loves her craft, has struggled to find time for the person beneath all those faces. The voice beneath the words of others. The only people she's really had in her life since she was 18 are all FIA. And her identity to a lot of those people is just Alex the FIA agent. But with V, who is just a normal Night City merc, I say normal, meanwhile V's cyberwork capacity, she actually has someone who doesn't see her the way Reed or Myers or Somi does. Sometimes it is easier to open up to someone you have no history with. They're a fresh ear. They know a different version of you. And V can provide that bit of relief for Elena Xenakis, the person, who is for once actually able to peek out, even if it's only for a few moments. She asks V who they really are beyond their work life, what they would be doing with their lives if things were different. You can answer according to your life path, and Alex can hint to a street kid that she knows Padre. She'll tell a Corpo V how miserable she thinks their life as a Corpo would have been. She'll be surprised to hear that V has a nomad background. But the thing I like most about Alex here is in one of her standard responses. where when V talks about how everything bad that ever happened to them, it was because of Night City, Alex will add, and everything good. And I don't mean to say by channel name, but I have to. Alex is a character, I think, who acknowledges the power of stories. Both the stories played in the BDs that she wants to be in, and the stories people live. She understands how events shape people, but she also understands the power of framing said events. Alex, at least when Reed's around, can be very prickly. She feels kind of on guard all the time, and you totally get why. But in this moment, with this new person, she reveals a thoughtful side. Alex has likely had to be careful how she framed her own thoughts while she's been stuck in NC for 7 years. She's probably found strength in the stories of the people that she plays, like Daphne, who, despite the shithole around her in Dogtown, manages to be kind of a brighter figure. I just love that we get to see this about Alex, that Alex understands that she is shaped by stories, I had to say it, but that doesn't mean that those stories don't wear her down. She admits wistfully to V her dream of acting, of seeing her face on the posters. The dream is still alive despite all she's been through in her life. She says that she loves music and she loves to dance, and V can dance with her to her latest favorite song. V somehow manages to beat Commander Shepard's dance skills, which, I mean, a lot of people felt that this scene was supposed to be leading to a romantic moment, but after that dancing, I don't know how you could still think that, because it's funny how Alex so quickly goes, "You don't do this often, do you?" And then it's basically like, good night and goodbye. The mood is ruined. But even aside from the dance part, they just sort of vibe for a bit. Alex is tipsy, she's happy, she's feeling a bit of freedom in this prison of orders, of scarred loyalties and unachieved dreams. I love that V gets to have a moment like that too, because V really doesn't get along those. The other big thing Alex says here is that her dream role is Norma Desmond, the villain, kind of Sunset Boulevard. Because Norma Desmond is a complicated, tragic figure, really. As Alex says, she's got a soft spot for those kinds of characters, saying that she and Norma seem to just both not know when to quit. But there's some unfortunate similarities between these two characters that go well beyond that. I'd recommend watching the movie. It's got Gloria Swanson.
Don't worry, we'll just lightly spackle.
Feel like Gloria Swanson.
You look like a mother.
But Norma is a once successful silent film actress who was left behind when the pictures got sound. Swanson herself was actually a silent film actress who successfully made the transition from the silent films to the talkies, but many more of these actors were left behind, like the character of Norma. One day, a struggling screenwriter finds her tucked away in her mansion. Norma is delusional about her lost fame and thinking she's still a big deal and that she's gonna have a big return to the screen, and Joe uses her vulnerable state to try and get a job as her script doctor. Long story short, Joe realizes Norma's unstable, crazy things happen, Norma ends up shooting Joe to death in a pool. Norma is so delusional, meanwhile, that the police arrange her arrest to take place by constructing it like a movie scene. She says she's so happy to be making films again, not even thinking of Joe's murder. That's where the famous line of, "I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille," comes from when she comes down the stairs in that final scene. Is, oh my gosh. The first big similarity, anyway, is the dream of movie stardom, of believing after all these years in that dream. But then there's the sense of being abandoned, left behind and forgotten. And then there's Joe, swooping in and taking advantage of Norma's state to benefit himself. As much as Reed can be an okay guy in a number of interactions, it's really hard to see him as a okay guy when you see all the stuff that he has done in the name of his ideals. Reed has done this where he swoops in a vulnerable moment to make his offer with Alex and Songbird, finding these kids, kind of kindly coercing them. He gives them the phantom liberty of this choice, when all they have to choose between is joining the FIA and a terrible other option, either slowly dying in the slums or just being killed by Netwatch or whoever. There was not really a real choice here for So-mi or Alex, and you can sort of see So-mi repeat this process with V in a way. It's just interesting that she's contacting this super vulnerable merc, and she knows that she has something to offer them. It's kind of like a choice that V can't really refuse. She's posing it like a choice, but it's not really that much of a choice, right? You have a choice between surviving and dying. I think Alex probably does recognize the similarities between what Saul did and what Joe does. Life imitates art, imitates life. While Joe was also not a great person, he was also a sympathetic, tragic figure. He was a guy who had his own dream of becoming a screenwriter. He tried to use Norma to get there, and it really went terribly. And I think Alex can recognize in Reed that very same thing with Joe. Their relationship by 2077 is not unlike the one between Joe and Norma. It's transactional. They're both using each other to get what they want. And I think that's why she never holds anything against Reed, not with a lot of dedication. She can respect him and understand him in a way that others maybe don't quite get, despite his hand in her own current, less than preferable circumstances. I really admire that about Alex. I imagine playing Norma and shooting Joe might be kind of cathartic for her, but also probably super disturbing. It's kind of like this next mission. Depending, of course, on the choices V makes. Reed and Alex blow the brains out of the Cassell twins. Nobody liked that. Reed kinda rationalizes, maybe moralizes, his way out of V's potential anger. Alex doesn't really try to, though. She just kinda says, yeah, this is what happens, V. It's not my first op. I really like that Alex, in this moment, does not try to be a right, moral person. It's just funny to me how V and Reed can argue over whether it was right or wrong to kill the twins and all that, while Alex is like, can we just get this over with? Alex and V assume the identity of the twins, and no matter which twin Alex plays, she does a flawless job. The only way that this mission can be fucked up is if V fucks up, so don't fuck up. After the fake Cassell twins finesse their little chat with Hansen, Songbird shows up to grab V, taking them down to the neural matrix. Alex stays with Hansen. Now, Alex has 2 fates following this point. I guess 2.5 technically, if you count her just disappearing altogether from the game, if you first side with Songbird, then hand her over to Reed. Alex gets her retirement in that ending, and she does send you a postcard, but there's way more meat to her story in the other 2 endings. The first main ending is, if you move to carry out Reed's plan, Songbird will alert Hansen and he will kill Alex, and it is horrible. I hate this so much. As Cynosure is so fun to play through, and as terrible as So-mi's fate is in this ending, it's Alex's death that really made me go, no! It's easy to overlook Alex as somebody you need to save, as Songbird is the main focus of freeing someone here in this story. But then you realize just how similar Alex's life has been to So-mi's in a number of ways, and it just hurts to watch Alex scream and die in terror. She's buried by Reed at the columbarium in this ending with the following epitaph. Not the retirement you dreamed of, but the kind that fate dealt. I hope you can forgive me. And thanks for everything. Which, I don't know why, but that thanks for everything... I just punched my mic. Solomon Reed. I don't like that epitaph. Like, Alex died screaming and her last moments were terrifying, and all you can say is this. Like, I know not everybody's good with words in this kind of thing, and there's only so much space on the epitaph, but the man whose turtle died has a more thoughtful epitaph than Alex does. It's like, I don't know, that's just me at least. The other ending is where you go... the turtle... The other ending is where you go with Songbird's plan, and you run away with her and the neural matrix. Alex is able to kill Hansen in this ending, and she actually escapes to relative safety. But, as she sees V and So-mi slipping away, she yells to Reed they have another problem. But it seems that that is the furthest extent of Alex's involvement in the NUSA's pursuit of V and Songbird. I read an interesting YouTube comment. I can't remember where. I think it was on a video about Alex's postcard, but someone pointed out that Alex does know where V lives. She sent that BD recording of Lizzie Wizzy's performance at the Sapphire to V's apartment in building H10. She knows where V's cat is and knows that V needs to return to feed Nibbles. You know, you'd think that Alex would be like, you should wait there because the cat needs to be fed and all that, and V's gonna come back. But considering that there's no scene where V is killed in their apartment after helping Somi escape the first time, at least not that I'm aware of, why do I feel like she didn't share that information? I just love how Reed calls V like, we're gonna find you. Well, you could be doing a better job, Reed. Just saying, you should have asked if I had a cat and where I keep that cat. It also just feels like with Alex sticking that postcard in V's door, it's like she's saying like, I knew the whole time. It just feels like a little thing of like, I could've, but I didn't. But then there's that final post-ending meetup with Alex after V kills Reed and helps Somi escape. Alex herself calls V and invites them to the Moth. And should V go, you find a relatively chill Alex. Even Johnny is surprised by how calm she is, with this traitor to her nation just walking into her bar. Alex is watching the news about the spaceport gunfight, and it's a bit awkward until V sits at the bar. And it's here that Alex reveals that she's got one last assignment before she heads out and away. To kill V. Alex admits to V that she has thought about how she'd actually carry out that op, before basically admitting, due to the fact that V is dying from the relic, she's just gonna let nature run its course and take it easy. She'll admit nothing super incriminating, but she's basically letting V go free. This just shows that Alex does not take any of what went down personally, and I really wonder how much she knows about Somi's situation. But then there's the matter of Saul's death, which is the more important information for Alex. She wants the unfiltered truth of what went down. She doesn't want the government explanation, because last time that explanation wasn't exactly covering all the bases in any way. But first, Alex will offer to share a drink with V, and to share a toast to whoever V chooses. We can choose T-Bug, Johnny, Reed, Jackie. I think there's actually even an option to toast Scorpion, or at least that exists in the game files. I don't know if that's actually implemented in the game. But the one I find most fitting and interesting is Evelyn Parker. I'm sure that you've noticed the similarities between Alex and Evelyn by now, both aspiring actresses who loved their art, who could never quite scrape the surface of their hopes and dreams. Evelyn and Alex can both die in a twisted, fucked up nightmare of what they had once hoped to do because they loved it so much. Alex can die playing the role of a camouflaged assassin, and Evelyn dies as a result of being forced to take part in a horrific XBD. Both women ended up in XBDs long before that, with the hope of actually breaking into the mainstream BD scene. Both were approached to work for people who ultimately, depending on what you believe about the heist too, get them killed. Evelyn tried to escape and failed catastrophically. A quest that, despite the shit that happened because of Evelyn's plan, it breaks my heart each time we go through her story. And then there's Alex, who tries to escape as well. Time and time again, only to end up in a bigger tank. Why am I describing her like a fish? It's up to V, even though they might not realize it, to help Alex be the one that got away. I don't think you can actually mention Evelyn outside of this moment to Alex. After trying that option for recording purposes, I will always toast Evelyn now. Even Johnny will toast Evelyn at this point, which really shows how far he's come throughout the story of Phantom Liberty. Alex will then toast Reed, saying,
A man of honor, a patriot, a comrade.
Whether or not you agree with her take on him, and we'll get more into that in Reed's vid, despite it all, Alex respected him. Even if she couldn't fully trust him, or even call him a friend, she respected him. Alex asks how Reed died, and V can say a number of things. That V killed him because he gave V no choice. Which I do like because that would be V taking accountability for it, and that's a kind of honesty I think Alex really appreciates, even if she is frustrated that things ultimately came down to that. V can also say that it was Reed's stubbornness that got him killed, which Alex nods at. She agrees that he was a die-hard defender of his ideals, but she asks the question, who was he dying for? Myers or So-Mi? And I genuinely don't know. I kind of wish that was an option. If you answer Myers, Alex is not surprised. If you said So-Mi, Alex recalls that Reed had a need to save others because he could never truly save himself. That need was not always logical. That need was not always super caring of what was best for the other person. I love that observation. Again, Alex's people reading skills. But if you say both, Alex gets annoyed at what she calls Reed's superego. That he never thought big enough to realize just how overloaded he really was. To all fools with principles, Alex toasts. And with a sense of relief, Alex turns away, bidding V farewell, and telling them not to get killed by anyone else. That's her job, remember. V asks if she's Monaco bound. Monaco being the postcard she kept on her desk to give herself hope. Alex will commit to nothing, but she is going somewhere sunny. But if you look at her desk, you'll notice that the postcard is nowhere to be found. And what do we find in V's door a few days later? That postcard. If you gave Alex the coin that Myers gave V, so Alex will have proof of V's death, Alex writes, "Tossed that damn coin into a fountain, back turned and over my shoulder and shit. Here's hoping it brings us both luck." She didn't even wait to turn that coin in when V, quote-unquote, dies, ending dependent. She just wanted to get rid of it. She needed to chuck that coin. Otherwise, Alex writes, if you include the front words on the postcard that say, "It's always sunny in Monte Carlo," as it is where I am. Yours truly. I imagine Alex has been waiting a long time to say that. Phantom Liberty is full of false freedom, of greater or lesser evils, of lots of not great choices in terms of how shitty things can go for people. That is this game in general, though. Alex, in a way, is the only one who actually kinda does get her freedom. Sure, Alex could be called back to work. The NUSA and the FIA don't necessarily let go easily. But Alex, in most endings, ends up living her long dreamt of retirement. That postcard picture became a reality, and Alex can truly have a happy ending with the right choices from V. I was actually more affected by Alex getting away. It is a major reason why I have to save So-Mi. And yes, I want to save So-Mi, but I want to save Alex too. After all she's gone through in her life, her being so upfront and real with V throughout Phantom Liberty makes her letting V go make a lot of sense. And it just makes me, like, every playthrough, I'm determined to get Alex out of there too. It's like Alex knows that, while yes, V did kill Reed, V did that in order to free So-Mi, knowing that they would not survive once So-Mi told them the truth about the neural matrix. Alex isn't a fool with principles, not like Reed. But maybe she's a fool with dreams. But aren't we all? Including V, Jackie, Songbird, and Evelyn, even Johnny. Maybe when Alex finally makes it on stage, when retirement begins to wear thin, maybe when she's finally playing Norma Desmond, when she's ready for her close-up, she'll remember V, and hope her fellow fool got some semblance of the dream they once sought. We are all fools in some way, shape, or form, but a fool with principles is Solomon Reed. Normally, I try to be more narrative-y with my intros, but I will fully admit, I cannot fully figure this man out. And while I could be wrong, I think that is by design. Because as V points out in one potential end of Reed's story, the man himself doesn't seem to fully know who he is either. Or perhaps, even worse, outright refuses to open his eyes to it. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories, and how those stories shape us. Let's get into it. Solomon Reed was likely born in the NUSA, and I'm estimating sometime in the 2030s. And this guess is largely based on the age of the character Maine from Edgerunners, and I will explain what Maine has to do with this in a minute. At some point in Saul's youth, he joined the NUSA military, and he ended up in one of their Spec Ops units. Not unlike Rosalind Myers, Solomon Reed was highly competent, but most of all, he was extremely loyal to the NUSA, and the values it toted on the public side. The NUSA had long been poking around in South America, with a lot of covert operations on their to-do list while they were there. Saul and his unit were actually deployed to South America, and while it's unclear what they were all getting up to down there, Saul is said in the Edgerunners mission kit to have taken part in the burning of civilian villages. I don't know why, but I'm sure for Saul, he saw it as, well, my country is ordering me to do this, so I must do it. In fact, one of his unit members was none other than Maine from Edgerunners, who he actually became quite good friends with. Maine is said in the mission kit to be in his late 30s, so that is where I'm kind of getting my guess of Solomon's age from, but he might be older. Maine stayed with Solomon's team for 2 years in South America before he just couldn't take any more of what he saw as unnecessary carnage. Maine was discharged from the military and went back to the NUSA. While I couldn't find anything directly stating Reed's own feelings in regard to raising villages and even potentially harming innocent people in South America, he remained with his unit and the NUSA military long after Maine left. But at some point, Solomon joined the NUSA Federal Intelligence Agency, the FIA. As Idris Elba outlines in the Night City Wire episode for Phantom Liberty, Solomon Reed was very dedicated to his work, and he genuinely enjoyed the challenging nature of all his operations. He found deep purpose in serving his country, and in doing it in a way that he excelled at. We can sort of deduce from what Reed did in South America that he's likely done a lot of very shady, questionable things, both in the military and for the FIA, but in his mind, because it was for his country, it was necessary. He was carrying out an order from command for a higher purpose, which is a dangerous line of justification to wholly surrender yourself to. Reed quickly rose to the top ranks of the FIA. He was one of the most respected operatives in its ranks, and by the time Rosalind Myers came into power, he was basically on a last name basis with her, no title required sort of deal. I think he even calls her by her first name sometimes, if I'm remembering that correctly. The president clearly trusted Reed to carry out his missions to the letter, and Reed was extremely loyal to her, and the NUSA that she talked about building. However, at the agency HQ at Langley, Reed had a mixed reputation. Some of his fellow operatives liked him, and some didn't, which isn't surprising at all because I feel like that's how Reed just comes off. He's a guy you can't quite figure out, and for some people that's okay, and for some that's mildly frustrating. But however his coworkers felt about him, few would contest his ability in the field. It was likely due to Reed's more familiar friendship with the president that saved Song So-mi from getting fried. President Myers can tell V in the Elizabeth Cress hideout about how you don't kill talented kids, you recruit them. And after the teenage Song So-mi's hacking of a Militech data fort, it seemed Solomon Reed agreed with that. But the other thing I do want to pose as a possibility here is that Reed could have been the one to first urge the president not to jump the gun and flatline So-mi. I'm leaning more towards that personally because Songbird isn't the only kid that Reed has recruited in a similar way. Alex can say, depending on dialogue choices in one of Reed's endings, that he always had an obsession with saving other people, largely because he couldn't ever save himself. And perhaps it's not just that he couldn't physically save himself, but mentally, circumstantially either, at least in his mind. That's the problem with Reed. He is in a prison of his own mind, and he never really realizes it unless you pick a certain ending. Reed's offer to So-Mi in her apartment is either join the FIA, or get flatlined or imprisoned by Netwatch, and watch all of your loved ones get screwed over because of you choosing to choose yourself rather than to serve your country. It's definitely very manipulative, and it's gross that this is how Saul is going about it. Like, it's pretty easy to guess what choice most people would make in So-Mi's shoes here, especially when it's dressed up as a patriotic duty rather than a punishment. Reed likely viewed this as saving So-Mi, saving her from death or from wasting her talent as a netrunner. But Reed has a way of not seeing the potential out of the frying pan into the fire consequences of the people he saves and how he chooses to save them. Granted, I don't think he could have predicted what Myers would have done to So-Mi in the years to come, but he'd seen enough horrific things that the NUSA could be about. He'd taken part in a number of those horrific things himself. But still, Reed refused to really acknowledge those horrors for what they were in the face of his ideals, his principles. And he kind of dragged a vulnerable kid with no options into things too. Same thing with Alex, not long after. Alex was actually looking to get out of poverty and XBDs, and she auditioned at a new BD studio set up in the Los Angeles Metroplex. But it turns out this was actually a front for the FIA. It's not directly stated that this particular operation was run by Reed himself, but Alex was basically recruited by him for her acting skills and plunked in his unit. Sure, Alex didn't have the threat of Netwatch on her back, but for her it was either rot away in the slums that she grew up in, or join the FIA. There was no real choice for her either, not really. One could look at Saul recruiting these two vulnerable kids as him trying to help them out, but you could also look at them as Saul taking advantage of said vulnerable kids and using their extreme aptitudes for their net running / acting skills to benefit the country. Not because it was right, but because it fell in line with his ideals. Now, I want to take a second to discuss the unique sides of Solomon Reed that Alex and So-Mi can really bring out in his character for both the player and for V to better understand this man of mystery. First, with So-Mi, we see that she is closest to Reed. Myers describes her as his protege, and Solomon Reed does not argue with this fact. By 2077, you can see that So-Mi has sort of evolved to take on a number of Reed's own behaviors and tactics. Even some of Myers's, but that is for So-Mi's video. Reed made a point to build a strong bond of trust with So-Mi. He promised her, even though she didn't believe him, that he would always be there to get her out of a shitty situation. He made it a point to be there for her to talk to protect her whenever he could. And I think Reed genuinely did care about So-Mi a lot. I think for this career man, she's sort of the closest thing that he had to a daughter. And for her, who grew up without a dad, Saul was the closest thing that she had to a father. So-Mi had, from what I can gather, a troubled relationship with her mother, as she was actually living in her own apartment before she was even a legal adult. So Solomon really did kind of fill that role of a parent in her life, and So-Mi really did open up to him in a number of ways. She showed Solomon Reed her favorite quesadilla stand. He and Alex joined her at her grave when she was declared dead upon joining the FIA. Saul also knew about So-Mi giving the medal that Myers gave her to a homeless man, and he never gave her any shit for it, despite his own feelings for the NUSA. While So-Mi's and Saul's relationship was still a working relationship, I think she was someone that he was loyal to. Enough to even rival his loyalty to his country. But it would become extremely difficult to maintain that balancing act. I wonder if Myers noticed his care for So-Mi and saw it as a potential problem down the road. I don't necessarily think she saw it as a liability in the field, because during the Unification War, Saul's team, including Somi and Alex, was apparently quite effective against Arasaka. But I do wonder if Myers saw Saul's determination to keep Somi safe as a threat for what she could very well have been planning to do to Somi for a long time, to use Somi as a vessel to control the Black Wall. And I was more skeptical of the possibility that Reed could actually pose a threat to that plan, at least in previous videos I was, but the more that I think about it, and the more that I have looked into Solomon Reed as a character, if anyone in the FIA could have helped Somi escape, it would have been Reed. Maybe it wouldn't be successful in the end, but I'm coming around on that being a bigger concern for Myers than I was before. I actually saw a thing about Phantom Liberty recently where the narrative director actually described Reed as the sort of guy where if you want a government changed in a foreign country, Reed is the guy you send there. And then, very naturally, and still suddenly, look, a new government appears in said country. Reed is a very capable, threatening kind of guy who gets results and does it without leaving much of a trail behind him. Or at least in the past, he was. When it comes to Alex, Elena Xenakis, we see a different sort of Reed. It definitely feels more mentor-student, but Alex definitely seems to be the more cautious and more, I guess, widely aware of the two, and it does make sense that she would be. Even though Somi and Alex were likely similar ages when they were recruited by Reed, Alex has been through the ringer. She grew up in the slums of Los Angeles, and her parents were spiraling into addiction when she was just a kid. She was lured and then trapped in the XBD trade when she was still a minor. Alex grew up surrounded by drugs, violence, and the overall promise or threat that her life would both begin and end in the Metroplex. At least until the FIA came along. Alex is a rather spunky, unabashed person when V meets her in 2077, and judging from Reed's reaction to her reaction to seeing him after so many years, he fully expected the reception that he got from her. I don't think it's a crazy assumption that she's always been far from meek and of her own mind and a lot more capable of just adjusting to the world of the FIA. Alex needed to know how to handle herself before because she grew up having no choice. She was maybe seen as needing less guidance than Somi did. When Saul recruited Alex, she was around 18 years old. She was sent out on her first mission shortly after joining up, and I totally blanked on discussing this in Alex's video. Thank you for bringing this up, MikularS001. This is really important. So Alex has some interactions with V and a few series of text messages, and the one I wanted to talk about is the following. Alex says, "I was 18 on my first mission. This guy stepped in my path. A random thug. Reed told me then, don't see him as a person, but an obstacle that must be overcome." And that was that. So Reed is a cold motherfucker. He will kill without hesitation. Sure, he might not be enjoying it. I actually think he is almost kind of numb to it, at least he was during the prime of his career. But he will do it. Perhaps this kind of dehumanization of others is how he's able to, quote-unquote, handle it. Because Reed is many things, but he's not a heartless, unfeeling person. Him teaching this same coping mechanism to Alex, and likely to Somi as well, I totally get it, it keeps them alive, but that is a super traumatizing way of looking at other people, at framing other people as obstacles that simply must be overcome with a bullet. Yeah, odds are from what Alex is saying, the guy that she ended up flatlining would have had no hesitation in harming her. In Reed's mind, he's helping the girls survive in this very dangerous line of work that he's put them in. But I don't really think in the long run this way of thinking has helped him. I think in the Phantom Liberty ending, Reed is a very broken man, and all of his compartmentalizing, his delusion, dehumanizing, his moralizing, of all the things that he's done, I think it really shows the chunk it's taken out of him here. In the character of Songbird, we see the side of Reed that is more of the human. But with Alex, we see more of the agent, the patriot. He's someone who can kill without a second thought if he feels he has to do it, if he's been ordered to do it, even if the reasons are questionable as hell. But he's also someone who has a soft spot for cripples, bastards, and broken things. Obligatory Song of Ice and Fire reference. And I think deep down, he sees himself in that same way. But it is a shame that in thinking he was helping these girls, he lends a hand towards their potential destruction. Did Solomon Reed recruit these girls knowing fully the shit that they were gonna go through? No, nobody can see the future. But did he know what people in the NUSA, the FIA, were capable of? Yes, including himself. Perhaps the most obvious sense of these two protégés' destruction is Songbird's body being borged out to the point that she is a weapon. She's treated like a tool. She is dehumanized, probably under the same line of thought that Solomon Reed may have taught her. Myers and he aren't that different in how they can remove the person from the human when it suits their needs. And as for Alex, this was actually something pointed out by channel member Neon Akira in my Alex video comment section. We know that the special implants that she has that change her face and her biometric data, it also changes her brain to suit whoever she's playing. How much damage does that deal? What long-term damage could there be to Alex's mind? It makes you wonder. This woman of 1,000 faces could end her life seeing all of them at once. However Somi or Alex's story ends, whether or not Reed could have foreseen it, he was the harbinger for more unfortunate things to come for both of these talented operatives. Around 2069, Reed was assigned to Night City with his cell. This included Songbird, Alex, and a number of unnamed operatives. His main job was to hit Arasaka from the shadows, hampering their movements throughout Night City, all while the Unification War was ramping up. He even asked Maine to come back and help build an FIA spy network in Night City, though Maine declined. When the war was coming to an uneasy close in 2070, Myers called off their final op and told Reed to get him and his operatives out of the city. Their final gig was to take out an Arasaka admiral named Murata Uzuru. But it seemed he'd be living another day. That is, until his AV was sabotaged on Reed's last scheduled day in Night City, killing the admiral and his family. Reed and Songbird both thought that was a bit odd, but Reed, as he can tell V in 2077, had a final thing to take care of, getting his people out of NC. At this point, the last unaccounted-for agent who hadn't been evac'd was Jonas Collinson, and Reed set out to make sure he got out before he did. According to Somi, Jonas was skeevy and he would not think twice about leaving him, but Reed didn't care. In his eyes, his team was his responsibility. Reed found Jonas in the No-Tell Motel where he was being held by an Arasaka assassin. After Reed dispatched the assassin and untied Jonas, the younger agent reveals that he bombed the AV himself, as he wanted to impress Reed. Reed was quite angry and annoyed. The only person who was supposed to die, Reed says, was the Admiral, not his family. And all this makes me think of is President Snow's line in the Hunger Games, "We both know I'm not above killing children, but I'm not wasteful." Reed's evac ship is arriving soon, and he and Jonas race to get to the rendezvous, but only one seat was paid for. Reed sends Jonas ahead in his place and contacts Somi, who was still in the city, for a new evac plan. She told him earlier that day that there is no honor in Night City, which ends up being a sort of warning for what would soon occur. Somi quickly came up with a new escape plan, getting Saul on a train to SoCal. As Idris Elba says about Reed in his commentary of the Phantom Liberty trailer, Reed standing atop that billboard stand, ready to take that huge leap. He says he thinks Reed was really thinking of freedom here, just sort of rolling it over in his head. It's something that he's not used to after so many years in service of his country. He's probably a bit nervous, but also excited that he gets to finally go home. And presumably, Somi and Alex get to go home too. Saul makes the leap, gets in the train, and sits down. He wants to know about Somi's escape plan, as she's still in the Dogtown hideout, and he's just sitting on the train dreaming of quesadillas. He has a personal moment where he feels relief, finally. Except it's not. Somi, on Myers' orders, has set Solomon up to be handed over to be killed by Arasaka. This is why Somi was still in Night City. This is why she didn't leave before Reed, as Reed probably would have preferred it. There's a moment where you can see Reed realize what's happened, and Idris Elba says that he has such a brief window to really feel that hurt, the hurt of betrayal, the shock of it. He did fully trust Somi, and I'm betting he really trusted Myers too, but both of those relationships were shattered in that moment. You can see it on his face. There's anger and grief and just everything there. But Reed decides to fight like hell against his attackers, to give it a shot to escape, but he is overcome. Yet somehow Reed survives. It is a rough recovery, and Reed is comatose for a number of months, and he can't function without aid for some time after waking up. But despite what he recognizes as a betrayal done to him by his country, a president who he had always loyally served, and an agent that he had seen as a daughter, he continues to remain with the NUSA, only now as a sleeper agent in Night City. Everybody else thinks Reed is dead, that he was a traitor who actually worked for Arasaka. Very few knew the truth, and that included the president and Song So-mi. In between 2070 and 2077, Reed found work as a bouncer. In fact, V can meet him at Dino's bar prior to Phantom Liberty. He actually has a phone call, I think, with Dino in the car after the basketball court scene when you first meet Reed. It's just funny to think of Dino heckling him and Reed being like, "This is my day off, go away." It makes you wonder if Dino did know about Reed being FIA. I don't think it's that crazy that he would have figured it out and maybe not said anything, given how canny a Corpo Slimeball Dino is. Anyway, Reed being a bouncer is also a little reference to Idris Elba's work as a bouncer before his career really took off. There's also a reference in the Phantom Liberty trailer to him being a DJ, which is why he has some songs on the Phantom Liberty soundtrack. Fun fact. Also, there's that cyberpunk James Bond reference with the 007 percentage. Look at that. Now that would be a James Bond that is aware of his effect on women. During this time, Reed did have a special someone, as we can overhear him say to Alex in The Moth. But that relationship didn't really pan out. Secret agent life was probably not very helpful. That little conversation between Alex and Reed really does remind you of how lonely a life they both live. Like, you can't really have friends in their situation, or else you might blow your cover. Reed also apparently used to play basketball a lot, but he seems to have stopped during his Night City plateau. Maybe that's due to his injuries. Maybe he just lost any desire to even do anything for himself after that betrayal, which does make a lot of sense when you hear him talk about it later on. Speaking of Alex, Reed never reached out to her, despite her being a hop, skip, and a jump away in Dogtown. He didn't reach out to So-mi, he didn't talk to anybody, insofar as we know. Sure, he had a break from the FIA work for 7 years, but it was anything but a vacation. It was anything but a period of rest and recovery. For Reed, it sounds like every day was just work, gym, go home, sleep, maybe attempt to have a social life, then fail at the social life, and then go home, sleep, work again, maybe try the social life thing again when being around Dino got annoying. But then ultimately he just gave up completely because, yeah, you're just tired. Reed's not doing too great during this time, I think. I think he's just existing. After dealing with such a traumatic event, he really is just left to deal with it himself. Until that crazy day in 2077, when Space Force 1 crash lands smack in the middle of Dogtown. even then, Reed didn't jump to blow his cover. He needed to be awoken, as is the usual way with a sleeper agent. And who does Myers send to wake him up, in her despair? A chrome-the-fuck-out mercenary with Johnny Silverhand in their noggin, using a payphone of all things. I love it when you actually do manage to play the spy game with Reed when you first meet him at the basketball court. A place he may know very well. This may have been a place where he actually was able to be normal for a bit before his betrayal. Maybe he came here and just played basketball with random locals for shits and giggles. I mean, even aside from the sentimental value of this place, if there is, Reed has the high ground here. He knows the area from his time in Dogtown. Every time I play this section, I botch it, and I'm not good at being a spy. I'm really not. I tried turning around to look at him and he just gave me a last warning, and I didn't test it because I was too scared of what would happen. I figured you'd kill me. But I googled it, and he will knock you out if you get too pushy. Then you wake up in his truck and then he offers you aspirin. Reed is obviously a bit testy about being summoned back by the president who ordered his execution. And he's even more on edge when he sees who he's working with. He appreciates it when V is honest, and it makes him feel a bit better to know that he's working with a V who can play a bit of the secret agent game. If that V can talk circles around people, suss out a weird situation. But otherwise, if V is not good at playing the secret agent game, he's like...
What the Oh shit.
Reed may have been out of commission for a number of years, but he is right on about everything. He asks if Myers smokes to gauge her stress level, asking about V and if they had a tail, about who's with Myers. He's doing the best he can, even though it's been years since he's flexed these FIA muscles. In fact, Reed's concerns can be proven correct should V and Myers have been caught on camera in the tunnels that led to Elizabeth Crest Street. Jacob and Taylor will be dead in this case, right by the elevator, following an attack by Barguest. So yeah, this makes things even more messy for Reed. I also see the smoking question as a way for him to gauge how nervous Myers might be to see him again, after everything that's happened. Reed knows he's walking into a situation where he kinda has the power here. If he walks away, Myers is completely screwed. But there is no way that he would walk away from her. We know this. He is still with the NUSA, even after all these years. Myers is almost his only chance to crawl back to the person he once was. A person that I think he is just desperate to be again. There's also this fun line for a Corpo V where they can sort of poke fun at Solomon Reed for their dislike of Arasaka. Reed can kind of jab a bit at V about how they were on Arasaka's payroll and all that, but V just points out that in this case, the two of them are very similar, both screwed over and left to die, more or less, by the company that they gave everything to. Now, when you get to the hideout, if you have Jacob and Taylor alive and guarding Myers, Reed immediately disarms them and orders them aside. If you talk to Taylor afterwards and apologize for Reed's introduction,
you'll have to excuse my friend. He's sometimes excitable.
Right. You ought to teach him about the value of initial impressions. At least his kind goes guns blazing. I mean, screw those stab you in the Baxters.
And then, Myers and Reed reunite for the first time in 7 years. There's definitely a sort of circling sensation with Reed here, like he's waiting to see Myers show her hand. She does try the friendship angle at first, a bit more awkward of an approach, but she quickly gets to what she knows will be more persuasive for Reed. Saying that, not only does Myers need to be evacuated from Night City, but that So-Mi is stuck somewhere in Dogtown, almost certainly in danger. And even Myers is tense about this point, because she damn well knows that her ordering So-Mi to be the one to hand him off could very well be the biggest whoopsie she's done in a long time. For all she knows, the pain of who carried out Myers' order could be worse than the actual order. The way Reed is lit here while he's just thinking of what the hell he's gonna do really shows how fractured he is. The slatted lighting of the blinds, He's not the same person he used to be, and he probably never will be again. Reed may have been free in a sense, as he was away from the FIA's machinations for the last 7 years, but he wasn't truly. In his mind, he was stuck, not moving forward, and no going back. Betrayal is not an easy wound to heal from, and imagine it on the scale that he survived. He's fighting a lot when he's looking out that window at nothing in particular. The ideals he once clung to, the people he cared about who threw him to the wolves, and the desire to, maybe, somehow, return to the man he once was. An ocean of time and betrayal stands between the Reed he once knew and the Reed living a half-life that he now is. And somewhere out there in the middle of it all is So Me. You can also see the lighting choice here as a warning. Who is this guy who stands in the shadows? Who never really steps out of them? Reed can be polite to V, even friendly. He can even sympathize with V's situation, yet another person with their back to the wall, with no choice. I'd even say he does develop a degree of care for V, not unlike his care for So Me and Alex, even if it's minimal. But that degree of care is ultimately meaningless if that person stands against those splintered ideals that he's tried to keep in one piece all these years. Reed evacuates Myers from Night City so long as V doesn't screw up being a secret agent. If V screws up, I think both he and Myers actually die. They get killed by Barghest. But after he escapes, he will text V to say that the escape went off without a hitch, and he says not to worry about Jacob and Taylor anymore. I've gone over this point in my last 2 Phantom Liberty videos, mainly in the Myers video. I have never even seen a screenshot on Reddit of their bodies, but the main thing that I can't stop thinking about with Jacob and Taylor and Saul is Taylor's line of, "At least he's not a stab you in the back" type. See, it's the little details in this story that make you stop and go, wait a minute, hold on. This is our first big hint of what Reed could be capable of. You don't think he's gonna stab you in the back, until he does. It's because he's good at his job. Also, it's just such a corny secret agent line. Don't worry about them anymore. Like, blah. And you know, to Reed's credit, in the ending where it does come down to V versus him, he aims his gun at your face and counts down. He warns you. Do I think he totally executed Jacob and Taylor? Yes, he probably shot them in the back instead of stabbed them, but he does do V that bit of decency, if you want to use that word. It sort of fits the kind of honor that I think he wishes that he could say he has, whereas I do think under many circumstances he can be downright dishonorable if we want to get into using those terms. Reed wants V to meet him at the Moth, where they're gonna loop Alex into Operation Bird in the cage. We see the first of a bit of a double standard with Reed here, where Reed doesn't fill us in on his past with Alex. That as far as she knows, he's dead and was a traitor. But meanwhile, he was a bit irritated with how Myers didn't tell V the full story of what happened with his betrayal. Sure, he tells V over the phone before V realizes that they've actually spoken to Alex when V is sitting at the bar in the Moth, but he leaves a lot out still. Reed doesn't try to fight Alex's reaction to his return. It sort of sucks for Alex because she has to get up and leave her bar to go outside. He's just like a rock that just showed up, plunked down, and decided, I'm not moving until I get what I want from you. But when Alex does storm out, he actually does sit at the bar looking really sad. And I do believe that that sadness is extremely genuine. He does this a lot. There is this look that Reed gets. Reed's not a happy person. He's lonely, he's been betrayed, and he's let down arguably one of his most dedicated operatives, Alex. Even if he might not have been as close to her as he was to So Me, he still does care about Alex. Alex was the one who rarely messed up. She was effective and damn good at her job, even in the middle of highly stressful and potentially deadly situations. If anyone deserved to get out of Night City 7 years ago, it was Alex. But she's been stuck, just like Reed, for 7 years, pretending to be someone else. And the other thing too is that Alex could have been his friend in this period of 7 years, but that was ruined by the cover story. It's not even just the fact that he was a sleeper agent who was supposed to play dead. It's also the fact that Alex thought he was a traitor. Why did they have to salt that wound? It really cut Solomon off from any bit of friendship from his old life. Outside, Alex fills us in on the important details of Reed, as well as Songbird's history with her and Reed. This includes Alex's honest take on how working with these two tends to go.
Here's the list of operatives. Reed, Songbird, and me. Haven't heard this, have you? That's just perfect. Tell me you believe in coincidences? Or, fuck it, fate? 'Cause plug the same variables into an equation, and surprise! Gonna get the same fucking result. Shit in, shit out.
Alex is, as I say in her video, one of the most honest people in Night City when it comes to just being real with V. She doesn't try to hide things or to lie and manipulate, because she's sick of all that. We, as the player, can also quickly become irritated with Reed's tendency to do these things too, as the story goes on. I like that Alex also skips any potential manipulation by Reed when she makes her offer of helping. She will help, but she wants a retirement. He can't try the honor angle on her. He can't try the for old time's sake thing on her either. Alex joins up on her own terms, demanding her retirement. She cuts through the bullshit here. And Reed doesn't fight her, he accepts it. When V and Reed then go after Slider, we do get a quest where we can almost feel like we're building a sense of camaraderie with Reed. It's quite cool to work with him, this FIA operative who's supposed to be so high up the clearance chain, who's supposed to be kind of a badass. Even Corpo V in counterintelligence has never heard of him. That is how high up Solomon Reed is in the files. But then, after dealing with Slider... Side note, I said in my Cassell Twins video that you could save Slider and then Reed kills him anyway. I don't know why I thought this, because you can't. Like, he gets fried either way, no matter what you do. So I was wrong about that, I'm sorry. V realizes that Reed would have flatlined the guy anyway, no matter what happened. Reed won't outright admit this fact, but him treating V's question as a, does it really matter now he's dead, says it all. And I think the worst thing for his potential friendship with V is that he didn't even bring it up prior to going into the Voodoo Boy's lair, knowing full well what he was gonna do. And Reed has a nasty habit of doing this, thinking that he can't trust V, but he's perpetuating the fact that V doesn't trust him, and then he can't trust V, and then it just goes on and on and on. I get why he's doing it, but it's not helping to improve the situation. After Reed and V go their separate ways, so Reed and Alex and V can help to get the Black Sapphire heist on the rails, we meet Reed again at the Moth. And here, Reed does open up to V for the first time. After V collapses from one of their relic attacks and explains their situation, Reed admits that he knows what it's like to be a dead man walking. He says that while he survived the attack meant to kill him, he sometimes feels like those assassins succeeded. He explains the betrayal more than he previously did, and Reed really did get bit by the beast that he'd been following all these years. A beast he'd sort of wielded himself in the name of his country. Reed says that it's part of the job, but we know that day in the train traumatized him far more than he will openly say. You can see it in his eyes. So why does he still stick with the FIA? The NUSA, that is the question. Reed takes V downstairs and introduces them to the hideout that he and his team worked out of 7 years ago. The team he was willing to sacrifice himself for to save, even though he lost most of them through sacrificing them for his country, or what he thought was best for his country. He tries to turn the lights on, but they flicker, leaving him in that dim red light. This is a guy who has wandered in shadows for too long. He's just about lost. And at this point, he struggles to avoid mean reds. Yes, hello, Misty. They're all that really lights his way back to some semblance of that someone he was, at least until he gets the power on. Reed speaks bleakly of the Unification War, of how both sides rushed to tie up loose ends. One of his cell operatives died in a car bombing before they could get out of NC. Another was poisoned. A third was shot in the back of the head while buying a pack of smokes, and 2 others just dropped off the face of the earth entirely. These losses haunt him, especially considering that he's the reason why his people dug their heels in despite the danger. Reed could have ordered his cell to leave once the war was clearing up, but he ordered them to stay put for longer than was necessary. And he admits to V that he's not even sure why he did it. He's not sure if it was just plain stupidity or boldness, or that he simply just didn't know when to let go or how to lose. It reminds me of the Sunset Boulevard line that Alex says about Norma, about how her and Norma are similar in the sense that they both didn't really know when to quit. Reed goes over every detail of Somi's betrayal as he fires up the hideout, sitting at the desk where Somi sat that day that she sealed his fate. But he says that he doesn't really blame Somi for what happened. Rather, he places more blame on Myers, explaining it as a necessary evil sort of thing. I love this line that he says when V asks if he's really trying to save Somi or if he wants revenge.
Reed, what you're doing now, is saving her, or is it revenge?
I don't have a vengeful bone left in me. I had plenty of time to examine this under a microscope. Under focus, some things sharpen, others blur. But there comes a point when you just cut through the bullshit and see what's in front of you.
I do believe him here. I think he is sincere when he says he doesn't want revenge. He doesn't have that left in him. But I think he is definitely still pained by what happened with Somi. Reed is not the kind of guy who is just comfortable being vulnerable with even people he knows well. It's like a part of him is trying to open up, but he still can only do so in a very controlled manner. But as Reed says, he holds Myers as the truly responsible party for the order. He says, in his words, that he's cut through the bullshit, and I think deep down he really has. But what he struggles with is letting that bullshit go and float up to the surface so he can just skim it off. He struggles with reconciling the truth with his beliefs, the beliefs that he's held his whole adult life, that he's built his identity on. All of his principles sort of go back to the idea that he's working for the greater good, and in his case, the greater good is his country, the NUSA. If any atrocities or crimes or whatever terrible thing he has to do, if it's committed in the name of his country, then it's sort of okay, right? Because it's for the greater good. The concepts of honor and loyalty do mean a lot to him, but the issue is that obviously that loyalty and honor is not returned to him by the entity that he is devoting those 2 primary characteristics of himself towards. And those don't always go hand in hand with the deep care that he does have towards the people in his more personal life side of things. And we see him still cling to his principles, despite how self-destructive and often contradictory they are in the face of the actual world around him. He even says that he wrote the tragic tale of his betrayal himself, because he's the one who ordered his team to stay in Night City longer, because he's the one who led all those operations against Arasaka. You play grown-up games, you get grown-up consequences, he says. Which, for me, that statement of his calls back to him looping Alex and Somi into these grown-up games with grown-up consequences when they really were still kids, certainly compared to him. Saul has an almost too extreme way of speaking about accountability when that's not even fair to himself. And also not necessarily fair to others either. And that part of him really makes me go, wow, because this guy, he seems so aware of what is morally gray, that things are morally complex, but he cherry picks it depending on the situation, and he knows he does it, I think, but it's cognitive dissonance to protect that place deep inside him, maybe? Saul speaks very transactionally about his work and the choices that he's made, the choices of those around him. He really does railroad himself into seeing things in a very emotionally removed sort of way. And while, okay, sure, sometimes in a way that is necessary, You really can miss a lot when that's the only lens you have. Reed is a human at the end of the day. The emotional side of things definitely affects him, no matter how much he might try to ignore it. But in regards to rescuing So-Mi, Reed says that if she's on a sinking ship, he will do everything he can to get her off said ship. He made a promise to So-Mi many years ago that he would do that very thing, even if it means he has to go down with said ship. Reed here is telling us one of his fates. He will do exactly that, depending on your ending chosen. And I think this can easily be seen as him trying to be honorable, at least by his definition, of sticking to his principles to the very end. But beneath that ending, which we're going to talk about later, I think Reed is so resigned to death at this point. If he died for So-Mi, he would be like, okay, but not so much out of his care for her as I think it would be because he's just so broken, and that would still be a shred of the man he once was. To die in the pursuit of trying to keep that promise to So-Mi. Anyway, we'll talk about it later. I keep having to say that because I keep getting off track. There's many things to be said. When Alex enters after that discussion and Reed curtails the subject, he gets into what he's found out about Songbird and the Blackwall, what Myers has been doing with So-Mi while Reed has been in the dark all these years. And Saul does sound pretty disgusted, and we don't often hear that edge in his voice. He does cut through the bullshit here and says what Myers is.
I dove into old mission files wherever So-Mi was involved. They were buried deep, near impossible to access, even with my clearance. Each and every one, the Blackwall, all authorizations, mission orders, personally signed by one person, Rosalind Myers.
Wouldn't want to be in her shoes if that shit floats to the top.
The NUS is a small country governed by a woman with highly ambitious goals. Sometimes those ambitions went out of reason. But that's not something we need to pore over now.
Saul recognizes that her poking the Blackwall is crazy, and he recognizes beneath that what's been done to So-Mi is heinous, which makes his leanings in the endings particularly fascinating. I also sort of find that, while I don't think he wants to be too anti-Myers in front of Alex out of habit, he does try to answer V's question for more info on Myers. I don't know, I took how he brought up the Blackwall papers he found as a more indirect way of answering V without maybe saying more than he was comfortable saying when Alex comes in and he has to reroute the conversation. Once V gets equipped for the Black Sapphire heist, Reed asks what Mr. Hands wanted in exchange for his help in making this op happen. And Reed shows his frustration with politics, which is a bit funny on the surface, because, guy, you work for the government, but you know, Reed is a hands-on kind of guy. He enjoys his work in the field in getting things done. He's not one for the manipulations and mind games of the people in charge of him, yet he still employs those mind games when he needs to. Which, again, an interesting conundrum. He continues to serve the people who he is, all but directly saying he doesn't like, and will continue to do so in most endings. Again, there's so many contradicting things about this guy. I end up with more questions at the end of each section of this video. After a disastrous attempt at getting Reed through the skyscraper, I had to reload 5 times before I could actually nail that stealth section. I'm so bad at it. We end up at the big party. And what the hell? Reed's dripped the fuck out. I don't hate V's suit, but I don't love it. It's meh. I feel like we're not nearly as cool looking as Reed is here, and I'm like, come on. But right before that, when you're riding the elevator up to the party entrance, there is a missable moment where Reed will be a bit concerned about how V's doing. He says V's looking a little pale, and then Reed will scan V if V answers that they're fine. You could read this as a genuine concern, or maybe it's more of that, I don't trust you enough to even tell me how you're doing. Because there's already been a few instances of Reed not exactly trusting V. Again, Reed, this isn't helping. V can also, depending on what dialogue option you choose here, tell Reed a bit about the disastrous Konpeki Plaza heist in that elevator. In this option, V is kind of reminded of that elevator ride with Jackie, about how things seemed fine when they were heading up to the penthouse, but the way down was a different story. This is a moment that can actually feel, again, like a friendship-building attempt between V and Saul, where V is just being honest, which can make a later discussion with Reed actually super bitter. At the party, Reed goes straight to the bar. He's drinking. He says that he finds it easier to piece things together, to process better with a drink in his hand. And yes, I too have come up with big thoughts while drinking. I feel that he's probably drinking for a couple other reasons. Here Reed is, on the cusp of reuniting with the protege who sent him to die. The protege who's using a very familiar tactic on V. This meeting has been a long time coming, with a lot of emotions Reed will not outwardly express. And I was also surprised too by Reed's kind of direct questioning of the bartender while they were supposed to be looking for Somi. It felt kind of sloppy. Like, I know Hansen could have found out we were there from any number of his people, but I'm sure the bartenders would rather blab about anything sus to Barguest rather than get in the shit with Hansen for not doing so later on. It just felt weird. Maybe it's the drink, maybe he's rusty, or maybe for Reed it was just a matter of anxiety to just like, oh god, let's get this over with. When V does find Somi and Reed appears, it is definitely an awkward moment. It is a moment where I think V is thinking,
I should go.
Reed looks at Somi with that sad look. Not in a manipulative way, at least I don't feel it is. But he's just pained, I think. And he can see that she is also ashamed of herself. And I think it's for more than just the betrayal on the train that day. I think she is ashamed of the person that she is now forced to be because of her circumstances. Here we hear one of the first, I think, truly transparent lines from Somi, where Saul immediately comforts her.
Saul, I've made so many mistakes.
It's all right, son. Not your fault. The blame's on us. All of it.
On you?
Yes, all of them. I know what they made you do. They pushed, and I wasn't there to stop it.
And this really does hurt because Saul, who hadn't really expressed his level of upset for what happened to Somi in front of V and Alex, lets a bit more of Solomon Reed the person show. Every other time a more personal tangent comes up throughout Phantom Liberty, Reed does this thing where he interjects, he shuts it down, says they have to focus, it's a waste of time. This time, it's V who has to cut it off. When Reed looks at Somi and he kind of puts his hand on his head and he rubs the back of his neck, he's pissed off and he blames himself for what's been done to the girl he promised to always be there for. Part of that look that he gives her when he first walks up and sees what she is now, I'm guessing that look is partially due to the shock of seeing the level of her modifications. I'm guessing that he knew beforehand that Songbird is Borged to basically Atom Smasher levels, with only her brain and nervous system really being all that remains of the girl who showed him her favorite quesadilla place all those years ago. The girl who said while he was driving her out of Brooklyn after recruiting her, full of doubts, I guess you've saved my life. But it's another thing entirely to see it for himself in person. Reed outright admits that he failed to protect her, as he sees it, and it's his fault, Myers' fault, that Somi was forced into all the Blackwall stuff. And I do feel really terrible for him here, because I think he does take that personal failure of his, of failing to keep the promise he swore he would keep. I don't even think Songbird blames him half as much as he blames himself. Somi still cares for her old mentor, and there's a degree of openness with him even still. In fact, it's here that she admits, facing Saul, that she can't leave the Sapphire. She admits that not only does V need what's here to survive, but so does she. She is dying too. And then V can be like, you didn't tell me that part, Somi. She hasn't forgotten the transparent bond that she used to share with Solomon Reed, and it's still there. She still has a bit of that left. After regrouping with Reed, when Hansen takes Somi away, we find Reed back at the bar.
Seems your special agent has special needs, trying to drown his sins and sorrows.
All good there, Reed?
Yeah. I just need to process for a minute. It's just how I'm built. A little adversity and I need a few moments to think.
Reed is doing his big thinking, and it's a big one. Reed and potentially V can both realize that So-Mi has been playing a game.
Come up with anything?
Yeah. We now know who took a swipe at Myers' head.
Thinking Songbird planned the whole thing.
You're thinking right. Don't know about you, but I see coincidences as patterns, structures we have yet to recognize.
Huh. What you driving at?
SF-1 crashes. Not anywhere, but over specific turf. Controlled by someone who found some obscure forgotten tech in a secret bunker.
Right?
Crash was an inside job. We suspected that from the get-go. Now we know it was. And we know it was Songbird. She was behind it.
And it took you just one drink to cobble that together?
Started seeing the pieces falling into place up on the mezzanine. So-Mi told her she's dying. Things follow from that. She made a deal with Hansen earlier. Had to. Before any of this went down. Traded the president's life for access to the tech.
The NUS press sold to a crime lord. Huge. If true.
Myers pressured So-Mi to reach further, breach boundaries. And then So-Mi snapped.
Don't know about that. Song recruited me specifically to pull Myers out of that wreck. Seriously doubt she wanted her dead or snatched by Hansen.
It's never that simple, V. As I see it, So-Mi was playing both sides, simultaneously spinning deals with Hansen and you. She has Hansen set, then you come in. She contacts you via the relic, asks you to rescue the president. Absolution for her right there. You need to cure just as much, guaranteeing you'll help if her plan falls through.
Reed may be an old dog, but he is very well versed in the stunt that So-Mi is trying to pull. Her operational footwork is one Reed knows well. Yes, he acknowledges that So-Mi doing what she did with Myers would be defined as treason back home, even if she did enlist V to come and rescue her. This isn't like her alleged past screw-ups. He doesn't really even seem to blame her here for just how bad a mess it is. He still reasons that Myers pushed So-Mi way too far, which is very true. You can actually find a medical file where a doctor warned So-Mi's superiors that she needed mental help, but when Myers read it, if she even did, she disregarded it. But as much as Reed sympathizes with So-Mi, he does reveal that she's been playing V too. She's been trying to play both sides just in case shit fell through and she needs to look like she's not the guilty party. But it's not going that well. And then Reed proceeds to read So-Mi like a book.
And here we are.
Yeah, and here we are, rushing to Songbird's rescue. Thinking a few steps ahead was always her strength, but judgment calls and situational assessment, her Achilles heel. As a chess master, she'd be famous for dazzling plays and excruciatingly beautiful defeats.
Shit. Can't shake the feeling she's still running a game. Sure seems more upfront than at first. No way she's telling all, though.
Could be right. Staying alert's never a bad idea. But I know So-Mi well enough to know she'll do her damnedest to be fair.
Reed is really interesting and almost likable at multiple points, like when he's just letting his mind go and showing what he's really good at. But when you read between the lines, you just end up thinking, I just want to go home. This is too much. I can't trust anybody out here. But I also love, just like how Reed can predict his own self-fulfilled end, With the line I just played about So-Mi, Reed is outlining exactly how she plays V. Every bit of that line, the dazzling plays, etc., all of it, it's exactly what So-Mi's final betrayal of V ends up feeling like. Even her fumbling grasp at situational awareness in the events leading up to it. But then Reed admits that So-Mi is the type who would also do her damnedest to be fair to V. And indeed, she does, in telling V the truth about the neural matrix, right before she and V make it to the rocket. So-Mi tells this truth when she is at her most vulnerable, and as she passes out, she knows that her fate is entirely up to V here. More on this in her video though. In terms of where Reed intends to take So-Mi though, he won't say. He says he needs more information before he can commit to the next part of the plan, that he's just built that way. Even V can admit that they genuinely can't figure Reed out here, and they really nailed that sensation from a writing perspective. But then Reed goes missing while V is scanning the Cassell twins. It turns out Hansen figured out pretty quick that he and V had ties to the FIA. His men took Reed aside and separated him from the party, and he behaved rather than endanger the op. Hansen lets V and Reed leave in one piece though. A mistake he probably, for about 2 seconds, lived to regret. Back at the Moth, it's planning time again. Reed does the thing where he doesn't want to dig up the past or to get distracted unnecessarily when Alex tries to bring up one of their last, more stressful operations. Stressful because of a mistake So-Mi made. Personally, I think he feels really dumb about how the Black Sapphire op was a tad fumbled at the end there, and he likely blames himself as he tends to do. Reed really does put a lot of onus on himself in any kind of situation that goes even slightly wrong. Even if he isn't necessarily the one at fault, he just takes all the blame. Reed speaks of the stadium mission as giving them the opportunity to right some wrongs. But Alex is fed up at this. She tells him that none of what happened with So-Mi's decisions was his own fault. But to Reed's credit, he does realize that Songbird was in a difficult situation, that she couldn't just say no to Myers, that her desire to escape Myers and what Myers was putting her through is one he can understand. But Reed also still seems ready to take all the pressure and weight of all of what So-Mi has done in her escape on his own shoulders, unreasonably so. Like, he might think he's helping by taking as much blame as he does, but he really isn't. But I'm sure that the FIA loves that he will just take responsibility and not make a ruckus up the ladder to his superiors. After going over the plan to get the neural matrix and So-Mi out of the stadium, Reed admits that the order to kill Hansen as well came from Myers personally, which leads to V asking just how much Myers knows about what So-Mi did with Space Force 1. Reed basically says that she's being kept in the dark as much as possible, which is a huge risk for him to take, especially for someone who he no longer fully trusts, against someone who he also no longer trusts, but who has immense power. He really is trying to walk a delicate line between his country and his old promise to So-Mi, and that will cost him, no matter how it's cut. V goes about Dogtown and handles things as per usual, hacking the Cassell twins' car rental network. V hangs out with Alex. V talks to So-Mi and hears her plan for her actual escape that is very different from what Reed was planning. But we also have to go to a clinic that Reed has booked for us, with a Ripper Doc named Farida, who's actually a loyal ex-member of the NUSA military. She was actually under Hansen's command when he was sent to NC. She didn't want to stick with Barghest when Kurt Hansen went rogue, but Hansen let her stay in Dogtown to conduct business and also use her Ripper Doc skills on some of Barghest's men. Farida is supposed to implant V with the same shape-shifting tech that Alex uses on Reed's order. But of course, Reed emerges from the shadows, unannounced. Reed didn't tell V that he was gonna be here, and he still doesn't fully trust V. Just as he says with Songbird, no unconditional trust. He feels he still needs to convince V, or as V can put it, sell his plan of action. You could definitely see it as Reed trying to sell himself his own plan. So here, Reed fully calls what Somi did treason, with a lot more emphasis than he has before. It's like he's leaning back into the agent side of himself. I kind of wonder if he made the decision to reach out to Myers in between the briefing and this scene here to tell her more of what Somi did. It's interesting to see this Agent Reed, because it's like he's tapping into this version of himself from 7 years ago. And that includes his perspective on Somi 7 years ago, the same perspective on Myers a bit too. Even when it comes to his experience with death. It's like he's shoving all of what he's experienced from his betrayal onwards just aside. I don't know. I feel like he's entered a hard stage of denial here. It's like the last wall between him admitting that his whole world is just falling apart. Yet he still says he wants to save Somi. That is his main focus. He still acknowledges the shit she's gone through, and he does still blame Myers, but he's really clinging to Agent Reed. He's reasoning that prison is better than death, that his forgiveness makes Myers' inability to forgive Somi far easier to bear for her. He says Songbird is due compensation for all the things she's been forced to do, but the compensation she'd get would be a punishment. Again, he's really giving his all to make this make sense, sticking his head in sand that is saturated with his own blood, mind you. Reed says that he needs to talk to Somi face to face before he can really make a full decision of where he's gonna take her. That's the first big thing he wants to do after rescuing her, or as V can say, it's kind of like kidnapping her, Saul. Saul says that he'll take her somewhere safe and he'll help her disappear once he gets the answers he's looking for. I do think 7 years ago, he probably would have done just that if he'd known what was coming for Somi. More and more I do. And more I think Myers was taking out 2 birds with 1 stone with her trying to get rid of Reed. But just the fact that he was speaking about Somi's options back in the NUSA, about prison being preferable to death, it makes me doubt his sincerity here a lot. Even if he really wishes to do things like get her somewhere safe and actually help her do what she wants, he even says that he doesn't trust Somi. Try as he might to hide it, as much as he cares for her, the pain of what has happened with Somi still does sting him. It's like here he's trying to snap back to Agent really hard, at least that's my perspective on him. He says that he's not, but I think he is. I think he's really trying to remember the bad shit Somi did to make it easier for him to hand her over to the FIA so that he can continue to be the Agent Reed that he was 7 years ago. Because he certainly can't go back to the relationship he had with Songbird before. He just can't. I guess what makes the FIA easier is that it is a organization, not a person. But he's struggling with this too. He still blames himself, then he blames Myers, then he says Songbird committed treason in a way that makes you see how much Agent Reed doesn't like that. But then he'll begrudgingly admit his escape plan is also treasonous too, if V points it out. A V that calls him a liar, though, gets an uncharacteristically angry reaction. If Reed is lying, which I don't know, it's not so much to be a dick, I think, if he is, but because he's willingly deluding himself into thinking that this is gonna work, this is the best path, it makes sense, I can make it happen. He says to V earlier that he is a sore loser. Could he be so sore a loser that he would willingly lie to himself to salvage some shred of the person he used to be? I think he wants to save Somi, but knows he can't help her escape. He wants to be loyal to his nation, but he knows he can't trust it. I have no idea here. Let me know your thoughts. Saul continues to reason with V that he has contacts in Europe, that they can fix up both V and Songbird. But for Reed, Somi is his priority over V. He fully admits that. And he says that he thinks she doesn't really realize what she's doing, that she's not mentally competent enough, given the damage all her contact with the Black Wall has dealt to her. But again, that just feels like another excuse to wiggle his way out of entertaining the other, more life-altering possibility that the best thing for Reed to do would be to abandon the FIA, to leave the nation he's given his life to serve, literally, the identity he's built. And it's no simple thing to just leave everything behind like that. Because what happens when that identity of a loyal, patriotic NUSA operative and soldier and veteran, what happens when you rip that away from him? What was any of the things he's done for? The people he's killed, those villages he burned for the NUSA, all the way back in his Spec Ops days. For Johnny, the horrors of that kind of warfare drove him to the hard opposite end of the spectrum, raging in the prison of his own trauma and screaming into a void, only for no one to really hear or care about what he was trying to tell the world. Reed went hard the other way, and the pile of shit he's done for his oath, for his president, for nationalistic pride, take away the box that is in, and you have to face the ugliness that was inside it. What does that make you? It's not a simple, fast kind of journey of self-discovery. You're basically ripping yourself open at that point. Reed will also say that he suspects that Somi has another plan waiting to spring when she thinks the moment is right. One that goes against Reed and Alex. And depending on when you go to talk to Songbird, depending on the dialogue choices you make with Reed in this conversation, you can tell him that his suspicions were correct. But he looks so hurt to know this. And while part of him knew, the other part of him didn't want to think that Somi would betray him again. Because he's literally been explaining away her betrayal in as many ways as he can come up with, and trying to soften it by blaming Myers, by blaming himself. He can't this time. But as I mentioned, Reed seems to be viewing Somi through the lens of how he saw her 7 years ago. The icebreaker he gives to V might just be foolproof for most netrunners, but Songbird wields the Black Wall. And he wants to talk to her, but has to kidnap her to do it. And once again, he does that thing where he's like, talking time is later, and then he leaves. He really does that a lot. Every time he does it, I think it's because he's becoming uncomfortable with the subject, because it threatens to get a little too close to shattering his worldview. And that's so unfortunate. Anyway, Saul leaves and V gets their face ripped off. Johnny appears while V is getting their surgery, and I think he's right when he says that he thinks both Songbird and Reed are telling the truth as they see it, in the sense that their motives are relatively honest. But they're both also delusional, and they're absolutely willing to drag V along with lies and exaggerations and omissions if it gets them what they want. We've seen that for ourselves. Do they enjoy it? No, but will they do it? Yes. And Johnny has no clue who to side with, because both need V, but neither trusts V, as he says. I do like how Johnny sees in Reed what could have been him had he not deserted, had he gone the opposite way and really clung to the corpo government blah 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 about everything. If he'd actually bought into that oath full time. I do love to see how Johnny goes from absolutely despising Reed to being like, oh shit, wait a minute, this guy and I, we have a lot in common. Both were sort of slaves to their own ideals, to their very self-destructive ends. But along comes V for both of these characters, who can maybe help them see things in a different way, to free them in a way from the prison of said ideals. But overall, Johnny ends up giving some solid words of advice to Center V before diving into the final show. Don't do anything they'll both regret. Easier said than done. Jump to the Cassell twins' carjacking. Reed and Alex execute them without warning, coldly, efficiently, and V is pissed. I will say, yeah, it is a little weird that V would be upset that the Cassell twins were killed because they were innocent. And all this spy stuff, sure. In general, though, I don't think so. But yeah, it was cold. Reed does try to explain away his actions. He tries to rationalize it as necessary. He can try to moralize it in the sense that the Cassells were criminals who had almost certainly harmed people in the past in some way. But what I think is the biggest red flag here is, once again, Reed didn't tell V the whole plan. And this is not good, considering this is the biggest mission they're doing so far. This is the big one. If he didn't think V should know about the execution, what else is he hiding? V and Alex assume their disguises and enter the Dogtown Stadium. After managing to get Hansen to let his guard down and V is able to get to the neural matrix with Songbird, we have that final tense moment. The moment we decide the fate of our characters. And for Reed, there is a number of bittersweet to downright depressing outcomes. Should you side with So-Mi and escape, naturally, Reed is pretty pissed off. There's actually a short I saw the other day where, should you enter that one elevator without So-Mi and activate it to one of the other levels, Reed will be right there waiting for you to flatline you as soon as the door opens. There's no mercy.
Reed, where are you going?
It's over.
In the tunnels, though, when you're escaping with Songbird from the stadium, there is this moment where you encounter these two Barguest-affiliated maintenance workers, and when we just walked right past them, Songbird didn't try to hurt them or anything, I just couldn't help but think of how Reed 100% probably would have shot the shit out of these guys, But Reed will call V after V escapes with So-Mi, and he tells V that the FIA will find them. He will find them both. He tries numerous angles to try and get V to cave. He says V's helping a traitor, that V is going to get So-Mi killed, there's no way to survive, that V doesn't want the whole NUSA to be an enemy. He really tries to appeal to V's recognition of how desperate things are, even being a bit patronizing depending on the dialogue choices. Every single attempt of his fails, however. Reed can make a dig then at V's arrogance, but the worst parting line is when Reed brings up Jackie.
Aim to fight it out, Reed, to the very end.
Is that what you told Wells at Compeki Plaza too? You need to grow up one of these days, start taking responsibility. If not for yourself, then for others.
What the fuck? Wow, Reed, that was cold. It shouldn't be surprising that he decided to use Jackie like that to really sting V, but it still caught me off guard. What the fuck? Especially recalling how V kind of opened up a bit about their trauma from that op in the Black Sapphire elevator, and here's Reed taking that, and he knows what happened there. Of course he knows. The FIA clearly knew some things about the Compeki Plaza heist. I think Oleg had something to do with that. Reed knows better than anyone what it's like to let someone down that you genuinely thought you were gonna be there for. And he knows how much that hurts. And that is why he's turning it on V. Oh my god, Reed is clawing for any advantage here. He is desperate indeed. And that's not a good look. V and So-Mi make a break for the spaceport to get Songbird to the moon. And there, on the roof, as the two are sneaking through maintenance tunnels, we see that Solomon Reed has already tracked us here. And then, Myers arrives. Reed tells her that he has everything under control, but he has lost virtually all support from her, save in killing V, and at the very least, salvaging So-Mi's body. You could also just see her bringing soldiers in as a way for her to ensure that Salt doesn't fuck up, because these soldiers will, at the very least, do what they gotta do without hesitation. Trusting V is thrown at him as a slip-up of his, even though Myers was kind of the one that instigated this whole alliance, that invited V to join the FIA. It's classic Myers. She sort of just walks all over Reed here, and you can almost feel Reed biting back his words in those moments of silence between them. Reed agrees with everything Myers says in regards to no loose ends, about the Blackwall and all those projects. He's just nodding, he's just agreeing, until Myers tries to appeal to his sincerity, to his own grief over So-Mi.
I get that you want to protect her, but your duty, first and foremost, is to your country.
Songbird made her choice. Now she needs to learn what the consequences are. We're on the same page. No risks. That's how it'll be.
Do you hear that?
Just so you know, this isn't any easier for me, Reed. I liked the girl, trusted her. But with some choices, there's no way back.
Choices? Yours or hers?
Say again?
You heard me. No matter. I know what I have to do, and I'll do it.
I authorize you to take any and all necessary action. Just try not to shoot her in the head.
I'd have expected as much.
And yes, Reed does roll back over pretty quick after this discussion, but yeah, for him it's just, you don't get to say any of that after what you did to her. Reed does despise Myers for what happened to So-Mi, yet he still just takes it because he blames himself, and at this point he's just trying to cling to the last thing he might have of his old life, a life he's spent forever building. And that's whatever fragments of his time with the FIA that he can pick up. Nearing the rocket, when So-Mi tells us the truth, we have the choice to call Reed. And Reed, despite everything, still pushes the offer to save V, should V hand over So-Mi peacefully. Which is certainly unique, because I don't think Myers would do that, if it was just her. I'm actually amazed that Myers lets Reed do this. Reed here brings up the top-of-the-line rippers at Langley who can do the surgery. He says they'll do everything they can to save So-Mi, saying that she'll live. She'll live as if being Myers' tool for the rest of her life is living. He's pushing this transaction. He doesn't even really get snide, which I found very surprising. Even when V is skeptical, he says, "Try me first, V, come on." Reed was right about So-Mi from the beginning. He read her perfectly in the Sapphire. Everything he said came true. V handing over So-Mi feels like such a predictably human thing to do. You fucked me over and now I'll fuck you over. Reed plays off of that. It's like he knows how people tend to work, and he was kind of holding out hope, I think, for something like that to happen, for V to be that kind of person, a very normal human in that sense. He says he doesn't know who So-Mi is anymore, but that he won't be the one to judge her. He feels so cold and steely here, though he does promise V the help that V needs. Despite everything, he does arrange it and he makes it happen. Afterwards, Reed will meet you right before he's set to drive to DC, all the way from Night City. He wants the long drive to think, and he also hates trains. He admits that he was partially hoping to miss V, but now that V is there, he admits that he has trouble sleeping. He has trouble getting certain thoughts out of his head, and the one he asks V about is why V thinks So-Mi reached out to them and not him when Space Force 1 was going down. V can say it was just logical. That she knew she couldn't fool Reed, that she didn't trust Reed, that she regretted what happened to Reed 7 years before. But I do personally think it was because V was well equipped to understand her situation, to empathize. And on top of that, string along because of it. She could dangle that very same hope of survival that kept So-Mi going to ensure she had the protection and services of Night City's most ridiculously lucky merc. But V ultimately doesn't know the answer. Only Songbird can answer that question. But Reed says he can't even talk to her, that is impossible now. And I think he is feeling doubts. Yes, Agent Reed is mostly here now, but I think beneath it, he's like, this feels wrong. He leaves Night City saying, time to fly, right back to his old cage in Langley. In the Phantom Liberty ending, he doesn't show up when V gets taken in the AV, which is something that V remembers when they wake up to Reed. And it sucks because he would have been that one familiar face there, but he wasn't there. Even as V says now in 2079, Reed looks so different from that familiar face. And he does. He looks haggard to me. I know that like he looks clean here, but to me when I look at the expression in his face, he looks haggard, and I never thought I'd ever say that in regards to Idris Elba. Reed has that look in his eyes. It's sadder and emptier, and just here he kind of did author his own fate. But it feels like he hasn't really had a conversation with anyone in a long time. That V is the only person he's really talked to in ages, truly spoken to, kind of. even then he's probably still not fully letting himself be in the conversation. No matter what choice you made in getting the Phantom Liberty ending, he still offers V a job at Langley too, and I feel like he is trying to actually help V. Before the 2-year time jump between 2077 and 2079, Reed will say that he thinks Somi's going to be back to active duty and all this, but clearly I don't think she is. I think she is maybe not quite a vegetable, but she's not back in the field. I think she's sealed in a room somewhere. Reed has to live right next door to Somi, in a way, at least mentally, knowing that he fucked that up for her catastrophically. I think it does eat away at him every day. And I do feel like, in the end credits, when he's trying to push that desk job at V, he really is awkwardly trying to be a sort of friend. Even despite V turning on him, he still wants to save someone, even if he's luring them into a soul-sucking corporate job for that government of all governments. A job he knows is run by, as Gary the Prophet says, reptilians. Reed has his old surroundings back. He has the remains of his old identity, but you can't just erase all the shit he's lived through that undermines it all. It's all still there, whether he wants to acknowledge it or not. And I do feel really bad for him here. He's doing paperwork, he's training recruits. This is an easy life. But he's not happy. He's just hollow now. His first sense of, oh, I helped someone in 2 years is V waking up, only to find out they've lost literally everything. Be it Alex, Somi, V, or who knows what other recruits that he has worked with throughout his career. All of these people that he's wanted to help and even promised to help, he ultimately, even if unintentionally, contributed to their destruction. Bad things happen when Solomon Reed tries to help. And how can you truly help someone if you're not actually, at your core, loyal to them? When you are loyal to a cold, power-hungry entity that pretends it cares. And Reed leaves V, saying,
"Thank you."
No need, V. You got no reason to thank me.
Of course, you could always just shoot Reed and put Somi on the rocket. Reed will not stand down, no matter what V says. He even full-on tells V that they are to blame because of V's decision to help her, not even bothering to blame Myers anymore, or himself. He says if V really wants to save her, leave her with him. But then V brings up what V and Somi overheard between him and Myers, the order to kill them both. And Reed just says, well, the situation's changed. I bet it has. He insists that he can still help her. He will not let go. And then he says that Songbird will answer for treason. She will face the consequences. She's nearly started a war with her actions, after all. And here it is, Agent Reed has taken the full mantle here, or at least on the surface he has. And that's the thing too, because earlier he was saying that Somi deserved compensation for what she's gone through, for the things that she did for Myers and the NUSA. But now we got the complete flip side, where he's saying no, she needs to face consequences for treason. And yes, sure, people change their mind, that's part of being human. And I'm sure that maybe the slaughtering of, 300 Spec Ops soldiers may have had something to do with his change of mind, but somehow, to me, this just feels like a very sudden, desperate attempt at trying to see things from a different perspective to make this easier for him. V can then say this to Reed.
We're taking Songbird to Washington. She'll answer for treason. She has to.
Been hiding behind the NUS flag all your life. Come a day, they'll drape it over your casket.
You'll never understand.
Understand a lot more than you do. You ain't doing this for the NUS, or for Myers. Doing this for you alone. Got it. You're nothing. No one.
Grow the hell up. Came to terms with my personal failure way back. But caring about Somi, I strove to help her. Well, she shot all over everything I could say in her defense. She's gonna drag you down too.
Reed is just fully given in to the pain here. Somi has betrayed him again, V's betrayed him now, Myers betrayed him earlier, his nation betrayed him. He's clinging to the last thing he has, which is just finishing this mission, doing what he was ordered to do, what he is trying to make himself think is the right thing to do. But when he pulls his gun and begins to count down, I do think he is hoping you will beat him to the draw. I do, because why else would he count? If he really meant the shit he was saying, he would have killed V point blank. That he didn't shows that he is not fully sold on what he's trying to sell. He is a broken man beneath it all. He has been ripped apart, dragged here, dumped there, used and abused, lied to and manipulated, all while becoming the very same sort of creature to other people who trusted him. And the last promise he hoped to keep to Somi, to pull her out of a dangerous situation, to always be there for her. In this ending, that promise can only be kept by his death. And I think he knows that because he cannot separate Solomon Reed, that man that made that promise, and Solomon Reed, the NUSA agent. And he feels that he has nothing to really live for at this point. Even if Saul, let's say, lives and kills V, let's imagine he probably still gets that desk job. But he's even more alone now. What a miserable life he has to live. I doubt Alex, as she is alive in this ending, would be super eager to dig up the past with him because her trust in him is broken too. As Johnny says, their friendship will fall apart and it will not be able to go back to what it was. No matter how much V tries to warn Reed, he will not stand down. These are his last words after my V shot him fatally in the crotch.
Can't hand her over. Won't. Out of my way.
You got 3 seconds. 1.
Reed.
2.
Damn it to hell, Reed! I'm sorry, man.
Too damn late.
Fuck.
His final words are, too damn late. To the end, he blamed himself more than anyone else, no matter what he says. He was too late to stop what happened to Somi. He was too late to realize what was happening with Somi and V. Like, I don't think he intends to make all the shit going on around him about himself, but he does, even in his death here, and I feel bad for him because it's not the fun kind of making it about yourself. He dies feeling like he's the worst and he fucked up horribly, and it's like, oh my god, this guy. Even with all the shit he's done surrounding Somi and Alex, I do still feel very bad for him that he just couldn't wake up. But of course, there is the Cynosure option. That's always fun. And unfortunately for Somi, one of those endings is the best outcome for Reed. Alex gets killed because Somi realizes she's been made and throws Alex under the bus. She escapes, wreaks havoc using the black wall, then gets captured by MaxTac. And then you and Reed have to track Somi down and steal her back from MaxTac. Using 6th Street, of all the gangs, my favorite gang to say, to help set up an ambush, Reed will actually have a moment where he is frozen at the thought of Somi dying in any way. The walls are closing in on him and the pressure is really making him finally sort of erupt in an emotional way. Reed tries to stop V from prying any kind of emotional confession from him, but with some prodding, he will finally admit his fear after all this time to V.
Reed?
Let's focus on the task at hand.
Damn it, what do I gotta do to get you to talk to me?
We are talking.
Yeah, see that. Spill it, come on.
You have any questions about MaxTac? Now's the time.
Fuck me. Dodging always your go-to when the talk gets tough?
You want to know the truth? Fine. Today, or 7 years ago, don't know what exact point I fucked up. The end result's that now we're here while she could die. I just pray that she's She's the one we're saving. The Somi I knew. And not some... fucking scared, V. Scared my grip on everything is slipping. There. Happy?
If anyone's lost control in this sitch, it's her, not you. But it's still Somi. She's there to save, truly. And I believe we will.
It's an either-or situation, V. Either we got it right, could very well be that, or she's been playing us for fools from the start.
Reed has given kernels of this confession throughout the story, but he's never fully thrown himself into it. Here, it is a genuine, no-holds-barred admission. What else does he have to lose but Somi herself? He really does blame himself, but that blame creeps all the way back to simply not being there to protect her from what Myers did to her, from turning her, potentially, into whatever monster the Blackwall might have made her. Reed says in the other ending, even prior to the stadium, that Somi isn't the person he knew 7 years ago. But deep down, he knows it's not just a matter of personality change, because she literally is fighting a war with a digital tsunami. He's scared because his own grip on his reality is slipping. His whole life is being overturned with all the truths being flung at him. He's still aware it could all be a ploy by Somi. As soon as he expresses his emotions, he tries to cram them all back in again. I think it also means a lot to Reed in this ending that V did stick with him. He could trust V, and I think Reed does, for a period of time here, actually trust V a lot. Anyway, as V cries their way through the Cynosure facility, or at least I was crying the first time I played it, we see flashes of Somi's memory, or what remains of it. We see the promises that Reed made her, the reassurance that Somi wouldn't regret joining the FIA. In one memory, Somi asks him 2 questions.
You regret it? You regret it? Like, ever?
Once. A long while back. Decided then and there I'd never regret it again. Second question?
Ever broken a promise?
Once. A long while back. Haven't broken one since. Never will.
Careful. I'll hold you to that.
Somi had a feeling then and there that no matter how much she wanted to trust Saul, no matter how much he may have made himself believe he was right, she just couldn't. How many times had he gone through this same cycle, breaking a promise to someone he cared about for what? Loyalty to an entity that chews him up and spits him out whenever it needs him in the field again? Songbird went through pain and terror at Reed's side anyway, on who knows how many ops. Him being at her side didn't completely protect her, not when she needed to serve her country. Could she really have trusted Reed to help her escape all those years ago? Is that just a bit of delusion that I'm having? And the big oh fuck moment is when we see how Reed recruited Somi, when we actually get to see what he said to her. How he pulled her from a run while she was screaming. Maybe the Militech Data for countermeasures or the Netwatch was just about to fry her. I don't know. Then there's Reed, who presents himself as almost kind of saving her from the fate of getting fried by Netwatch. And he presents the option to join the FIA. And then he starts talking about what can happen to the people she cares about if Netwatch finds out who bought her a deck, who lent her money for this piece of gear or that piece of gear.
Making me leave my home, my friends, everything worth a damn to me?
What's ahead is important. Worth so much.
Yeah, no. Hard pass.
Dick, Netwatch rolls up here. What happens to your people? Who trust you? Who care about you? Netwatch will know who lent you the eddies for your deck, who let you tap into the subnet of the cafe downstairs. Understand this. I'm the one chance of keeping you safe. Your friends safe. Or sure. Let them get hurt.
Blackmail. That your play? Don't know me enough.
But I do know your type, and I know your answer. Just haven't admitted it to yourself yet.
Sure, you could just say he's telling her the true stakes of her choice here. Or you could also say he is manipulating her. He was her one chance to keep everyone safe. That's how he framed it. And if she didn't, well, then she's just putting the people she cares about in danger. He's maybe convincing himself that he was doing a good thing, saving this kid by any means necessary. And I wonder how much he regrets that day now. In the core, we have two options. Deny So-Mi a final mercy, or give her peace. Reed is at first distraught at a dead Songbird. He says, "We're too late, aren't we?" Not unlike his other ending, where V is forced to kill him. Again, Reed still blames himself. He doesn't want to talk about the fact that this was all So-Mi had left, that this was her final choice. But he doesn't try to kill V in revenge. He just says he blames himself for not getting there first. He can't fully believe that he couldn't have convinced her to want to live. Not yet. He asks V to carry So-Mi's body to the stretcher. He continues to stay near her, grieving her in his own way. He says this as he watches So-Mi wheeled into the NUSA AV. The last time he will probably ever see her.
She asked me once if I'd always be by her side when she fucked up. I said I wouldn't miss it for the world. She didn't believe me. Just smiled. Shook her head, but she wasn't buying it. I could tell. Lost all my friends when you recruited me, she said. Now don't you become my enemy. That's all I ask. Was I a friend or an enemy?
Reed will say a very, very similar version of this story with maybe a slightly different vibe in the ending where Songbird is alive and handed back over to the NUSA, but it still remains that he's having doubts. But in this ending, he's definitely more forthcoming with the doubts running through his head. In fact, when you sit down with him on the sand, and one of the dialogue choices you can pick with him when you're talking to him, it makes him say that he needs to help himself now. Which is kind of a big statement, even though it's just a few words. It does say a lot about where this ending is going to hopefully direct him. V can try to comfort him, but Reed retreats into himself. In this ending in particular, there are some words that Reed says, almost like his true last words to Songbird.
Show me. For what it's worth. I hope you're at peace.
And God, just with him wandering off into the desert until the end credits music starts to play, it's just... Like, this guy authored so much destruction. He did a lot of terrible things, and I still feel bad for him here. Like, holy crap, they really knocked his whole story out of the park, especially with this ending. It is so very, very well done. But this is not the last that V sees of Solomon Reed. Oh no, because Reed decides to invite V to a little meeting at the basketball court where they first met. He also, in the same invite, tells V about Alex's memorial in the columbarium, which, to be fair, I'm kind of hard on Reed and Alex's video for the content of the epitaph, and my thoughts on that still stand. Go watch my Alex video if you want to see me go, Reed, what the fuck? But in his case here, he is acknowledging in the texts that he is having trouble processing the loss of Alex. It is very in character for him that he wouldn't be able to leave a very, like, lovey-dovey, mushy goodbye note on her memorial, despite everything. It's unfortunate, but you get it. To be honest, him expressing that he does have difficulty processing Alex's loss, and So-Mi's in this ending, does show that he is developing a lot more self-awareness now, and you just hope that this guy is gonna be able to help himself, as he says. And when you see him next, where you first met him, it's yet another reminder of a bygone part of him that he can only really glance back at. But then he will, after telling V that they were a shit FIA agent, failure, disappointment, someone who has tanked Reed's career, ruined his life, he will tell V that they were right. That in the end, So-Mi was better off in death than in Myers' hands, than prolonging her suffering. He admits that everything he built his life on, the NUSA, the FIA, Myers, his superiors, his past partners and friends, have all been torn down by the intervention of V. But it's less that V ruined them 100%, it's just that V tore down the images of them that he thought they were. With V, he has been forced to wake up. And though he doesn't come right out to say this, he realizes he's been blaming himself in the wrong sense. It was never about shouldering the burden of his team's mistakes. It was never about honor, about fighting for his country, or doing what a good leader should for the NUSA. The oath he swore has turned to ashes in his mouth. He now has to reckon with his role in hurting So-Mi, in hurting Alex, in looping these two girls into the life of the FIA, of how his principals got most of his previous team slaughtered, their bodies draped with the patriotism that hid Saul from acknowledging his own weaknesses. It's easy to ignore one's own accountability when one can explain away the deaths of these people under the guise of having loyally served their country. Saul has to learn to take proper responsibility for the damage his actions and decisions caused. Not for the sake of a country. He can't justify his actions with the NUSA banner any longer, but for the sake of securing his own soul. A journey awfully familiar to V throughout Phantom Liberty, depending on how you play. He sees the ugly face of his life for what it is, that the FIA, the NUSA, Myers did ruin his life 7 years ago. They ruined his relationships with the people he most cared about, took everything from him, left him stranded and suffering and depressed, lost. And Reed admits, after V is pointing it out, that Reed's anger wasn't necessarily that So-Mi died. Rather, it was his self-admitted fault that he has trouble losing. He has trouble letting go. He realized when he saw that failure in himself to make that moment about himself, that V had made the right choice. Reed says, "I've got nothing to lose now, but maybe something to gain." It's a shame that it took So-Mi dying in the Cynosure core for Reed to have that moment of clarity. But you know, that is how character development works. There is no teacher quite like experience and consequences, unfortunately. But it is a wonderful moment when he reveals that he's gonna be saddled with a desk job at Langley, which, as Corpo V says, it's a punishment. One Reed is very aware of and not looking forward to. And I say it's a wonderful moment because he then asks V what they think he should do. And no matter what V says, Reed doesn't commit to anything. But he says, for the first time in a long time, he doesn't know what he's gonna do. And he forgot how much he missed that feeling, that freedom of not knowing, of being able to decide. Not because he doesn't have his overlords, but because, in his mind, he has that veil lifted. That is a form of freedom in and of itself. This talk is not as nice should you have returned So-Mi to Myers alive. Reed tries to tell himself that saving So-Mi was the right call, hoping that someday she will see that too, despite her begging, pleading that very day to be free in that most basic of ways. It was quite heartbreaking the way So-Mi is just begging Solomon to just let her die. But he does have his doubts. He can't quite chase them away here. He recalls when he drove her away from Brooklyn, an image he can't get out of his mind.
I can't help stop seeing the same scene, like it's burned inside my dome. We're in a car, moving, leaving Brooklyn. She refuses to turn, look back. No tears, no sobbing, just a statement. Seems like you saved my life. She doesn't believe it. I can hear she doesn't believe it.
All throughout the handoff of So-Mi, he wrestles with his doubts. He remembers what So-Mi said, how she didn't believe that he was actually saving her. He fights what he knows about Myers versus her promises of looking after So-Mi. He has no idea if he's done the right thing. And that period of not knowing, nobody likes that feeling. In the post-ending talk at the basketball court, we see Reed still in denial, perhaps more so than before. He admits that So-Mi won't ever be the same person she once was, but he has hope that something can be done, that hope makes it worth keeping her alive. which calls back to what Johnny said about Hope right before we entered the Cynosure facility.
Chick's a half brain-dead, half AI-controlled zombie, yet still the Gonk's convinced his old partner's trapped inside. That only he can save her.
What would the Big J do? Abandon Hope?
Know what being in the army taught me? Hope dies last, cause the backstabbing bitch makes damn sure she gets you killed first. So you'll warm the fucking grave for her. Saw many thousand-yard stares. Willpower gone, hope hovering for no reason. Wanna bet on miracles? Go ahead. I'll pass.
And we see, as I said earlier, in the Phantom Liberty ending, 2 years later, Somi is not doing good. Like, he doesn't even really know how she's doing. He hasn't seen her or talked to her. That hope is ultimately just empty. V can tell Reed here that he is in deep denial, and Reed does get mad. Reed despises it if V doubts whether they did the right thing or not. The last thing he wants is more doubts from V now, not just the ones he already has inside himself. He hates V saying, "You actually hate that desk job. Why are you talking about it like you're okay with it?" Reed just says, "What do you know about my job? I can't afford to make mistakes. I can't afford to second guess." It's a sad thing that for Reed and So-Mi both, a lot of the time, the endings where they live either totally are, or could be argued to be, the worst endings. As in, for Saul's best ending, So-Mi has to die in Cynosure. For So-Mi's maybe best ending, albeit she might be a tool of Mr. Blue Eyes now, Mr. Blue Eyes video is coming, I promise, Reed has to die. But when I say best, I mean potentially best for that character, because let's be real, every single ending of Phantom Liberty is so jam-packed with details and different outcomes and so much good writing. This is, you know how usually when you play a story where there's multiple different endings, you can usually tell what the canon one is? I can't fucking tell. I don't know if all these endings are so good and interesting that while all managing to be largely fucked up with their pluses and their minuses, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning more towards So-Mi dying in Cynosure as the canon ending, but I don't know. I might change my mind when I make the Songbird video on that. That's how good all these endings are. They're so chock full of incredible writing and potential character development, but it's Solomon Reed's that feels the most full. Tragic, but it's a fistful of narrative fulfillment. This sleeper agent, who has been asleep for a lot longer than 7 years, but in the ending where So-Mi dies, he actually wakes up and realizes, albeit too late in a number of ways, what he's been so willfully blind to all these years. What's that saying? None are so blind as them who will not see. I don't know where that's from. Reed will never be free of his past, of the things that he's done. He will carry those memories of Song So-Mi, of broken promises, of the pain of betrayal. He'll carry them like how baby Johnny carries all those past mistakes of real Johnny with him. Memories of a life that wasn't even his, but that he still takes responsibility for. But like Johnny, depending on V's choices, we can open up a new door, dust off the cobwebs, and remind this broken human what exists beyond the limits of his ideals. Reed's principles have served as his prison, and they will continue to do so unless Reed learns to open his eyes, and not just see the real world around him, but to finally face the reflection of the man he has become. Otherwise, Reed's death becomes another self-perpetuated tale of ironic tragedy. A man who paved a road to hell with his good and noble intentions. Maybe, though, his death is just how it's gotta be. For So-Mi, for Alex, and for V to save themselves. Aurora Cassell, stunning, saucy, bats them eyes at V so perfectly that her brother, Imeric, gets forgotten like yesterday's second coffee. It's hard not to see why, because CDPR absolutely knew what they were doing when they designed Aurora. Like, look at this lady, look at her clothes, look at that wink. Aurora even has a cosplay guide, while her brother, I believe, does not. Yet, as we so often see, looks can be very deceiving. Sometimes beneath that captivating surface lies a formidable foe. Sometimes silence can say just as much, if not more, than those boldest of words. Together, these net-running twins have given the criminal corpo elite a complete, literal run for their money, until their luck finally runs out in a dumpy garage beneath Night City's most vicious district. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories, and how those stories shape us. Let's get into it. Aurore and Aymeric Cassel were born in France, though we don't know the exact age of the twins. My guess is that they were born sometime in the 2040s, maybe the 2050s. This is just based on what we know of the dates of their work history. And yes, most of the work that they've done in their lives is illegal. The Cassel family was decently wealthy enough to afford gene therapy for Aurore, who was born with GJB2 hearing loss. Both twins also received, on top of top-of-the-line medical care, a quality education. It seems that they both developed a shared knack for netrunning from a young age, as they both went into separate careers involving netrunning. Although the paths that each twin chose were, at first, kind of different. Aymeric, the younger of the twins, who also has a terrible allergy to strawberries, began his netrunning career legally, at least in the corpo sense. According to the Codex, he's a formally educated software engineer. Once a corpo, always a corpo. And you can see that in the way Aymeric interacts with V. He's about the money, 100%, as Aymeric is said to have expensive taste. He likes his sports cars. He can admit to Kurt Hansen, at least while V is pretending to be him, that he has a taste for travel. And as the Cyberpunk 2077 wiki points out, this doesn't raise Kurt Hansen's eyebrows. This is something he almost seems to have expected about Aymeric. So maybe this isn't just a thing that V made up on the spot. Aymeric also admires unique and priceless artifacts, like knives. But he's more quiet than anything. He seems for sure the more measured of the twins, as he'd rather not give anybody an edge over him. Like many other corpos, Aymeric practices meditation. We can see that Corpo V practiced meditation in the Corpo intro. We can hear that Rachel Kasich in the Sinnerman questline also practiced meditation. It seems to be a contractually obligated thing that many corpos have to do. But for Aymeric, it seems less to do with contractual obligation. It is genuinely a habit of his. Aymeric's codex describes his belief in quote-unquote spiritual hygiene, meaning he abstains from all recreational drugs and alcohol. He also has this habit, almost in a paranoid sense, of downloading his memories to external drives. He's actually said to have lost some memories of a period between 2072 and 74 when he worked for Petrochem. Those drives were stolen by an unknown thief. Aymeric eventually left the life of a corpo when he realized not the cutthroat realities of corpo life, but rather the lackluster paycheck. Aymeric can admit to V at the Black Sapphire that he couldn't care less about people having a positive opinion of him. He's in business to get what he wants, efficiently, coldly if necessary. There's no frills. He's a very serious person and he's ready for action at any time. The fact that he wears his net running suit underneath a designer jacket to the Black Sapphire party says a lot about how ready he is to just jump into the net and get business done. He looks at a guy like Kurt Hansen, who is, you know, a run-of-the-mill Night City asshole, but I'd say the only saving grace about Kurt Hansen and Dogtown is that he's relatively honest about how things are run. Like, he's not gonna pull the wool over people's eyes and pretend to be a glorified glitzy corpo running galas and charity things like Aurore kind of suggests he should do. But yeah, Aymeric admires Kurt's way of doing business, as harsh and brutal and murderous as it is. I think it's safe to say that generally, Aymeric is the less likable of the twins. And I also like that he tells us why, because he literally doesn't care to be likable. He doesn't really care what people think of him. I imagine he would be absolutely vicious to deal with in a combat situation. He doesn't seem like the type to play with his food, unlike his sister. Aurora is the far more charismatic of the two. She's hedonistic, she has a thirst for risk. She drinks heavily, she probably does some drugs when she wants. She flirts, she teases, she talks circles around whoever catches her interest. And she seems to be very attracted to deadly, dangerous people. She's also kind of inflammatory, and even though we only talk to her properly really once, you kind of wonder how much of what Aurora says is her genuine opinions, or if it's just her attempt to get under someone's skin. She certainly gets under her brother's skin. Aurora is the complete opposite of Aymeric, both personally and professionally, as she's a convicted criminal. Aurora didn't waste her time as a corpo, she dove right into the criminal underworld of France's Le Collectif. Le Collectif is a shady organization where, even in-game, people don't know too much about them. The most we can dig up is that they're considered, at least by the author of the Shard, Le Collectif article notes, a near-terrorist organization. In this shard, there's also some speculation that not all cells of Le Collectif know of one another, hinting that some unknown entity, far higher up the food chain, maybe government, maybe corpo, might be in charge. We don't really know, but what we do know is that Aurora Cassel did a lot of law-breaking work for Le Collectif with her net-running skills, until she crossed the collective herself. The events leading up to Aurora's stint in LaSalle prison are unknown, but she did manage to piss off her old organization by this point. She was living decently, however, in the prison's VIP wing. Maybe it's due to her family's money. Maybe she was able to use her abilities as leverage with the government. She definitely sounds like her skills and her background probably gave her a lot of privilege, and she certainly knows how to talk around people to get what she wants. I wouldn't be shocked if the crime that she committed that landed her in prison was one that she didn't even take precautions for and she just went for it. She was down with the risk. She was kind of probably excited about getting caught. Unlike her brother, who would probably be way more careful. This is why he doesn't have a criminal record that we know of. But after 5 years in prison, Aurora walked free, until Le Collectif put a sizable bounty on her head. She wasn't safe in France, not anymore, which likely broke her fashionista heart. France in the cyberpunk universe is still a fashion capital, and Aurora has a passion for the finest clothes, the most expensive jewelry. But you know, it's not so fun trying on new outfits when you're dead. Loses its luster. Together, Aymeric and Aurora rose to the top of the underground netrunning world, under the name Skylight. For most, their true identity is a mystery. Nobody's even sure if Skylight is a single person or a huge group of people. In the Shard, Skylight, Rising Stars of the Net, it is said that no other netrunner has gained more notice in recent years than Skylight. And this is due to their daring dozen cyber attacks on, quote, the net's best secured servers, stealing data from such megacorps as Petrochem, Zetatech, and Kiroshi. The latest attack on Biotechnica, resulting in the theft and subsequent auctioning of the company's sensitive data, is also attributed to Skylight. The twins have accomplished quite a lot as a duo. You can see the value of a proxy or a fellow skilled netrunner to lean on in a challenging situation, should you play a netrunner V who helps Songbird escape to the moon. When you think about that and combine it with the added benefit of how well the twins probably knew each other, they probably worked excessively well, despite their own bickering. The main point of any contention between the twins was how Aurora liked to play games with people. She was the risk taker in a more fun-loving sense. Whereas Aymeric was not like that. He would only take risks if it was the most logical, efficient option that would give him what he wanted. He wasn't in it for the fun, he was in it for the reward. You can see that difference in the two at the Black Sapphire, when Aurora can tell V her thoughts on Hansen going, quote-unquote, legit.
I mean, Hansen could take Dog down by the throat, eject the junkies, and make it a paradise for billionaires. Just getting rich is dull. You should work for the community, invest, create jobs, throw banquets.
She's getting chatty. Doing good, V.
And charities are excellent washing machines. You launder billions, believe me.
You're so childish, it's beautiful.
What?
Hansen going missionary position in business? Nonsense.
Versus Imeric's more, why play this game when this is working so well as is, without all the extra bullshit and extra problems. He calls her naive, she waves him off, siblings bickering. But as the shard about Skylight says, how long can they keep this up? As the saying goes, the light that burns twice as bright burns half as long. And they have been burning so very, very brightly. Despite the laundry list of ops that have gone off without a hitch, there is one that turned the twins' blood to ice. One that they should have stayed far away from once they escaped it. The op that would, some years later, indirectly lead to their death. Project Cynossure's roots extend all the way back to the 2010s, when Militech was looking to answer Arasaka's own net-running project, Soul Killer. They sought to capture rogue AIs and harness them into their own code-scorching weapons. I'm sure it wasn't easy trying to corral a bunch of rogue AIs with 2010's tech, and eventually, after increased risk, the project was shuttered. After the lab lay dormant for decades, Militech shook off the dust, quietly, in the mid-2060s, only now with a new focus: to tame and gain control of the Black Wall. The op might not have necessarily started that way. Initially, they wanted to reboot the project and capture rogue AIs, just with the better tech and with the assistance of the finest netrunners money could buy. Enter the Cassell twins. It's said in facility emails that the Cassell twins were equipped with a cushy office, that they were treated exceptionally well by management. They, like numerous other unnamed netrunners, were hired by Militech, but as time went on, and these netrunners, considered the top of their field, were picked off one by one in all of these experiments. The Cassell twins, from what we can glean in some emails in the Cynosure facility, seem to recognize the danger that they were in. They realized, I think, the insanity and the terrible potential of what they signed up for. And I mean, it would be hard not to recognize it, considering what we can read. We can see through Songbird's interactions with the Black Wall how disastrous simply working with it is. And you can read emails throughout Cynosure detailing common side effects suffered by netrunners who worked on this project. Memory loss, depression, melancholy. It's said that every single netrunner involved was displaying signs of psychological decline following these experiments. One netrunner even wrote that she was hearing voices. As the project shifted its attentions from rogue AIs to the Black Wall itself, the twins began to indirectly butt heads with Militech. In this following email, Militech Cynosure researcher Lisa Smith says, "Evan, you were right about those twins. Except it's not because they're from Europe or that they get a cushy office instead of slumming it like the rest of us. It's just that they're whacked in the head, the brother especially. During connection, he doesn't say a word. He just stares at you with his dead eyes like he's planning your murder. Either way, they're starting to assert themselves, give us orders, question our expertise. Almost like they're afraid of something. Did you know that they suggested to the board we should start wrapping things up here soon? I don't know, maybe this is just the paranoia talking, but I get the feeling they don't want us to get to the bottom of our research here. So then who the fuck are they really working for? Don't write back. I don't even know if I'll actually send this. I already feel better just getting this off my chest." It is a shame that we don't get to ask the twins any questions about their work for the Cynosure project. But I personally think that they were trying to sabotage the actual project, not out of the goodness of their heart or out of an interest in the common good. I think they were doing it because they recognized the danger that they were in. They recognized, like many netrunners, including Slider, the danger of fucking with the Black Wall. Even if the twins managed to survive being pushed into the Black Wall, as they were contractually bound to do in all likelihood, We can find records in the facility of other netrunners who were roasted and fried by attempted interactions with the Black Wall. Who knows what any of their work on the project would let out of the Black Wall? What disasters could they unleash upon the world? Upon themselves? Maybe Imeric's tendency to put his memories on external drives stems from this project. Maybe there's more behind that than simple spiritual hygiene. Maybe he's got a bit of paranoia from his experiences with that project. For all we know, he could still have memory lapses to this day in general. Maybe the reason why his memories with Petrochem were stolen was to uncover knowledge on Project Cynosure. Maybe his reported assholery was due to more than just simply being born a dick. It sounds like he had a reason to despise the project managers for how hard they were pushing them towards a horrific death. Maybe Aurora drinks and celebrates and parties and takes as many adrenaline-fueled risks as she does to try and escape the memories of those voices. The whispers in the walls, etched beneath her nails, whispering from the shadows of each steel corridor. Ooh. I'm sure they were both always sketchy people because of the criminal work they were both doing, but like, I would not be shocked if this fucked them up a lot. Aurora and Imeric managed to get out of the project alive after its official shutdown. They escaped with unique access codes, data, and of course their own experience with the project. You'd think that they'd know better than to retread that old ground, but the call of eddies and the call of power and wealth and the call of Kurt Hansen was just too much for them to resist. Both twins appreciate those things despite their differences, and so back to Dogtown they went, at Kurt Hansen's request. Although my brain is going in the direction of like a semi-indoctrination theory, maybe they were hearing voices or something from the Black Wall that were telling them to come back, to use the neural matrix to, I don't know. The indoctrination theory is great. That's total side note Mass Effect. You can tell it's on my brain lately. Anyway, Kurt Hansen had recently unearthed that neural matrix that contained a Cynosure AI. Somehow he tracked down the twins and found out they had knowledge of the project, and that's why he wanted them to come to Dogtown and help him fire up this thing again. It's also said multiple times that Kurt Hansen didn't actually realize what was on that neural matrix, at least not really. His interest was in seeing if it was anything that could hurt the NUSA. But I kind of think that the twins had to have known what was on it, or at least had an idea of what was on it. At the Sapphire, V has to get the twins' behavioral data in the casino so they can disguise themselves and Alex as the twins for an upcoming meeting with Kurt Hansen. You gotta turn on that NC charm, especially considering how Reed goes MIA. And yeah, that's where we get the wink scene that made Aurora a character people mourned immensely, from what I could see, despite her short amount of screen time. And I gotta say, God, I love her look. Like, look at the design, that suit, the colors with her red hair, her makeup, the choker, oh my god. She is, for me, the most striking character in the whole game. Aurora wants to meet Carrie Eurodyne's Taylor, well, I want to meet hers, because, like, fashion touchstone. Move over, Imeric, get out of here, Reed, I have real important questions to ask. This is what the op was actually for, at least for my V. The twins here, though, do show a key feature. The feature that would lead to their downfall. This has to do with V's big move of convincing the twins to take a huge risk, to take the bait and bet all of their earnings that night to either win everything, including all of V's money, or lose it all. Either way, this is going to give V the giant reaction that V's going to need to copy their behavioral imprint. Both Imeric and Aurora take the bait, even if Imeric is a bit more reserved. They can't resist the promise of that huge reward. And ultimately, that big risk, big reward way of looking at things would be what gets them killed. In the car ride that I'm about to talk about, there's a dialogue that you can overhear between the twins where they're aware that their presence there could cause quite the shitstorm. But as Imeric says, we're here to do our part, make our money, and then get out of Dodge. They know they're in deep here, but it's like they could not resist the call of the wealth, of the power, of the prestige of Kurt Hansen. The twins kind of do talk up a big game when they're not alone, but when they are alone in that car, you can kind of see some of the doubts they have that they only share between themselves. Also, apparently, fun fact, that whole game at the table with the twins is random with each playthrough. There is no set way it goes, which I kind of love that from a storytelling purpose. It really does go to show that sometimes that risk is gonna fuck you over and there's nothing you can do about it except not take the risk. But then sometimes you do take the risk and you get the big reward. Is dangerous indeed. Imeric loves cars. Aurora loves revelry. This opens up the perfect opportunity for V to ruin their lives. While Imeric was in Night City, he wanted to rent a luxury car. If he was going to be driving his sister around Night City, he's going to do it in a car that he enjoys driving. This opens up a hacking point where V gets a tracer of sorts on the twins through the agency's network before the network shuts them out. V is able to identify their car on the day of the big meeting with Kurt Hansen, where they're set to activate the neural matrix with Song So Mi. But first, they stop by, I believe, the Heavy Hearts Club to have some last-minute fun. Or at least Aurora is, and Imeric is just there to drive and make sure she doesn't get completely shit-faced. When the twins return to the car, Aurora is complaining about a hangover, she's feeling like shit, and her brother is annoyed that she drank so much the night before. V hops in the trunk of the car and hides, ready to take control of the vehicle and reroute the twins en route to the stadium. If V waits to the last possible second to control the car, you can actually overhear the twins talking about Slider, who either the Blackwall or Solomon Reed executed as part of an earlier quest. Through this eavesdropping, you can start a quest where you find Slider's stash using a file you can download from Aurora's head. But should V not take control of the car, should you just wait a little too long, the twins will detect you and you will be fried. When V does hack the car, however, the twins freak out and they put up a bit of a fight. But a Netrunner V especially is equipped to handle this, and they do drive the twins over to that dingy parking garage, where Alex and Reed rip them out of the car, not a single word at all, and execute them immediately. There was no word of warning even to V that this was going to happen. And V can be quite upset by this. And I think the reason is a lot deeper than the real world disappointment of having lost one of the coolest looking characters, and also, in general, two very interesting side characters who would have probably had a lot of cool things to say about Project Cynosure. First of all, V's anger does make sense, because they weren't told about the intended execution. V was misled. They were left out of the loop. If it wasn't clear already, V is not fully trusted by Reed, even by Alex. Aurora and Imeric, once Reed, Alex, and V had all they needed from them, were expendable and executed before they could escape. And not even a physical escape was the biggest issue with these two. They could surely find an access point to hack as soon as they regained consciousness. They're some of the best netrunners in the world. So I can understand why Reed and Alex determined that they had to be taken out of the picture. But the core of what makes this such an upsetting thing for V, and also a really important narrative moment for us to recognize, is that it really falls in line with a pattern that we've seen Reed carrying out throughout the story. First of all, you remember those two guys that we can ally with in Lucretia, My Reflection, Jacob and Taylor? And now I'm thinking of Jacob Taylor, the most wasted character in Mass Effect, saving that for his video. Pickman Wolf's video on Jacob Taylor is awesome if you want to hear a really good, interesting take on Jacob Taylor. Jacob and Taylor disappear. We never see them again after Myers is evacuated. And yes, you can find a list Myers made in the Dogtown hideout where she seems to be reminding herself to set aside funds to pay for that car that either Jacob or Taylor wants as payment. But all Reed says afterwards is that they were taken care of. And then there's Slider, who Reed will execute if the Blackwall doesn't fry him first. There is no way to stop this. And then there's the Cassell twins. There's no way around that either. And then At the end, there is potentially V. Should you stand between Reed and Songbird, he will always attempt to kill you. If you're not quick enough, he will kill you. And sure, he gives you a chance to back away, but yeah, he'll always still flatline you, unless you give up So Mi. Perhaps the saving grace is that he will follow through with his word and get V to Langley, should you choose the Phantom Liberty ending. But still, when up against the wall, V is also expendable to Reed. Everybody who's not FIA is expendable. God, I'm looking forward to getting into his character because he really is very interesting. V is, just like the Cassell twins, ultimately a pawn. You know, why stop there? Everybody in this game is a pawn to somebody, especially in Phantom Liberty. Like, everybody is being used by somebody else to accomplish this on the board there and this on the board here. We're all just bit players. No matter how powerful the characters might think they are, how in control they might think they are, or how noble they think they are, at the end of the day, we're just tiny fish. But I do like the parallels between the Cassell twins and V, who went into Konpeki Tower to be there with Jackie. No matter how tough, capable, intelligent, and strong all of these characters may have thought themselves, all these criminals for hire burnt just as fast as they burned bright. And though it wasn't their only crime, they simply flew far too high for their own good. Classic Night City story. At least I get to keep Aurora's outfit though, that makes me happy. Great job, CDPR, great job. Game of the year. The eagle suffers little birds to sing. A line from Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus that eerily suits the NUSA president, Rosalind Myers. Rosalind is most notably the third president of the NUSA. She's a politician, a corpo, and from these few facts alone, it is very easy to look at her manipulative and power-hungry actions. Actions that, of course, resemble those of the politicians we see in the headlines each day, as to be expected. But there is so much more beneath this overarching antagonist of the story of Phantom Liberty. Things that are easy to miss that explain her thirst for power. Perhaps, through understanding these things, we can come somewhat close to getting to know the devil behind the mask. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories, and how those stories shape us. Let's get into it. This video is about Rosalind Myers, but there is another character that we have to talk about, I think, to really understand the shoulders that she stands on, or, perhaps, rather the shadow she stands in. Elizabeth Kress, the NUSA's first president, but many would refer to her rather as the NUSA's first outright dictator. Elizabeth Kress was born in an American military base hospital on Okinawa in 1978. She was born into a military family, and she followed her father's footsteps in the Air Force. Elizabeth was no standard grunt or jarhead, because after 8 years of service, at the age of 30, she actually became a colonel. And according to the Cyberpunk wiki, Kress was given command of her own NORAD unit. The devil works hard, but Colonel Kress worked harder. Following the events of the First Orbit War in 2008, a short but hard-hitting conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union, Elizabeth found herself elevated to the highest-ranking officer in NORAD, because everybody else was dead. Despite only just surviving a literal moonshot attack that rendered her completely deaf, Elizabeth stayed on and rebuilt the command of the organization. She eventually joined Militech and actually rose to the position of Militech CEO. And yeah, the corpo to Politico pipeline struck again when she left her CEO position to run for political office. Kress was smart enough, like many historical politicians, to use her military accomplishments and her reputation in that sense to get points in the elections. She had some really good spin doctors, as well as a no-nonsense, no bullshit personality on the campaign trail that led to her becoming, first, a senator, and then vice president by 2018. From the very beginning of that particular campaign, Elizabeth really leaned hard into the idea of rebuilding the United States, of making things great again. People really wanted to believe that it was possible to rebuild the concept of the American dream, that this time this administration could do it. The country had been on a downward spiral since the economic crash of '94, leading to the collapse of the country as the world had long known it. The states lost the status of a powerhouse for a number of reasons, but the most prominent reason is that the country erupted into civil war and revolt. Following the economic spiral of '94, many of the USA's westernmost states, as well as Texas, all left the Union and declared their own independence. This was a messy conflict with countless innocents killed, even more who perished due to the ensuing resource hoarding and scarcity that happened between all the states. This particular conflict in Cyberpunk has a lot of history and lore to discuss, so I'm really just scraping over the simple parts of it. I recommend watching Wisefish's video on the Free States. There's just a lot to cover with that part of Cyberpunk's history. It's very interesting stuff. Either way, Cress's campaign strategy proved effective, and she did end up becoming VP when President Blair was voted in. But President Blair fell ill into his first year in office, which meant Elizabeth Cress became the acting president for the remainder of that term. And after that term was up, Elizabeth Cress then won the next presidential election entirely herself. And then President Elizabeth Cress remained president for the next 30 years. President Cress became known as Bull-Headed Betty, because nothing could stand between her and what she sought to achieve. During the Fourth Corporate War, she nationalized Militech. This had to be done as the war between the corps was boiling over into the laps of the politicians. It was making a big mess. Considering the fact that most other countries, in fact, moved to nationalize Militech and Arasaka and other corporate assets before the USA actually did, Cress likely had pressure on that front as well. She wasn't leading the charge in ending the corporate war, which I think is quite interesting. But of course, it wasn't like Militech was happy to do this, because the Militech CEO at the time, Donald Lundy, who is a very interesting character on his own, had no choice but to obey the president's order to cease hostilities. He didn't want to, but he had to do it. From what I could gather, for the remainder of Cress's hold on political office, there was a tug-of-war between her and Lundy over the power of Militech. Even though Cress wasn't the CEO anymore, and Donald Lundy was, she still wanted to have that power over her old company. She wanted that old throne as well as the Oval Office. You know, you can take the corpo out of the corporation, but you can't take the corporation and all its cutthroat tactics out of the corpo. Additionally, Cress wanted Arasaka removed from American soil entirely, which would then allow Militech to expand without competition and would also lessen the chances of potential foreign interference in American politics. This eventually led to the Militech USA-backed plot to bomb Arasaka Tower, the Night City Holocaust. And while yes, that op was an overall success, the fallout, pun intended, was disastrous, as a nuke went off on the 120th floor of the tower rather than beneath it, as was planned. This led to mass death and destruction of Night City as a whole. According to the Cyberpunk wiki, quote, "The blast instantly incinerated over 12,000 people in the vicinity of the towers, and fatally injured upwards of 500,000 more." Now, President Cress knew she had to do some damage control here before shit got out of hand, so she spun the narrative that the bomb was Arasaka's own device, one they set off themselves when they, quote-unquote, realized they could not stand up against the invading might of Militech. But the reality is, Elizabeth Cress knew very well that the nuke had been one of Militech's, one of the nukes that she signed off on. Big whoops. But, you know, her play worked for the most part. Arasaka was then expelled from American soil following the Night City Holocaust, with Cress going so far as to label the board members as terrorists. Following this major win, if you want to call it that, Kress remained president until 2053. And one of the major reasons why she was able to stay in power for so long is because she never revoked the emergency powers that she declared during the corporate war. She would often justify her grip on power with the line of, quote, "There wouldn't be any new national elections until a treaty was signed with the Free States," end quote. And as we know, many of the Free States still remain separate from the NUSA by 2077, especially the Republic of Texas. But you know, despite her statement about national elections, Elizabeth Kress was re-elected, suspiciously, 9 times in her presidential career, so it was all Democratic, right? People just loved her that much. The NUSA wasn't officially known as the NUSA until 2053, when President Kress finally released the reins of the country, but she is considered the first true president, or dictator, depending on who you're talking to, of the NUSA. She was decently liked by many of her people, sure, as she had a very, as outlined in Cyberpunk Red, honest, fair, and tough nature. But on the flip side, people did see her as power-hungry, as corrupt, not just because of her strong ties to Militech. For those who hated the corpse, she was just another oppressor. To the Free States, she was a warmonger, or at least a potential one. And though Kress never got to have her big, unifying American dream come to fruition, she laid the groundwork for a very similar woman who would try her best to give it a shot. As of the 2060s, Elizabeth Kress is alive and well, and it wouldn't shock me to hear that she, by 2077, doesn't look a day over 65, despite the fact that she'd be 99 years old. And one has to wonder just what she thinks of the NUSA's 3rd president, and the first woman to follow her own footsteps in the role, Rosalind Myers. Rosalind Myers was born on March 28th of an unstated year. Normally, I try to predict birth year in cases like this, because you're really a lot of characters that you don't know their exact age. But I don't think I reasonably can predict anything here, considering the fact that Myers comes from an affluent background. Perhaps affluent enough to afford some of the anti-aging cyberware reserved for the upper classes. Myers is different from Kress in the sense that, while Kress came from a comparably modest military brat background, Myers' family dates back all the way to the arrival of the Mayflower. Her roots are those of an invading people, which is eerily fitting given what she does in her political career. Rosalind's family is described as influential, and it's likely that they've always had ties to political and corporate entities. She would have had access to top-of-the-line cyberware, the best food and living conditions, and a quality education. She may have been groomed for leadership potential for all we know, given the sound of her dynastic origins. And she would have grown up knowing all this wealth and privilege, while a lot of the NUSA suffered in extreme poverty. A poverty that does still persist by 2077. At some point, though, Myers sought out a more challenging existence, enlisting with the military. Cyberpunk 2077 doesn't give us too much detail about her exact role or the things she may or may not have done, but Rosalind Myers was indeed part of the Marines. So Myers is no stranger to dangerous, extremely challenging, and stressful situations. V can really see that side of her in the quest Lucretia My Reflection. As we know, the NUSA military kinda goes hand in hand with Militech. And it wasn't long before the corporation noticed the young Marine, both for her skills as a soldier, but also for her tenacity. According to some sources, Myers was noted as being courageous in the battlefield, with a strong respect for NUSA values. Her formidability, both in will as well as in military experience, made her a good fit for Militech's eventual CEO, following the death of Donald Lundy. While Rosalind's pedigree and her family influence probably played some role in her career elevation, it's hard not to see the similarities so far between Myers and Kress, both strong, capable soldiers who earn their stripes on the battlefield, women who possessed leadership qualities still, at least in our world, traditionally associated with masculinity, and not as often encouraged in women. I just find it interesting that oftentimes in our 2025, we do see women increasingly occupying positions of power previously held by only men. But these positions of power are, at least among those most powerful and wealthy institutions, those that have been around for a long time, they are positions built on corruption and historical patriarchy. Cyberpunk does have a divergence in the timeline following, I believe it's World War II, but not from those centuries upon centuries of built-up corruption and oppression of those who weren't intended to thrive in said system. I bring it up because it does add a new layer to Myers and Kress, at least for me. Like, yeah, on one hand, I would love to see a lady prime minister actually get elected in a full-blown election. Not just a party leadership run midterm, not that I don't count Kim Campbell as a prime minister. I'm Canadian, for those who don't know. Like, yeah, I would love to see a lady in that position of power, of course, but then I remember what the system is, how corruption is rampant. The corpo to politician pipeline is very real. The money equals power statement is very true, and it's just like, sure, one step forward. Equal opportunity, corrupt officials in power, why not? That's a joke. But we're still ultimately 5 steps back. And I just find the NUSA and its depiction of its lady presidents grimly realistic. Like, yes, change the system from within. Probably how you gotta do it, right? But it's very hard to get into those most influential systems of power that would benefit from a big change unless you're grandfathered into it, both by blood and name, but also even just by the kind of person you have to be to succeed in that kind of a system. I'm sure exceptions exist, of course, I hope they do. They have to, right? But I don't have a lot of hope. Kress and Myers, for the qualities I mentioned earlier, both served up a compelling image as figureheads, at least on the surface. Maybe Militech, and through them the NUSA government, sought to conjure up that old bull-headed Betty magic again. Myers was CEO for around 9 years when she finally left the position to run for the NUSA presidency. But you know, she didn't really leave. The fact that Kress had ties to Militech throughout her career in the Oval Office was a point of tension for a lot of people in the States, and it remained so with Myers. But you know, when Myers first started as president, she was well liked, for reasons again not dissimilar to Kress. Myers was honest, she had that militaristic simplicity, and she was seen as approachable to the average civilian. She didn't seem to put on airs or anything like that. At least her campaign trail persona was like that. Myers won the election in 2065, and she became the 3rd president to sit the NUSA's Oval Office. And things seemed fine for her first term. I really couldn't find much about what happened in that period of 4 years, but she was well liked enough that she was reelected for a second. Largely on the promise of what Rosalind called a unification program to reestablish federal rule of all the free states. A plan that was not well received in concept by those states in reference. Only a few actually rejoined the Union without war, including Southern California. But once Rosalind was locked in for her second term, she launched her program all right, and started the Unification War. Rosalind ordered NUSA forces to move into those closest free states, a number of which surrendered within days and rejoined the Union. Other states weren't so easy, but in the war's short runtime of a year, NUSA forces managed to gain a foothold in most of the free states. But Arasaka used the Unification War as an opportunity, supporting the free states militarily, and unofficially, with the aim of being allowed back on American soil after all these years. We basically have a Militech-Arasaka war playing out through proxy. Meanwhile, only a few states remained free of outright occupation. the Republic of Texas, which is a whole other can of beans. Texas didn't even ally with the other free states, and it considers itself separate from the free states, and NorCal. And through NorCal, also Night City. But Night City wasn't the city-state we know it as in 2077, but it became one because of this war. Night City had suffered a lot economically, among other ways, because of Myers' war. As we all know, Pacifica was intended to be the paradise playground of the rich, funded by corps of all stripes, Militech included. But the war made all the investors scramble and pull all their funding, leaving Pacifica as the skeletal, half-baked crack zone we see by 2077. Many people who were there building the zone were stranded when they lost their jobs, in the middle of a war. Many of them had nowhere else to go or no safe path to get there. Now, this is where the war really blows up in Myers' face. Myers sent in Kurt Hansen, a colonel, to occupy part of Pacifica in preparation for taking Night City. But this invasion fell apart because of Lucius Rhine. So by the time 2077 rolls around, Lucius does not have a great reputation. He is Arasaka's puppet. But this puppetry goes back way deeper than we're really presented throughout V's story. It is very easy to miss if you don't read shards or listen to the news and all that stuff. Lucius Rhine had contacts with Arasaka way back in the day, and he asked for aid from the corporation in exchange for letting them reestablish operations in NC fully. Arasaka obliged, sending a massive military carrier to basically tell Militech to fuck off. With Arasaka in the picture, the scales were no longer so drastically tipped in the NUSA's and Militech's favor. A peace, unsteady though it was brokered with the signing of the Arvin Accord. This treaty allowed the free states to remain free states, but it also sort of tied them politically to the NUSA, so they were kind of now the not-so-free states, except Texas, who actually refused to sign any treaty. Technically, I guess the war is still going on between Texas and the NUSA. Even with the states that did sign the Arvin Accord, they were still a little too free for the NUSA's liking. But Myers had no choice now, especially with foreign powers in the mix. Yes, her unification program did gain some states, but you can't shake the feeling she went home with her fists balled up. What a year, right? What a year. War is expensive too, so people were not going to be super thrilled about the ultimate failure of the war. And to make things look worse for her, Kurt Hansen decided he wasn't about to leave NC. He was about to carve out his own slice of the pie. Kurt went rogue and he took a chunk of Pacifica for himself, creating Dogtown as we know it during the events of Phantom Liberty. Kurt became quite the powerful figure in his own right, a thorn in Myers' side that she just couldn't remove. An insubordinate colonel, born into poverty and recruited from a petty gang, rose from the bottom to scrape together a formidable empire of his own. Something Rosalind had, overall, failed to do herself. Back home, Myers had some new problems to deal with. Ironically enough, her attempts at unification had left her voter base more divided than ever before. She did get a third term, and not long before the events of Phantom Liberty, she announces that she will be seeking a fourth term. But we're kinda left to wonder how successful she'll be, unless a war erupts potentially, and she invokes emergency powers, like Crest did. Many in the cyberpunk world see Myers as a wannabe dictator who doesn't have the competence to actually make that happen. Even with the peace of the Arvin Accord, the NUSA was experiencing flaring tensions with Texas, who they've been trading blows with since the end of the Unification War, and probably a long time before that too. A war with Texas was possible, but that was just one conflict, because then you had the uneasy peace between the NUSA and the remaining free states. On the corporate front, Arasaka was moving to solidify their foothold on the West Coast with the bureaucratic paving of Lucius Rhine. They weren't wasting any opportunity to regain the ground lost since the Fourth Corporate War, and Militech was gearing up now for a potential fifth one. So, upon the death of Saburo Arasaka, the NUSA likely sighed in relief. Yes, without the Emperor to lead his corporate empire, there was the chance that it would all crumble. Especially with Yorinobu Arasaka at the helm. Fun fact, in the past, Militech had sought to work with Yorinobu when he was more actively working against his father in the Corporal Wars. So maybe they were hoping Arasaka would actually destroy itself from within. An echo of the propaganda spewed following the Night City Holocaust all those years ago. It's just funny that on the N54 news, Rosalind outwardly threatens Yorinobu to watch himself and that the NUSA will teach Arasaka a lesson if Yorinobu has forgotten it. But I kind of think that's just for show, it's just chest pounding. I think they're really crossing their fingers Yorinobu's gonna continue the work he started all those years ago. Which, yeah, depending on the ending you pick, he does. As for Night City as a whole, Militech did still have a presence there following the war, despite Arasaka's dominance. Speaking of NC, there was still the matter of Kurt Hansen. 7 years since the end of the war, Hansen's grip on Dogtown was like iron. The NCPD didn't even bother with the area, and they weren't allowed into Dogtown. There's also Hansen's dealings with the NCPD commissioner, but that's another rabbit hole. Kurt Hansen's ramshackle army gang, Barghest, called the shots within his district and even posed a threat to the variety of gangs beyond the walls. Hansen's power extended far beyond that even to space. Around the world, he was a top-grade supplier of illegal weaponry, military-grade vehicles, you name it. Barghest and Hansen were known around the world to the rich and the powerful. And even Myers at times, at least according to Kurt Hansen, gave him a shout when she needed something. Or at least that's what Hansen can say to V when V and Alex assumed their Cassell twin disguise. Imagine that, like a lowly colonel with no background, now being called for help by the upper crust president of the country whose poverty he'd once survived in that has likely been made worse by Myers' failed campaign. I genuinely think, though, that Kurt Hansen's successes really wounded Myers' pride in the face of her failures. But nothing perhaps got under her skin more than Hansen's boldest move yet. Cue Phantom Liberty. So before we dive into Phantom Liberty, we gotta talk about Song So-mi. So So-mi, as Myers says, was just a kid when the FIA, the NUSA's intelligence agency, singled her out. She'd in fact hacked a Militech data fort, which was no easy feat. As the president says, Songbird broke into her home, a statement showing, indeed, her close ties to Militech. Although some sources believe Myers actually uses the FIA to counter inside threats bubbling up in Militech to help her maintain power, so maybe Militech is not as close to home as she'd like. Initially, the FIA was going to flatline Songbird, remove the threat that this teenage netrunner posed, but at the urging of Solomon Reed, the FIA's most capable agent, Songbird was recruited. At first, this was relatively fine. Reed was there to look out for Songbird, or at least to make her feel like he was. He and the operatives he managed shared a close bond, and Songbird swore an oath to Myers, the oath that all FIA agents typically swear when they become an official agent. We're gonna talk about the contents of that oath a little more in a bit, but point is, Myers, with the urging of that oath, with her eventually presenting Songbird that medal. From what we can see in Songbird's memories, the president was really keeping up this image of a strong, good, inspiring leader who could speak casually with the people under her in command. There's many faces that Myers wears that she switches to when she needs to, and a more soldierish, casual persona where she demonstrates a degree of care for So-mi is the one she tends to use around her and even with V. But as we all know, actions speak louder than words. Songbird was one of the FIA agents assigned to Night City during the Unification War. She was there with Reed, Alex, and a number of unnamed operatives. But when the Arvin Accord was signed and the war was over, it was high time the agents pulled out. Reed made it a point to get as many surviving operatives out of NC before he himself left. But Myers was brokering another deal under the table. From their few interactions and the things that we can hear from both characters, Rosalind Myers used to be very friendly with Solomon Reed. There was a trust between them, a camaraderie. Reed himself was loyal to a fault to the NUSA, and assumably its president. But for Rosalind, her loyalty to him had a price tag. She could be bought. Arasaka knew of Reed and his work against the corporation throughout the war. In order to end the hostilities between them and Militech, they demanded Myers hand him over for all the blows his cell had done to the Corp. And she did, to help end the war, to keep Arasaka satisfied. And she got Songbird to be the one to facilitate the exchange. As far as Reed knew, he was finally going home. Somi had stayed behind in their base beneath the Moth and gotten him access to a train to Southern California, when, in reality, she was there to lock him in the train car while Arasaka killed him. Solomon, against the odds, survived that attack, though the NUSA did declare him dead and kept him on as a sleeper agent. They weren't about to waste the unexpected survival of one of their best operatives. Out of his whole surviving team, only Songbird knew he still lived, but that he knew that she had been the one to pull that trigger on him in the way she did likely shattered her just as much as it did Reed. And you can see Somi in the Phantom Liberty trailer the moment she damns her mentor. You can see how she hesitates, the pain of what she's about to do, and you can see how Reed barely has time to register it himself before he is brutally attacked. In 2077, Reed still doesn't blame Songbird, but he blames Myers. Even if he tries to mask that blame behind a very thin kind of acceptance that it was part of his job. Like, it is already fucked up that you betray a friend, a guy who was a diehard loyalist to your cause, who did have at least some degree of personal trust and belief in you, but to make his protege, someone he kind of treats a bit like a daughter in a lot of ways, be the one to kill him? Like, no, Songbird didn't hold the gun that shot him, she didn't beat the shit out of him herself, but she opened those doors and left him to die, because Myers ordered her to. Like, that's fucked. Somi was never a loyalist to the NUSA, she kind of had no choice but to join. Her giving away that medal that Myers gave to her in a show of pomp and circumstance shows just how little she actually cares for the NUSA and the values that Myers really tries to present as being her deeply held core beliefs. Whereas Solomon kind of clings to that false reality, Songbird never gave a shit and never believed it. She was just born in the NUSA, and if she hadn't joined the FIA, she would have been killed or imprisoned. But that moment where she left Solomon to die, that really kicked off Somi's growing dislike of Rosalind Myers. It did not foster any positive feelings of trust and appreciation and gratitude and understanding between the president and her most valuable tool. And I say tool because that's exactly what Myers turned Songbird into. That's how Myers sees the people under her command, try as she might to have a rapport with them. With Reed out of the way now, though, there was no one left to protect Somi. Not that I think Reed was really that powerful against Myers' power. From 2070 onwards, Myers had Songbird poking around the Black Wall, as the interest in the AI had not dimmed since the shutdown of Project Cynosure. Somi was kind of the next chapter of that project, largely against her will. Eventually, though, Myers was forcing Somi to not just go beyond the Black Wall, but to harness it the way Cynosure had initially sought to do. This required increasingly heavy cyberware modifications, to the point that Songbird's whole body is chrome. Songbird's design itself is a gut punch, especially when you first meet her in person as V, because yes, on seeing her from the front, she looks like a normal netrunner. But when she turns around, you see what has been done to her. It's body horror, it's a stab in the back, except instead of a stab, it's been a full body switch up. When you compare the way she looks then with the punk rocker netrunner girl that she conjures in V's mind, what she used to look like, it's just daunting and depressing and terrifying. Myers didn't care about Somi as a person, about how much of a toll this was all taking on her sanity, her humanity, and her health. I do think Myers always viewed her and Reed and Alex, like everyone else, as tools. But only now with Reed gone, with her true ruthlessness unmasked to Somi, could that really show outwardly. Songbird became a weapon of unprecedented mass destruction. She was the president's own coup de grace. But as you may have noticed, Myers has a really big flaw. She's not as smart as she thinks she is. President Myers sits in Space Force One with her cup of coffee and her brief in front of her. She's flying over Southern California with Song So-mi, the stars upon the horizon. She offers her distracted operative a sleeping pill. At least I think it's a sleeping pill. When Space Force One is hit, someone's fired a rocket and that ship's been hacked. They're being redirected to Night City airspace and they're going down fast. So-mi gets in contact with V, the mercenary, through the relic, and offers the merc life-saving help in return for safeguarding the president's life from whoever shot them down. But of course, as we find out later, this was entirely a ploy by Songbird and Kurt Hansen working together in a really weird alliance that ultimately blows up in everybody's faces, but that is for another video. As Space Force One plummets towards the Earth, Rosalind tries to remain calm. She tidies up her papers obsessively. She tries to exert control over whatever little things she can. So-mi gets her to a safe room before fleeing in an escape pod herself. V eventually finds the president, and she shows right away that she's no slob. If you don't have a high enough body skill, or if you're just not quick enough, the president will disable V pretty quick. For all the things Myers is, many of those things are not nice, she is a highly skilled soldier. She can hold her own. But there is a computer on Space Force One with some enlightening emails that present some interesting questions. We see some unsurprising correspondence regarding her security, threat analysis of Texas and other threats, etc., etc. But there's an email regarding the Compilation Plaza heist. Clearly, the FIA has been monitoring the situation from behind the scenes. But who the agent is writing this email, no one knows. Maybe T-Bug? And yeah, I do wonder if she was a Militech operative, or if she's even dead. I get into that in my video on her, but a big reason why is because of this mystery informant mentioned in this email. Informant 01257. And as a number of Redditors have pointed out, O plus the 12th letter of the alphabet, then the 5th, then the 7th, spells Oleg. And Oleg Darkovich is Dexter Deshawn's bodyguard who vanishes after V is killed. We find Dex's body, but I don't think anybody has ever found Oleg Darkovich's. It's very interesting, right? Myers says on the news following Saburo's death that the NUSA had nothing to do with it, but it makes you kinda wonder if they knew some things or if they had a hand in something. Compilation Plaza was a Militech op, there I said it. V is a Militech experimental AI-powered super soldier called the ARS-05, the setup of which is presented to us in the novel Cyberpunk-2077, no coincidence. Anyway, throughout V's mission with Myers, trying to get her to a safe house on Elizabeth Crest Street, it's not hard to kinda like Myers. At least on your first playthrough, if you have no prior knowledge of her presidential record. As far as first impressions go, she was quite cool. She felt very easy to know. Like, it did feel like she had your back, considering all those times she helped V out of danger, or up off the ground when V was injured. She gave off a no man left behind kind of vibe, and she can take a hit without complaint, she can return fire like it's no problem. The shit that she says to the Barghest soldiers in combat is kind of funny. She also opens up to V in a way that makes her seem sympathetic, with how she mourns the crew of Space Force One, how she blames herself, how she seems to be unsatisfied with her presidential life, the sleeping pills, the non-stop briefs. She's really good at building that personal bond in a short period of time, and you can understand why people decided to vote for her after seeing this side of her. She also has that demonstration of trust towards V with the removal of that tracker near that artery. She thanks V when V talks about the relic more openly with her. Like, yes, the tracker does have to be removed by someone, but I think she also knows she can use that to build trust and loyalty between her and this merc that she literally just met. I really got, here's my Star Trek Voyager thing, I really got Captain Janeway vibes from her, especially the first playthrough, both from how she carried herself, this persona she was donning, and from how she looks. She has that similar hairstyle to Janeway, even a similar kind of face too to Kate Mulgrew. Even her voice has that commanding edge to it. Janeway is of course different. She's a scientist, I think, if my memory is serving correct, not a soldier. But yeah, there's just a very similar vibe. But with Janeway, it feels genuine. With Myers, especially on subsequent playthroughs, you can feel how false it is. Of course, that could just be because we played through the story and we know what we know, but there's little things that you notice. There's a line from Myers in the tunnel on the way to the safe house, which is on Elizabeth Crest Street, as I said, where V asks if Myers is jealous of her.
Elizabeth Crest Street. Bullheaded Betty. That's what we called her. Re-elected 9 times. Believe it? She must have had her ass welded to that seat. Funny how she has her own street in Night City, of all places.
That jealousy I'm detecting?
Please. Jealous of what?
And yeah, sure, she brushes it off, but I do think she is very envious of Cress. Of Cress's power, of her reign, her accomplishments. The building itself is a tall building, and we don't even get to the top of it. High up in it, as Myers might be, the shadow of that building on Elizabeth Crest Street is still taller. I think Myers is chomping at the bit to have her fame, that recognition and power that her predecessor had, to exceed it. But try as Militech might, try as the NUSA might, Myers is not Cress. Her messy second term could very well be a symptom of her impatience in that regard, to try and prove herself, to try and grasp for that power. That's not to say that Cress was a perfect leader or that she had a perfect reputation or anything. She very well could be an even shittier person than Myers, which wouldn't be shocking at all. But the thing with Elizabeth Cress is that she was able to hold on to power for 30 years without any, insofar as I can find, super widespread discontent or civil war or rebellions. That says something. Not that she's a great leader, but that she walked the line a little more carefully, a little cleverly. She bided her time. A thing with Cress's life story too is that a lot of the time her advancements in life came after an accident occurred or something happened that elevated her. And you could argue that that's pure coincidence, but maybe Cress was just smart enough and patient enough to wait for the perfect chance to seize an opportunity. She was a lot more cunning. Like, she crawled her way through politics up to VP and only became president when her president died, and she filled in the position and then won the next year in her own election. Even in the military, she skyrocketed on the command ladder when everybody else died. And it's not like she took over that branch of the military herself afterwards. She helped rebuild that high command and then left and went to Militech. Like, I don't know, that difference versus Myers, who jumps into CEO, jumps straight to the presidency, and then jumps right to war. Like, she's really pushing really hard to get what she wants. She doesn't feel as strategic or careful. Even in the major accidents both presidents suffer in their lives, there is a noticeable kind of flipping between the two. And I mean, with Cress in the wartime disaster that gave her the opportunity to show her strength as a leader, Cress was shot in a jeep on Earth from a moon base. That's an insanely lucky outcome, Certainly, it would have been a moment to reckon with one's mortality and potentially reflect on your life. It could have been the big turning point for Cress's life. Who knows? Maybe that moment in her survival is what led her to become a corpo and then a political person, and then who knows? Myers, meanwhile, gets shot from the Earth on her hyper-expensive, fancy presidential spaceship with one of Barghest's rockets while she's in space, while she's supposed to be above it all. It feels like more of a below-the-belt, maybe humbling or humiliating even experience for her. On one hand, you have this lowly guy from Barghest shooting down the president's space plane, and on the other hand, you have the future president dictator of the NUSA being attacked by an entire European-type union's worth of military. The differences between their two big events is pretty interesting. In the Militech exhibit in Dogtown, we get to hear, without Myers' knowledge, Songbird's own opinions about her president.
It was an urban renewal effort, designed to curb Arasaka's growing influence. Militech backed most of the projects.
So Militech sank money into Dogtown too.
That's not what it was called then, but yes.
On paper, urban renewal. Under that cover, military infrastructure development. But abandon all hope of hearing a word of truth.
A bright future, with the right financing. But wars scare off investors.
Wars don't happen out of the blue. This? No exception. Orders were issued. There's the Rosalind Myers I know. Never a shadow of accountability.
A gilded monument to a certain someone's bloated ego.
Takes one to know one.
Not a shred of accountability, she says. That's the Rosalind Myers I know. Yeah, Myers very much avoids the fact that she and her choice to start the war is the reason they stand in the shithole they stand in. It's why Pacifica is the way it is. It's why Kurt Hansen has this empire. She can sort of brush against the fact that, yeah, it's a bit of Militech's fault and my fault, but she can't outright admit that. She's not as honest as she tries to appear to be. Myers' outfit is also very striking. I've said this before, I think in my Hanako video, ages ago. I don't talk about this enough. Fashion is a really important storytelling tool. This pantsuit is not only elegant, but it has that clear, sharp, military-esque order and commanding vibe to it. The gold design on her shoulder almost resembles an epaulette. This really adds to the military rep and prestige and power that she wants people to remember when they see her. She stands like a commander as well, like a figure of power. She wants to look the part of somebody who can win that war, who can win that conflict, who can hold that power. But also, her outfit is white, like Hanako's, and white is usually a bad sign when someone wears it in this game, as I get into a bit more in Hanako's video. One thing that I think about Myers, with her ability to utilize the right persona with the right person, I think that this is so effective because she herself believes her own bullshit as she's embodying it. She sells it to herself. When she's in comrade soldier mode, not Soviet comrade, but you know what I mean, I think she's all in that camp. Like, why would someone buy what she's selling if she wasn't sold on it herself, right? I don't know, I could be wrong, but that is the vibe I get. Like, she believes the bullshit that comes out of her mouth, even though she knows it's bullshit, but she still believes it anyway, including all the nice reassurances and nice things that she says to Songbird. Myers probably does believe that she treats Songbird well, that the FIA provides for her through Myers' wishes, and that is enough evidence that Songbird is overreacting and never had any need to flee. I think she buys into that as well, personally. I don't think for Myers this is simply a lie she is saying out loud. Myers, as Somi says, can't take accountability. She tends to blame everybody else around her rather than herself, the person at the top with the most power who makes the biggest calls to even take accountability in her own head. Myers tries to make it seem like Songbird is the traitor. Overhear that conversation between her and Reed. Myers says that Songbird is giving her no choice but to pursue her. And Reed does call her out on this with his "your choices or hers" when she says that there's just some choices that you can't come back from. And yeah, Reed does fold pretty quick after he says that, unfortunately, but it's true. Immediately, Myers is placing blame on the person that she has been torturing for the last how many years, pushing her to the point of death, pushing her to the point of being desperate. Songbird even believes here that Myers is mainly motivated by revenge, anything to get her back. When it comes to getting Songbird back to the NUSA, this isn't just about having a valuable asset back under her control, not anymore. It's personal. Whether or not Myers knows about So-Mi hacking Space Force 1 or not, I don't know the answer, but I think by now she probably knows that. Nearly done in by her favorite weapon and that old thorn in her side, Myers does have an ego, and it definitely drives her a lot more than I think she would want to admit. Like, when I think of Songbird back in the NUSA, I just feel dread. Like, oh god. Like, what sick shit is the Myers underneath the mask gonna put her through just to get a little bit of satisfaction, of revenge? Like, ugh. Like, the president will still place blame on V for Songbird's death in one of those endings, even though it was Myers' choices and decisions that led Songbird to the point where she would rather be dead than go back to the NUSA, and it's just like, oh my god, Myers, how delusional can you get? Myers continues to build a rapport with V when they actually do reach the hideout. She changes into some ragged Night City clothes, can have a drink with V, and V can even say, "You have my vote in the next election, Madam President." She doesn't even talk about policy or anything. It's just the way she acts and manipulates. We can see a glimpse, though, of the ruthless person she hides beneath that, when her first thought is to kill Jacob and Taylor when they enter the hideout. Completely coincidentally, it wasn't their fault, they just happened to be there. I mean, sure, I get why she thought to do that in a vacuum, but it goes to show a first glimpse at what lies behind the persona that V is introduced to, that V would vote for, potentially. But she recovers pretty quick should you manage to persuade Jacob and Taylor to stand down. She'll even shake their hand and then give a fist bump if they stayed to keep her safe. She agrees to give them a huge payday. She doesn't talk down to them either. So far, so good, Madam President. If we didn't already know what she was capable of. We also find a note of things to do when she gets back to Washington that include calling her mother, organizing a funeral for the victims of Space Force 1, and also, if you do save Jacob and Taylor, where she says to set aside funds to pay them. And this note can really make you think that, okay, so cares about things, she's true to her word. To get out of Dogtown, Myers knows she needs help. Not a plan, a man. Solomon Reed. Myers tells us that Reed has been in Night City, and he's gone to ground as a sleeper agent. She withholds from V the nature of their parting, though, and she gives them the information they'll need to wake him up. An old payphone and a specific phone number. But first, Myers gives V a token, one solidifying their status as an FIA agent. Plus, V can take the oath. The very same oath Songbird reluctantly took all those years ago.
As we're on the same side, can't hurt.
Oh, V.
Repeat after me. I, V, do hereby solemnly swear.
I, V, do hereby solemnly swear.
To faithfully serve the new United States of America.
To faithfully serve the new United States of America.
I vow to uphold the values set forth in the nation's Constitution and represent its government with dignity and due diligence.
I vow to uphold the values set forth in the nation's Constitution and represent its government with dignity and due diligence.
I pledge to defend my country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Should this cause claim my life, so be it.
I pledge to defend my country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Should this cause claim my life, so be it.
On behalf of all NUS citizens, I thank you. Good luck out there, V. And don't let the bastards nab you.
And then Johnny says this about the oath.
You know, taking that oath, bad idea.
Oh yeah?
Some causes are worth pledging your life to, V. This ain't one of them.
How'd you come to that?
'Cause with the biz done, their arm will still be far up your ass and you'll be a meat puppet. No, I was once a corpo jarhead, right? Practically dove into uniform head first. They had a real hard-on for the oath. Repeat after me, Blondie fucking blah. But can't remember what I solemnly pledged to do.
Sure you want to talk about this?
Forget it. You were just doing chewing out.
And yeah, Johnny's hit the nail on the head. The words of that oath are manipulative. And while yes, loyalty has value to all kinds of people, in Myers' case, loyalty is a tool to get people to do what she wants them to do. I don't know if everybody felt this way, but I kind of got the vibe that Myers was a little bit unnerved that V didn't take the oath.
Yeah, no, let's skip the formal thing.
Is there a problem?
It's just a big commitment, you know? Can't swear to something I don't believe in.
It's your choice. I understand this was sudden.
Maybe a bit surprised. V is a bit of a wild card, and Myers might be used to people bending the knee as it was to being a bit more predictable. She might be so used to loyalty to her office and the NUSA and what that can mean to a lot of people that she takes it for granted. Night City is an odd place for her. She's kind of out of her element. Considering we're in Dogtown, run by Kurt Hansen, she might be placing V in a similar risk box to him. Upon finding Reed and getting him back to the hideout, things seem fine. He asks about Myers' safety, he questions V's ability, typical secret agent stuff. He asks if Myers is smoking again, as that is a marker of her stress level. Which, yes, she is smoking when she tells V to go get Reed. And considering that we now know that detail, and what we know of her past with Reed, that's probably a big part of her stress and why she was smoking. She was probably thinking like, oh shit. It's not just the fact that she's in Dogtown. Could Reed let her down here like she let him down all those years ago? Myers turns on the charm when she sees Reed again, trying to appeal to Solomon's sense of duty and loyalty to the NUSA. She tries to use their old friendship, but that is the weakest angle, and I think she recognizes that really quick. She says what she has to say in regards to the betrayal. The big carrot, though, that she dangles in front of Solomon is so me. Myers knows the kind of loyalty and care that Reed has towards those under his command, especially her. She wants her own safety, and she wants her most powerful weapon secured and back in the safety of the NUSA. Two birds, one stone with Saul, and V can be the muscle who is tied to Songbird. Reed also reveals, though, in this meeting, what Myers did. He views himself as already dead, he says later on, a ghost since that attack. On one hand, Reed says it was part of his job. What Myers did wasn't personal, she had to do it. But you know, Reed as a person never fully trusts Rosalind again. I doubt he really believes her sincerity when she apologizes, after trying to dodge the subject in front of V. Like, if she was really ready to make amends, she wouldn't have hid what she did. She would have said it. You'd think that she would acknowledge the effect that it has on the stakes and everything. I mean, sure, maybe she didn't tell V because she was worried it would make V not trust her, but maybe she was hoping V's presence in that meeting with Solomon would mean that that discussion wouldn't come up. But ultimately, I think to save some face and to protect the system he's loyal to, Reed doesn't get super deep into his own feelings about the president. Now, the scene with Reed and Myers has that unique slatted lighting from the blinds, where Reed stands for most of this conversation in those shadows. Myers kind of goes back and forth between the light on the desk and the shadows where he stands, and on one hand with Reed, I'm thinking of how he sees himself as a ghost. He's not all there, he'll never fully be himself again, he is a broken man or just about to be one. And this could be maybe his last chance at maybe fixing that void, maybe? But the other way that I see it, with the way this scene and its characters are lit, Myers is, when she finally settles on the desk, half in the light, half in the dark, it's like she's showing V a specific side of her. Maybe the side she wants you to see. Not the side at the back, especially when she's properly facing the desk. It reminds me of when we meet Songbird at the Black Sapphire. Her front half, a facade that hides the crimes Rosalind committed upon her, revealed when she turns around. We see in Songbird the truth of who Myers is, just in looking at her. And also in the first conversation between Reed and Myers, with the lighting and everything, you really are kind of left to wonder who's more worth your trust here. Is it the guy who is standing in the shadows, who's extremely difficult to read, no pun intended, or is it the devil we already know, but actually maybe kinda don't? As long as V follows Reed's instructions for Myers' evac, she is safely escorted back to NUSA territory. A little ominous detail though is Jacob and Taylor. Some say that they found Jacob and Taylor's bodies in-game. Executed by a dumpster is what I've often heard, but I've never found it myself. I know if V and Myers are seen in the sewer system and the tunnels on camera and everything, that Jacob and Taylor will be found dead outside the elevator of the hideout. Some people say that they've found them outside of Dogtown, but I've never seen screenshots of that. I've never found them myself. But for me, Reed's actions throughout Phantom Liberty, combined with his text to V saying, "Don't worry about them anymore," I feel like he does kill Jacob and Taylor, not unlike he did with the Cassell twins. Jacob says he's not a knife to the back guy, but maybe this is a hint that they were shot in the back by Reed, maybe shot in the face. Perhaps on Myers' order, perhaps on Reed's own initiative. Either way, whatever happened, Myers is one of the few people who knows the truth, at least I think. As Phantom Liberty goes on, we do learn bits and pieces of how Reed feels about Myers. He says, along with Alex, that Myers doesn't really know the specifics of their op to get Songbird. Maybe this is a lie, but I can't shake that that is the truth. And for Myers, that is dangerous. One of her most accomplished operatives doesn't actually trust her anymore. He's a human being. Of course, Reed's not gonna just shrug off Myers selling him out. He's traumatized, even if he doesn't show it in the way one would initially expect. But all he cares about is So-Mi, even if he is, in the process, disregarding what she herself wants. Just like Myers did in cramming so much chrome in her despite Songbird's protests. That's the thing. You're either siding with someone who can't respect someone else's wishes because of their own warped sense of loyalty and values, and someone who just genuinely doesn't care at all, at least not enough compared to her own desires and designs on power. Even if you side with Songbird, there's some dark implications about just how deep a shit she's getting into. In the endings with Myers, though, aka Mittens, because that's the code text you get regarding V's payment for safeguarding her, you can see her true face in a variety of facets. Should you side with Songbird, Myers basically tells Reed that he's incompetent and says to use lethal force. Even against So-Mi, just to avoid shooting her head so her body could be used. Her dirty work is done by other hands, but she gives the order. Like, maybe there is a small part of her that does sort of care about So-Mi because she does spend time with her, clearly, a lot of the time, but like, I somehow don't think she was that great of a friend. Also, in the saving Songbird ending, just imagine Myers finding out V slaughtered a couple hundred, I don't know, of the NUSA's top soldiers, like their spec ops. How much of a blow to her ego will that be? It's just like Kurt Hansen all over again. It's just, this time, it's a random Night City mercenary. There's the added slap of So-Mi getting her into this whole mess in Dogtown and everything too, with her hacking the plane and dealing with Kurt Hansen. I see a lot of parallels between So-Mi and V, of course, but there's also many parallels between Hansen and V and So-Mi. And yeah, he's probably actually my favorite character in terms of how interesting he is, which is surprising even to me, because when I first played Phantom Liberty, I did not expect to be so fascinated by Kurt Hansen. Anyway, back on topic. I'm excited to cover him someday. That'll happen soon. Should V return Songbird alive after fighting their way through the Cynosure facility, Myers shows a very manufactured kind of gratitude. That medal, the very same that So-Mi got, a worthless token, all in all, especially with V dying. It's a medal for an institution that hides behind duty, loyalty, and inspiring speeches, an ugly, predatory face. It's just interesting, and it says a lot that throughout Phantom Liberty, especially if you do the Cynosure ending, you get to see and understand that you and Songbird both got the same medal. And you and Songbird both had the opportunity / had to get surgery through the FIA. And what happened to Songbird after that surgery? Certainly wasn't what she expected. It was surgery that basically ruined her life. So what's gonna happen to V? I mean, definitely with the Phantom Liberty ending, it's up to you whether it's a terrible ending and it's sad and depressing, or if it's bittersweet with a silver lining to it. But yeah, it's like Phantom Liberty and the Cynosure ending was all kind of a warning for what was gonna go down. Songbird and V, 2 peas in a pod. V can even make a remark of, oh, is this the act you're putting on for the cameras? Rosalind says that there's no media is ever gonna know about this, but I think she's just doing this to seal the deal neatly with V. She just wants to be done with it. Sure, she says that maybe they'll be working with V again in the future, but Myers will also say to Somi as she lays unconscious on that stretcher, basically almost comatose, those very empty words of comfort to Somi. It just feels so gross. It's not comforting, it's a disguised warning, at least to me. Because we now know, from the story of Songbird's suffering, how Myers actually sees her. This is a hollow end for V, who, even with the Phantom Liberty ending, gets the short end of the stick. And sure, yes, there's that job offer to work at Langley with Reed, but Reed is also behind a desk now. Reed, who knows exactly the kind of person he is now serving. I think the only capacity in which Myers would trust Reed to work for her, because of her past betrayal of him, is a desk job, but also it's the fact that Somi is still alive and Myers can still dangle the carrot of Somi to Reed to keep him in line. She knows he doesn't trust her anymore, but Reed is also kind of cowed in this sense too. He seems very sad and empty after this ending. And lastly, should you show mercy to Songbird, Myers really shows her bitterness. Off comes the mask of a personable soldier. We now see the power-hungry Corpo, pissed off that her net-running nuke, this key to power to victory, is dead. V is nothing. V is disposable, but is left to live out their days because, well, at least Songbird's body is back. I mean, the FIA certainly won't help V remove the relic. As Myers says, that wasn't part of the deal. The deal was that you bring me Somi alive, and then your life will be saved. Even if you do side with Songbird, Myers will put a hit on V through Alex, but that's not a surprise at that point. She could still very well have somebody looking to kill V, we just don't know about it, in any other ending. This is a bit of a side point, but there's this thing throughout Phantom Liberty where all of these characters that we meet, and I guess like most characters in Cyberpunk, but you know, like specifically in this expansion, they're not free no matter how free they might look. For Songbird and Reed and Alex and even Kurt Hansen, and V, of course, their lack of freedom is more obvious. Like, I think we can all kind of go like, well, yeah, this person's not free because XYZ. I'll get into them in their videos. But for Myers, it's pretty easy to forget that she too, I think, seems to feel rather trapped in a way. Yes, Myers did run for office, but I do wonder if she ever really had much of a choice to end up where she did. As I mentioned earlier, she could have been raised to be this person that we unfortunately meet, expected to someday hold office in some way, shape, or form, to wield power. She does express some frustration with the monotony of her life, like her usual day-to-day back in Washington. She seems to really come to life on the battlefield, even though we do have to remember that she is putting on a facade of sorts here. And she has it all, and she likely always has. But this freedom she has isn't all-encompassing. Where she is in her mind, she's kind of stuck, especially with the constant gnaw of her own hunger for power. I'm not trying to paint her as a sympathetic figure or anything, but it's just interesting that she herself lives under the falseness of these phantom liberties of power. in the former land of the free and the home of the brave. In the ending where you return Songbird's body to the NUSA, Rosalind can say that she might understand Somi's situation, the choice between life and death, better than V realizes. This could be just something she tells herself to help her sleep at night. Maybe she's just trying to minimize Somi's own need to do her own thing, even in death, in choosing whether to live or to die. Maybe this implies that she's also been pushed to the edge of life and death in a similar way. Not just in a firefight, like maybe she's dealt with depression or other mental illnesses in her time in the office. She does sound, again, highly stressed. Another thing too, though, is that Rosalind is the main character in Shakespeare's As You Like It, and she's noted for being an effective schemer, extremely loyal to her friends, and a good leader. And Rosalind can't seem to escape that expected archetype, yet she has struggled to measure up to that kind of reputation. Like, I'm sure she's done some good things, politically speaking, to still be in office. She can't have pissed off everybody yet. But war's a big whoopsie. I don't know what to tell you, especially when it doesn't quite accomplish what you hoped it would. The other thing too that is a commonality between Rosalind of 2077 and the Rosalind of As You Like It is that she has to pretend to be a male shepherd named Ganymede in order to escape and blah blah blah, it's a thing. And then you see Rosalind's outfit when she's in Night City, it's very tomboyish or boyish, and I just kind of found that to be like is this really a Ganymede reference that I'm seeing here? Because that would be cool, and there is a lot of Shakespeare references in Cyberpunk, and yeah, it's just, I found it interesting. Off track. And that is the end of our 2077 antics with Myers. There's a lot of hints that she is not done with her warmongering. Conflict is on the horizon between the Free States and the NUSA, Arasaka, and Militech. Perhaps more than a civil war. Perhaps a fifth corporate war. Myers ultimately only cares about those under her rule insofar as they can offer her something in her quest to continue to rise up. She suffers their existence, their peace, for as long as it's convenient for her. Because in the end, all is disposable in her quest for power and control. Until someday, maybe she can have her own street named after her, after her own 30 years of power when she takes Night City for the NUSA. Myers may very well have a softer side. She may very well have a slightly more caring side. A side that nobody sees except those she's closest to. But knowing what she's capable of to people that are of no importance to her, would you really want to see that side of her? Would you even be able to believe in that side of her? Ultimately, I kind of doubt that Rosalind Myers will stay in power very long. I don't think she's gonna beat Cress's 3 decades, because all it takes is one bad call for it all to come tumbling down. And Myers has indeed made quite a lot of bad calls. She has enemies in Washington. She has enemies in Militech. Maybe, if it's canon that Songbird was taken alive by the NUSA, her ace in the hole will be her doom. Even if not, as Reed and Alex say, if word ever got out about Myers poking the Black Wall bare, there would be hell to pay. From outside her administration, and from within. Thus is the fate of those who play the puzzling game of power, in that land of broken dreams and phantom liberties. Yes, he's a criminal, he's a dictator, and he's almost definitely flatlined countless helpless people in his quest for power. Yet Kurt Hansen is so much more complicated than those labels imply. You know the characters of Phantom Liberty are complex and messy when it's the Iron Fist dictator of Dogtown that is, ironically, more honest with V than most of the main cast of characters you are forced to collaborate with. If you wish there was an option to side with Kurt Hansen somehow, you are not alone. A lot of people out there feel the same way. But will that sentiment change once we dive into the full story and character of Kurt Hansen? Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories and how those stories shape us. Let's get into it. Kurt Hansen's story began in the NUSA on September 22nd, 2031, putting him at the age of 45 by the events of Phantom Liberty. And his story began much like countless others in the cyberpunk world, at the bottom. Kurt grew up in the lower classes of his country, poverty and violence being a long-standing issue for the NUSA. Kurt did what most kids in his situation did. He joined a local gang. Given the state of the world in the 2030s and beyond, a lot of people probably didn't feel like they had a lot of options to build a better life, and felt like they had no other choice but to get involved with crime. One of the other options too, aside from that, was selling your body in some way, shape, or form. And as soon as Kurt was a legal adult, he enlisted with the Militech Armed Forces. Kurt rapidly rose through the ranks of its military academy, and in his file, which we can find in Alex's hideout beneath the moth, Kurt's ability as a leader was noted and highly valued by his superiors. Despite a likely minimal education, Kurt was a natural problem solver, and he was noted as being extremely efficient at interrogation, aka getting people to tell you what you wanted to know. The other thing that's interesting about Kurt too, that is referenced in a separate psychological evaluation, is that he's noted as having a low risk of cyberpsychosis. And this could perhaps imply a relatively level head on his shoulders, but given what we know about cyberpsychosis tolerance, this could also mean that Kurt displayed potentially antisocial behavior. Given his later actions as the leader of Barghest, this isn't a super out-of-left-field possibility. That Kurt was also a youngish sort of guy when he reached the rank of colonel, and that he led numerous covert operations worldwide, shows that he was likely quite the sigh of relief for his superiors, at least at that time. Kurt was seen as someone who could get shit done, and his aforementioned psych evaluation erroneously dubbed him a non-threat to his superiors. Although Kurt was noted as occasionally questioning his orders, Kurt was not seen in these earlier years as an anomaly to be concerned about, rather an asset. One can imagine that Kurt mostly behaved himself in his position in the army to avoid attracting negative attention. It was like he was waiting for the right moment to see to his own goals. And he is noted as having an independent streak. That sense of independence is what led Kurt to, while on his covert operations, build up a network of contacts from all around the world. While his superiors didn't think much of it at the time, Kurt was up to quite the long game. In 2067, at the age of 35 and on the cusp of the Unification War, Kurt Hansen was sent with a detachment to gain a foothold in the Night City area. This area being the concrete bones of Pacifica. But Hansen never needed to take Night City by force, because by 2069, the war came to a complex sort of stalemate, I guess you could say, with the NUSA and the Free States signing the Arvin Accord and agreeing on an uneasy peace. Colonel Hansen, on the 9th of June 2070, was ordered to withdraw his forces and return home. Well, he did not. Instead, Kurt put down roots and claimed his own corner of Pacifica for himself. This area was previously known as Serenasands, but became known among locals as Dogtown, following the formation of Hansen's Barghest militia. Quite coincidentally fitting, given that the Serenasands zone rested atop the ruins of Militech's Project Cynosure, which translates to Dog's Tail. So the interesting thing about Project Cynosure that explains a lot about just how disheveled Dogtown is when you compare it to the rest of Pacifica is that some Cynosure infrastructure was accidentally partially unearthed during the construction of Serenasands around 2060. Investigations were launched, but allegedly the source of the blast could not be located. So, Militech built walls around Serenasands to protect Pacifica, quote, from gas leaks. But in reality, Militech was probably panicking and trying to think of how to hide or salvage the whole Cynosure facility, and that is a big facility. This is why Serenasands looks far more incomplete and skeletal than the rest of Pacifica. It's because the construction was halted there a lot sooner than the start of the Unification War. Things were never looking very good for Pacifica, even before the war happened. You gotta wonder if it was always doomed to just be a rotten district. In Kurt's mind, the Cynosure facility, with all of its buried yet experimental contents, it could make him quite the Eddie. But the thing is that while Kurt was aware of Cynosure, he didn't know anything about the project as a whole. For a long time, Cynosure was a bit on the back burner for him because he wasn't sure exactly what product he would be selling from this bunker. In fact, I'm doubting he even knew it was a full-on bunker either. But anyway, this wasn't the biggest deal for Kurt at this time, because now he could set up his own little kingdom, where he didn't have to follow laws, where corpos didn't have the top spot, where he could conduct all the business, illicit or otherwise, and make all the money. And he would build this black market using all of those contacts he'd been networking as the underdog all those years ago. Barghest is, first and foremost, not exclusively populated by Kurt Hansen's Militech soldiers. In fact, by 2077, only 6 of Hansen's men, who stand only below him in the command structure, remain from the Militech days. Among the bulk of its membership, there's a decent smattering of Corpo Army veterans, average gangers and mercs, or people who otherwise sought the opportunities that joining up with Barghest offered. One of the biggest incentives to join Barghest is that, as a soldier, you would be housed and fed. You would get medical care, you would get to feel like you're a part of something bigger. And there's no sneaky clauses or underhanded contractual bullshit. You are told very plainly what is expected of you when you are joining up with Barghest. This is, in some ways, a better deal than some corpos even get. But Kurt, as we know, understands the power of loyalty. He's not just offering this kind of care and conduct in his organization out of the goodness of his heart. As the database also says, it is a career with a short life expectancy. So you better make it attractive enough to convince people to take that risk. Kurt knew he had to bolster his numbers if he wanted to hold on to power, so opening up his ranks to the locals and renaming his detachment to Barghest makes a lot of sense. So a Barghest is actually a mythical black dog from English folklore, who is not, in fact, a good boy. Barghests are actually, in a lot of cases, omens of death. But I do have to note that Barghests can appear very differently in a variety of local mythologies. The black dog version is probably the most widely known version. Some of you might remember Barghests from Witcher 1. Barghests' role as an organization is to secure Dogtown. Not necessarily to fight crime and enact justice, but if you do make chaos there, they will show up to shut it down. Most locals accept Barghest's presence for the relative peace that they maintain, but the main motivation for Barghest is to make sure that there are no violent threats to the high-figure business deals that take place there. Speaking of wealth, that's the other big thing in Dogtown, namely in those rare pockets of wealth that dot the rubble. Most of the people who actually call Dogtown home live in horrific poverty. Many live in shanties and scrap shacks. People tend to go to Dogtown because they're running from something. Maybe they're running from the government or from a corporation or from the NCPD. They go to Dogtown thinking, hey, a world without the corpse? No taxes? This can't be that bad. But then when they get there, it is in fact that bad. In fact, it's really bad. Speaking of no taxes, that is one of Dogtown's biggest allures. As we all know, the rich love dodging them. But of course, local business owners and even some of the gangs that operate in the district have to pay a sort of monthly fee to Kurt and his men. as we can glean from the shard found in the black sapphire. But for the average person, there is indeed no taxes, aside from the tax on your soul each day you live in Dogtown. Like, yeah, there better not be taxes for my day-to-day existence in a shithole like Dogtown. And for most people who flee to Dogtown or migrate there, they often can't afford to really go anywhere else anyway. Many also get hooked on the highly illegal drugs sold in the area. It is very easy to get stuck in Dogtown once you're there. The thing about Dogtown too that is so interesting, because of the shared struggle, some of the communities here feel very tightly knit. In the quest where Leon Rinder killed that one wannabe fixer teenage boy, you get the feeling that this community with all these dead kids and the families that are left behind, it just feels like a more united group of people in the middle of this lawless, ultra-violent shithole. But you know what they say, nothing builds bonds quite like shared adversity. Barghest also minimizes the rocking of district order by corpo meddling, or the odd, ambitious NCPD officer treading on their turf. We can later find out, through eavesdropping at the Black Sapphire party in Phantom Liberty, that the NCPD chief of police has a deal with Kurt Hansen. And this deal is basically just keeping his people out of Kurt's non-existent hair. So yes, Kurt has the NCPD police chief in his pocket. There's even some rumors, apparently, that the NCPD disposes of cyberpsychos in Dogtown. Countless of the creme de la creme of 2077 and Night City society rub elbows with Kurt. Deputy Mayor Weldon Holt is familiar to him. Famous pop star Lizzie Wizzy will privately perform at his parties. Famous Japanese comedian Goro Takamura, Hideshi Hino, drowns his sorrows in Hansen's liquor cabinet. Countless corpos and crime lords who promise not to rock the boat are welcome to conduct business in Dogtown. Kurt can even say, depending on dialogue choices during the stadium heist mission, that Rosalind Myers herself has been known to call him for favors from time to time. Kurt might be reviled in public by political figures and bigwigs and outright ignored by celebrities, but in reality, they all know him. It's quite telling how Lizzie Wizzy can ask V to stay quiet about her appearance at the Sapphire should you start her personal quest following that party. Now, what does Hansen and Barghest sell? What is permitted to be sold in Dogtown? Well, the answer to that is literally everything. There's no rules or regulations surrounding what you can really sell or trade. You can deal with weapons, military-grade robots, cyberware, drugs, food, clothes, XPDs. Everything that could be possibly banned is not banned here. The usual rules of the corporate markets have no power there either. Barghest themselves deals primarily in military-grade weaponry and cyberware, which is where much of Kurt's own personal wealth has come from. Barghest has repurposed the rehabilitation center in the stadium to be their state-of-the-art experimental weapons lab, where you can find some pretty cool stuff during one of Mr. Hans's gigs. Now, tangent incoming, there is a really interesting theory that some, if not all, of Barghest's supply drops and special suppliers come from the USSR. And this theory was posited by Reddit user Ace612807. As is pointed out on the thread, Hansen is at least in one quest said to have an upcoming meeting with some scavs. Granted, this is the quest with Paco Torres and V reliving those memories through that drug. I mean, I wouldn't say he's the most reliable source, but it wouldn't shock me if Hansen was meeting with scavs, because we do see scavs around the district. And we know that Barghest works with the Voodoo Boys, and that's one reason why the Voodoo Boys are allowed to be in the district, so it's not crazy to assume that the scavs may have some sort of dealings with Barghest in general. Another deleted Reddit user on this same post pointed out a note that V can loot from one of the supply drops. And this note is written by a prisoner who says that they were forced to make weapons and munitions under horrific conditions in basically a prisoner work camp. This shard claims that the camp is actually located in Poland. There's also another shard we can find in one of these supply drops following one of Mr. Hans's gigs, specifically the one where we hunt down a Sov oil agent, where we are also forced to deal with Boris Rybakov, who is an ex-Sov oil special forces soldier. And while yes, in this case, the entity in question that we're dealing with is Sov oil, not the USSR, it's pretty par for the course that most megacorps are pulling the government's strings, and Sov oil is headquartered in the USSR. There's also, on Kurt Hansen's dossier right here, an alias that I think is written in something resembling Cyrillic. The other one is also interesting. My first thought was Arabic, but I don't know. If there's anybody out there who can actually identify what these aliases actually say, please put it in the comments. I would be really, really curious to know what they say. Also, another deleted Reddit user pointed out that if you zoom in on the AVs that draw up the supply drops, they're Arasaka. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not the USSR leaving these drops. In that same note from that prisoner in the work camp, the writer says he's told that the weapons are to be made for Arasaka, but that could genuinely be a cover-up for all we know. If you have any other information to add to this theory, please share it in the comments below. I think Ace is onto something here. Editing Lydia here, adding this in, so when I went in to record more footage in the game, I found this shard called Dogtown Analytical Summary. I don't know who wrote it, but there's a little thing on Barghest in here that says that Barghest has also consistently organized humanitarian aid to the district's poorest residents. So this is interesting, and I get into some of Kurt's strategies in a minute about how he does keep the population just satisfied enough, I suppose, so that they don't really get too uppity and they just accept their lot in life. But there is an interesting little discovery that I found, and I'm sure other people have found too, in the one scav hideout that you can find in the increased criminal activity side quests. And you can find some humanitarian aid crates in the scav building. And while it's not directly tying the scavs to Barghest, I kind of wonder if there's something going on, because those aid crates are full of guns, ammunitions, cyberware. And I don't know, maybe the humanitarian aid crates genuinely do have, medical supplies, food, etc., and the scavs just take the crates and they use it to ferry out the weapons and illegal stuff out of Dogtown and into Night City. Maybe. But I'm also kind of wondering that if for Barghest some of these first aid crates are not all that they seem, maybe there's something a little more sneaky going on with these humanitarian aid drops. A big difference between Kurt, however, and the average corpo in a similar position of power is that Kurt doesn't operate like a corpo. Kurt doesn't hide behind a cultivated image. Like, yes, this man has a massive ego for sure. Like, if the giant billboard with his face on it didn't convey that well enough, then the blimp flying around with his face, which I think is on like either side of the blimp, so he has two giant screens up there with his face on it, that should convey it enough, I think. But even despite that, Kurt doesn't pretend to be a good guy. He doesn't even bother to mask the level of piece of shit tyrant he is. Kurt is someone who is more than happy to profit off of other people's misfortune and to just admit that he does. Nobody is safe in Dogtown, whether you are a child, whether you are among the poor or the vulnerable or the desperate. But knowing all this about how Dogtown operates and how downright shitty it is to the people who live there, how has Hansen been able to sustain this district and his place at the top after 7 years of ungodly squalor among the general population? Aside from his money, one of the biggest things is that all the power in Dogtown is actually provided by the nuclear-powered Aerozep that you could see just lying in the stadium. That's why that Aerozep is still there after 7 years. It basically makes Dogtown self-sufficient. And Kurt also provides all power and water and shelter basically to the whole district at no cost. The other thing that Kurt does too is that he doesn't ask questions about people's origins or crimes. He doesn't care. Anybody can come in so long as you're not a corpo looking to upset things or an NCPD officer. Insofar as Kurt is concerned, he has an endless stream of recruits to fill in those recently deceased boots when those most desperate of new arrivals or longtime residents realize that Barghest is the only gig that can provide what they need. He basically sets people up for failure so that they all eventually come to him to be recycled. Kurt dubbed Dogtown a utopia free of the corpse, because just like a Street Kid V, Kurt grew up well aware of the corporate oppression holding him down. But in this case, it was holding him down from rising to the top with them. Ironically enough, this is a utopia, actually, but not for the kind of person that Kurt once was. Serena Sands may have been the failed utopia of the rich, but out of its husk, a far more profitable one rose. It's all different, but nothing's actually changed. So around the time just before 2077, Kurt Hansen was digging around in the Cynosure ruins beneath Dogtown, where he found the neural matrix. Kurt is said to have known that this piece was crucial to some sort of cutting-edge research, but again, all knowledge of Project Cynosure was locked down beyond his, and the Voodoo Boys, means. He didn't exactly know what he had his hands on, but he knew it was likely extremely valuable. Money and power being his two favorite things, Kurt sought out specialists, netrunners, ex-Militech scientists who would be willing to help him unlock this tech. And somehow, word of this discovery made its way to Song So Mi, President Myers' favorite netrunner. As we know, So Mi was dying. She was losing herself to her countless interactions with the Black Wall. She knew from her own research that the neural matrix was what would save her life. So Mi made a deal. She gets the matrix, and she will deliver unto Kurt, the NUSA president. But why would Kurt even want Myers that badly? It could be that she represents what Kurt despises, a corpo masking as an elected figure just to gain power and wealth while not really improving the overall situation of NUSA citizens, and she's just maintaining the status quo, which also sounds just like him. So no, that reasoning doesn't ring any bells for me. Like really, Kurt and Myers are very similar, it's just Kurt lies less. I think if Kurt was a diehard burn corpo shit kind of guy, if he actually was passionately against corporate oppression, like if that was his motivation, he would have ran things a bit differently, I think. I think his distaste more likely comes from his own lust for power, maybe. Maybe his ego demanded it, I don't know. What does make a bit more sense to me as a potential motive is his soldiers' treatment during the Unification War. So you might remember how the database for Barghest mentions that Kurt, by 2077, had only 6 remaining members of his old detachment. One has to wonder if that number was all that different when he decided to desert. Well, sure, all-out war never quite reached Night City. Kurt probably had some resistance when he rolled in and occupied that part of Pacifica when he was still with the NUSA. After holding his position for around 2 years, he may have lost quite a lot of people. Like, sure, maybe a lot of his men left him when he decided to desert, but it seems like Kurt was well liked and respected by the men under his command. We know that there is somebody in Dogtown, a Ripperdoc named Farida, who was actually in his detachment, who did leave, but she remained in Dogtown to conduct her Ripperdoc services to the people who needed it. She actually does still kinda work with Barghest, in the sense that Hansen lets her operate in return for fixing up some of his people. Maybe I'm giving Hansen too much credit here, but I want to explore this idea a bit more. If there were high casualties in Hansen's detachment, that loss probably would have stung him. And it probably would have doubly hurt when he would be ordered to withdraw after never actually doing any invading. Something that would make Kurt go, what the hell was any of this for? Like, why am I even here? Why did my men have to die and all that? It's a classic case of rich people's war fought by the poor. It does make more sense that that more personal angle would maybe be his motivation. Another thing that I think is important too, when asking if Kurt really did care about those under his command, is the psych eval shard again. The one from Alex's hideout, where his commanding officer notes that Kurt is an effective and efficient soldier. Direct communication and natural rapport with subordinates has earned him their trust and respect, at times overly assertive with his superiors. Considering how Kurt is with his Barghest soldiers, especially those most trusted members, Kurt does seem to genuinely value these people. The sense of community among Barghest is a tool for sure, but I do think Kurt, especially with his old detachment, cared a fair bit. I think you kind of have to actually care to gain a whole detachment's admiration and respect. With Chester Bennett, who was Kurt's sidekick back in their Militech days, Bennett is noted to be particularly violent and chaotic. According to his database entry, he would have been charged with war crimes and imprisoned without Hansen's intervention. It's said that Hansen has his undying loyalty, and despite his nature, he never did anything without Hansen's say-so. And yeah, Hansen does have to die in order for Bennett to begin to fight for power over Barghest. Even in the sense of giving second chances, Kurt Hansen potentially gives one to Yuri Bitchkov, who also served with him in his commando days. Yuri in the past had served Kurt well, in the sense that he has been good at making deals with the scavs. But Yuri's been making some pretty bad calls lately, including making deals behind Kurt's back. But instead of banishing him or executing him, Kurt tells Yuri not to mess up the next time. And the thing is, we know that Kurt can follow through on his threats. He can be brutal. Yuri knows that those threats aren't just empty words. But Kurt still gives lenience. Perhaps this lenience only exists toward those soldiers who served with him as Militech commandos. But that would still show that he cared about those soldiers that he served with all those years ago. The reason why I say that this is a potential event is, again, because it's part of the Paco Torres quests where V is high and this all happens, so maybe it didn't happen. But I like to think that this is something that actually did happen, because it would be a fitting first instance of V seeing Kurt making a potentially bad call by extending an olive branch. With Yuri, he may very well continue to try and go behind Kurt's back. Maybe not, but maybe he will. But that is far less concerning than the bad call that Kurt makes later in the same vein with V. I just think it's really interesting that Kurt is capable, depending on his mood, of moving past certain things and not letting his anger get in the way. Because sure, Kurt looks like a meathead, but he's really not. He does have emotional intelligence and he uses it as a weapon. But he's not a flawless genius either. I just like to see that in a character whose appearance might make you think like one thing, but as you learn more about them, you see that really appearances are in fact deceiving. Who knew? Even the heaviness of his brow, I think, serves to make him look just broody and dangerous, and that gives him a bit of an advantage in throwing people off. He actually kind of reminds me of Letho of Gullet, of how people like Sheila de Tanzerville thought he was dumb just because of how he looked, when like Letho the whole time was just playing everybody totally got played by Letho. I loved The Witcher too. People might not expect Kurt to be as smart as he actually is, and then be totally blown off kilter when they realize he's on their level, or at least they fear he might be. But Kurt does make a bit of a So-Me-esque judgment call with firing those rockets at Space Force 1 in order to nab the president. Cue Phantom Liberty. So-Me seems to be very upset about the rockets because apparently that wasn't part of their plan. So-mi gets in an escape pod, while Myers gets in a safe room to survive the crash. On one end, Barghest nearly gets Myers before V shows up and gets her into hiding. Kurt has to go into damage control and spin this around to undermine Myers in order to protect himself. He also tries to get Night City on his side even. This guy is his own spin doctor.
City officials have yet to release any statement. However, one all too familiar figure did decide to speak out. Kurt Hansen, the self-proclaimed leader of Dogtown, called a press conference earlier today to offer his take on the situation.
I'm being framed, isn't it obvious? The NUSA's been out for my blood for years. Now I'm not without flaws. But another thing I'm not is suicidal. An attempt on the life of the head of the NUSA? What transpired in Dogtown is no trivial matter. I urge you all to consider the true motives behind this spectacle. The NUSA will take any excuse it can get to send forces into Dogtown. And will they stop there? No. You, good people of Night City, are next in the fucking line.
Shit. But on the other end of things, we have So-mi ending up with Kurt. In one of the Cynosure memory flashbacks of So-mi's, we see her discussion with Kurt Hansen following this event.
You fired a fucking missile at us. Innocent people, dead. A miracle Myers even survived. Wasn't the deal. Not even close.
Songbird?
Chalk it up to historical necessity. Your plan lacked grit. Mine produced results.
You used me.
Give me a break.
What the?
You're backed into a corner. Nowhere to run. And until I get what I want, in that corner you'll stay. The data from the Cynosure mainframe. Bring me that. Then, and only then.
You'll let me go.
So this clip can definitely make us question if Kurt had ulterior motives all along. It's very likely, I think, that he always wanted Songbird from the get-go, to use her for her net running skills. It would be quite the upgrade to have So-mi around instead of the Voodoo Boys, and as Kurt can say to V later, there's the implication he might be meaning to keep her around a lot longer than this single mainframe hack. And with Kurt laughing at So-mi saying that he used her, it is kinda like the pot calling the kettle black. Cause So-mi was gonna use Myers as a bargaining chip, and then So-mi does use V. Meanwhile, with Kurt, he outright tells So-mi, yeah, I got you in a vulnerable position, and I will now proceed to hold that against you to get what I want. He is being frighteningly honest in a way that So-mi just isn't until potentially the very end of her story. Like, it's rather darkly funny when the Tyrant is one of the few who consistently demonstrates this honorable trait. Kurt holds on to So-mi for the time being, likely keeping her tucked in the stadium or in the Black Sapphire. It's not a shocker that Kurt would choose the most luxurious and most expensive hotel as his home. Now he gets to show off his wealth and lord it over everybody else. The database says that it stands 99 stories tall with a luxury club, casino, and AV landing pads at the top. The ground floor contains warehouses and barracks for Barghest soldiers. Everything in between remains a matter of speculation. A prison for VIPs held for ransom. A zoo for endangered animals that Hansen serves to dinner guests at lavish parties. A server room that puts Arasaka Towers to shame. He's serving endangered zoo animals. That could literally just be like a cow, I guess, though. And that party, the one that V and Solomon Reed infiltrate in 2077, that's a big party. He's got Lizzie Wizzy performing, he's got countless billionaires in attendance, politicians, CEOs, Mr. Hands, crime lords. You can even see some of the Tiger Claw leadership there, including Maiko. But there's also some Valentino leadership there, and also they let the Valentinos bring in a hairless cat, so this hotel is indeed pet friendly. Kurt has his staff chromed up in gold, dressed in very toga-like outfits, and he has these holograms that are emulating the columns of a Hellenistic sort of look, the waterfall of lights and the clouds. It's like it's Mount Olympus, or that's the look he's going for. Kurt is really trying to make his guests feel like they are gods on top of the world, because he made it so. Adding to this is the fact that you could consider the stadium to be like a giant coliseum or an amphitheater, and the fact that that is sort of Kurt Hansen's big people pleaser. He might not appease the masses with art and blood, but he will appease them with the buy one gun, get one free and all that. And now that I'm on this line of thought, I'm thinking of how the Barghest is said, in some legends, to be unable to cross rivers. And you know, there's Caesar crossing the Rubicon, and that being a big deal in his whole life story and rise to power and yada yada yada. Smack a laurel on Kurt, and you could have a sort of wannabe Caesar. A little bit. I'm not much of a Caesarologist though. But mainly the comparison I'm drawing here is that I don't think Kurt ever really does get to cross his Rubicon, given how his rule is cut rather short and rather sudden. I mean, I don't know, maybe you could see him taking Dogtown as his Rubicon, and the Barghest comparison without being able to cross rivers is whatever. But I also like the fact that, in most cases, Kurt ends up killed by a mystery individual who was likely one of his lieutenants. I now have to stop with that line of thought because I'm saving this for later. And the thing about this party is that everybody is dressed up to the nines, they're all wearing their rich designer clothes. And then there's Kurt, who is still in his fatigues. Do you think he is, in general, more comfortable as a soldier? And even if the soldier look is all just an act and he would rather be wearing something else, him being in uniform is something his soldiers might see and respect. He isn't just the guy running Barghest, he is Barghest. He's one of them. He's not one of those people who are there drinking his alcohol and eating his sushi. It's Kurt's face, after all, on all the blimps and billboards next to the giant Barghest. Kurt personally looked over the guest list for this party, and he has a good memory for every face and name. So he's immediately on alert when he sees V and Saul off to the side chatting with So-Mi. Did So-Mi tip him off, I wonder, to appear like she was playing both sides? Did So-Mi tell him that they were FIA to further Kurt's belief that she was reliant on him?
We'll wait for an opportunity and pounce. I'll be on the inside. Ask for your help when the time's right. I can flee once I have that tech.
Nothing's ever simple, is it?
Ah, So-Mi. Care to introduce your friends? It's not often I'm simply not familiar with guests attending my own party. And I never forget a face. Kurt Hansen.
He takes So-Mi away, but that's not the last we see of him. After Reed goes missing mid-operation, V is left to handle the Cassell twins at the roulette table, trying to scan their biosignatures and learn as much as V can about them. Hansen invited them to Dogtown and the Sapphire for the fact that they actually worked on Project Cynosure in the early 2060s. They managed to sneak away with some access codes, one of which works for the neural matrix. As much as So-Mi wants it, I'm sure Kurt also wants that neural matrix, and whatever the Cassell twins can offer him. We do see an interesting perspective on Kurt from the twins. Aurora is more into the grandiose and glittering side of wealth and power, and she wonders why Hansen doesn't just fix up Dogtown.
Empty banter aside, a stupid man the colonel is not. He should diversify revenues and assets. I mean, Hansen could take Dogtown by the throat, eject the junkies, and make it a paradise for billionaires. Just getting rich is dull. You should work for the community, invest, create jobs, throw banquets.
She's getting chatty. Doing good, V.
And charities are excellent washing machines. You launder billions, believe me.
You're so childish, it's beautiful.
What?
Hansen going missionary position in business? Nonsense. A man like Hansen cannot retire. His partners in business would not allow it. Community, you see?
What do you mean?
They would hunt him, find him, put a bag over his head and bring him back. If he said no, he would die. There is simply too much money involved.
But I think Imeric gets what Kurt's about better. He doesn't have any desire for fronts. Who cares about the rest and what other people think of him? And that also opens up a really interesting point, what Imeric says there, about how Kurt is so good at what he does that he's built up such a wealthy empire for all the people who got all the money, he can't even leave. The life Kurt lives now, it might have all the fun stuff, all the luxury, the ego trip, but he sort of built his own prison. Phantom Liberty being the story of false freedoms, you could definitely say that Kurt, no matter how powerful he might try to make himself appear, and no matter how powerful he might actually be, Kurt is trapped in his position. Kurt did something that I think very few people from his origins could have pulled off in the cyberpunk world, but in so doing, he has made himself a whole new field of people's new bitch. A very comfortable one, but Kurt is not free, no matter how much power he has. The walls that bolster the image of his power are, at their core, just another prison. But speak of the devil, there Kurt returns. And with the building tension from no read, from the gambling, from the possibility of failing this operation, here we have the last guy we wanted to see.
I know your friend Reed is FIA. My natural assumption is you're an agent too. I'm also guessing you two took it upon yourselves to save the president, then exfil her out of Dogtown. I should send you back to Night City in body bags, filled with pieces.
He rolls his eyes at V's chirping, and Kurt admits that he was getting irritated with all the media stories sending a lot of shit his way. And he sees letting V and Reed go as an opportunity. Perhaps that will be some incentive for the NUSA to hush and stop with all the media storm, but Kurt doesn't realize who he's dealing with. Myers sure as hell isn't interested in making Kurt's life easier, but Hansen doesn't need to know any of these things. So, V and Saul leave the Sapphire quietly and alive, but not before Hansen reveals what he knows about So-Mi.
Your little bird came to me on her own, though. She was tired of breaking international laws on the president's whim. She simply had to run away. Breaching the Black Wall, jeopardizing the net, all humankind's safety, in fact, for personal gain? I wonder what Netwatch would say. Pass it on to President Myers. Also tell her her toy of mass destruction is my friend now. And she should get the fuck out of my backyard, or the world will learn about her games.
That Kurt knows about Songbird's capabilities with the Black Wall adds yet another incentive to get her under his thumb. Myers' favorite weapon could soon be his instead. But even if Kurt realizes the insanity of messing with the Black Wall, what he knows could be used to implode Myers and the NUSA on a world stage. And unfortunately for Kurt, by revealing this information, he has just added another reason for why the NUSA will want him dead. Letting V and Saul go pretty much seals his fate. Talk about manifest destiny. It's time to fool Kurt Hansen. Alex and V don their Cassell twin disguises after Reed and the former execute them, and the game begins. Hansen, however, is on high alert. What exactly set him off or tipped him off, we're not sure. It could be his paranoia about the FIA being up to stuff in general since the party, but maybe So-Mi hinted at something. Kurt sends Murphy to meet with the so-called twins in the garage of the stadium, and he is quite the interesting guy himself. He was also a Militech commando who stuck with Kurt, and as tough as he is noted as being the most approachable of the Barghest leadership. This is just aside from Iago, the accountant, but Iago has a very stiff, manufactured air about him, whereas Murphy is a bit more of a natural. And as the database says, Murphy's main job is sizing people up. He gets to know them and to let Kurt know what to expect from them, but also to see who is a waste of time. He's also the buffer for when Kurt is in a bad mood. Murphy guides the twins into the lounge, and here a friendly interrogation begins. Kurt is right not to trust the twins so quickly, and he's been doing his homework about them. If you mess up your part too much, Kurt and his guards will flatline V and Alex. This is a particularly fun quest if you're in Aurora's disguise, because if you play her as the very seductive and cheeky lady that she is, Kurt is kind of into it.
Le collectif and we have a history. Like you and your NUSA, we do not make love. No fucking love at all.
I see. And appreciate both the honesty and the metaphor.
And that makes me laugh. Aurora actually says in the car, just before this mission, where V is eavesdropping through the camera, she says that she thought Hansen was eye-fucking her, which is ironically some valuable intel for V to use, because you can then touch his arm and you can start crossing his boundaries, grabbing his gun, just getting in his space. It feels like such a throwaway, funny line, but it really isn't. It actually is useful. On the flip side too, if Alex is Aurora, Kurt legit sounds kinda into it.
Ah, money and kept promises. 2 of my 3 favorite things.
And the third?
Oh, no. Not yet, Kurt. I am sure my brother would like to go car shopping later. Then you and I can celebrate properly. Perhaps pop a cork?
Maybe.
And he's like, maybe. The question though that comes to my mind with this is just how disciplined a leader is Kurt Hansen? Because he has money. We've seen him throw the giant parties. Like, is he pretty undisciplined? Does he drink a lot? Does he do drugs a lot? Does he philander? I'm kind of inclined to think that he probably does, but he probably doesn't do it too badly, because otherwise I think he wouldn't still be in charge. I ask that because I think Chester Bennett, if he's in charge, I think he would absolutely fuck around way too much and find out when he had a gun held to his head later on. Anyway, big decision time is here, and no matter what, Kurt will die, even if V refuses to deal the final blow. So the first option is that Alex kills Hansen and his goons if V sides with Songbird. And it is a brutal execution. You can see Kurt, even in this moment of surprise, still kind of putting up a bit of a defense, but no matter what he tries to do, Alex eviscerates him. She uses his body as a human shield when she's done stabbing him like 8 to 10 to 12 times. I wasn't counting. I prefer this because otherwise, should you carry out Reed's plan, Kurt will brutally execute Alex when Songbird blows the whistle. But then Songbird loses a degree of control to the Blackwall, and she massacres her way out of the stadium on her own, taking out countless Barghest soldiers. When V is finally able to get to their feet and leave the room where they got the neural matrix, Kurt is screaming at V from the lounge, yelling for his men to get the door open.
Everyone to the lab! Bust down that door!
Like I shattered into a million pieces. In the same instant.
Come on, get that fucking thing open!
Shit could make you go psycho.
Fuck!
Well, it did hurt.
You're a fucking corpse!
My head.
Call the Sapphire for support!
Hey, talk to me.
Come on, get that fucking thing open!
She fought back. Reached past.
And after fighting our way through the stadium, Kurt will sort of ambush V near the main entrance. It's actually possible to sneak past him here, but Kurt will still die to a mysterious individual no matter what. Even if we fight Kurt and leave him alive, it's implied someone flatlined him while he was in the hospital. Was it one of his own men? Was it Reed in revenge for Alex? No one knows. So we might as well just fight him ourselves and loot him for his iconics. For those who may not know, there is a dialogue where, should you let the Colonel collapse when he's defeated, he will say this before a theatrical execution for our girl Alex.
Fuck! Is this it?
Dogtown Alpha Hound. My ass.
But in my playthrough, as you can see here, Kurt ultimately dies to a fatal breakdancing move, I guess. I reloaded to see if I can actually get the dialogue option, but I didn't. I just got more breakdancing death. Again, more enjoyable, especially when Reed added, "That was for Alex." And I don't know. We all know how she feels about fatally bad dancing. Kurt Hansen is dead, as Chester Bennett constantly lets us know over Dogtown's PA system until we finish the following quest I'm about to talk about, so we need to finish it. Hansen's old empire is in a bit of a state of chaos, which is saying something. And who better to take advantage of that situation than Mr. Hands? Hands wants a grip on power in Dogtown, and here we go, a chance to do just that. He wants Chester Bennett in charge, largely because he's not the sharpest knife in the block, at least on the outset. He'd be the easiest to control, Hands thinks. But Hansen's accountant, Iago, is also vying for the role of leader of Barghest, and Iago is a lot cleverer. Hands gives V the biometric data of the infamous Cuban mercenary, Aguilar, who is a legend among the Cuban cartels. Aguilar is someone Barghest is very familiar with, and their gender actually depends entirely on your V, but I love the female Aguilar's voice. She is so scary yet so professional.
I answer with my own question. Do you know what happens when someone in Havana lights a cigar?
Basically, Aguilar is a terrifying figure, known for their lethality, so V gets to use that power to push the Barghest leadership in either direction. So this quest is very interesting because it shows that Mr. Hands isn't as well informed as we maybe thought, and that Bennett isn't as dumb as Hands thinks. To Aguilar, Iago, who we ambush at the scheduled Voodoo Boys meetup he's about to have, confesses that Bennett has been meeting with an Arasaka puppet corp behind everybody's back. If Bennett takes the lead, then Barghest will just become a corporation's bitch, ending their autonomy. Iago, in fact, was once a corporate accountant, before landing in prison for some years. He was taken on by Kurt after his release, so Iago knows that Bennett, while more conniving than he appears, is dumb enough to only see the Eddie signs in his dealings with Arasaka. And Iago knows that Arasaka sees that too. V can then, after convincing Iago to hold back working with the Voodoo Boys to secure his role as leader, call Mr. Hands to let him know that Bennett is secretly being serenaded by Arasaka. Something that Hands is surprised at, but is grateful to now know. Meanwhile, V can go, as Aguilar, to Bennett's next meeting place and ambush him in his car. And Aguilar can confront Bennett about his dealings with Arasaka. If we directly tell him to stop dealing with Arasaka, things turn violent and we have to flatline him. So we can choose the less confrontational line and Bennett will agree to settle down from his corporate dealings. And then it is time for Kurt Hansen's wake. V changes into their Aguilar disguise and enters the Black Sapphire as a feared and respected assassin. Outside, we see guests, all for the most part richly dressed. Likely Kurt's business contacts, here to maintain ties with the new guard. Up we go, and yes, I laughed when I saw the flowers and candles right in front of the elevator, because in no way would I ever associate those things with Kurt Hansen. Was this in his will? Did he want lilies and candles? And did he want that? Is this what he wanted for his funeral? Or is this all just like the squabbling of his lieutenants left behind to just show who cared more? I don't know, I like the idea of him having like a make my funeral small and tasteful with white lilies mixed with daisies and open bar. Open bar, sign me up. Kurt lies in his coffin in the center of the party hall, attended to by Barghest soldiers and his old lieutenants. Should Bennett still be alive, however, he's come with more goons to back him up, and it is up to Aguilar to decide who lives and who dies. So Bennett is not a guy of his word, he's not trustworthy, he's only really moved by power, and if you don't make the right choices here, he will kill Iago. The only way to keep him in check and to keep Iago breathing is if Aguilar allows him to be leader over Iago, but pulls their gun when Bennett demands Iago's contacts. There might be other ways to do this quest to keep them both alive, but this is the only way I've personally found. Basically here, Aguilar is forcing Bennett to work with Iago, and it is only through this strategy that we end up with the best ending for the quest. Not necessarily the best ending for Dogtown, but the best for Mr. Hands. The package you are now delivering to Mr. Hands is the brawn and intimidating presence of Kurt Hansen, mixed with a highly impressionable and easily manipulated sort of meathead. But you also have Iago, the actual brains of Hansen, the money mover, the money maker, just operating in the shadows. Mr. Hands is quite impressed with this outcome. He did not expect V to make this happen. While Bennett will likely prove to be a liability in the long run, at least that's what I think, I also think that Hands and Iago would end up being more than a suitable team to manage him. And I say them together because should you make Iago leader and dispose of Bennett, while Hands will be super pissed off about this, there's a video on YouTube that just has that scene where Hands gets mad at V, and it's called Making Mr. Hands Crash Out. I just laugh really hard whenever I see that title in my feed. Hands will eventually text V sometime after to basically say that Iago may actually be a pretty decent partner in this business after all. I've never gotten the text myself, but I've seen multiple people say they've got it. The wiki even says that Hands comes around when it comes to Iago being in charge, and I don't doubt Iago and Hands could come to a similar sort of alliance if Bennett's alive. So, depending on player choice, Barghest and Dogtown could last some time yet, or not long at all, under Bennett alone. This isn't like lots of other games where you would maybe consider the maintaining independence option as the good one, because the empire Kurt Hansen built is a filthy one. It's full of depravity and suffering, violence, chaos. A utopia, he called it. A utopia that, at its core, isn't all that different from the hellhole beyond its walls. A utopia of blood money and towers of bones. Might not sound like much, but it was Kurt Hansen's utopia, with him at the top. And what else mattered? Kurt is a fascinating character. He's a guy who grew up with nothing, who built an empire out of his own wits and patience. And no, he didn't do the stereotypical hero thing and make a better society to help people from less fortunate backgrounds like himself. He decided it was his turn at the top. Kurt saw the opportunity to be king and said, hell yeah. But I don't consider him to be odd for that. I think Kurt did what countless other everyday people in Cyberpunk 2077 would have done. What countless military coups and some people throughout history have done. When given the chance to seize power from their oppressors. While many genuinely want to change the system and make the world better, there's those that nab whatever shank of it they can get. Like a dog, the jaws clamp shut, far too starved by their master to simply let go. Kurt Hansen was smart, but he wasn't smart enough to realize that there are no happy endings in Night City. And judging by his final words, he certainly wasn't a fan of his. What if I told you that Phantom Liberty was all just the unresolved feelings of salty exes? Well, if you're thinking, that can't be all, though, yeah, you'd be right. There's a lot of things potentially going on behind the scenes with the whole NUSA Dogtown NC plotline. And V, at the end of the day, whatever you believe, is just a merc who got caught in the middle of it all. Playing a character like that, however, opens up a lot of theories, and there is one in particular I wanted to talk about today, involving a potential nasty breakup between Myers and Kurt. A stinging betrayal that could have planted the drama of Phantom Liberty, featuring none other than Elizabeth Kress. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories. Now, just to be clear here, I honestly don't know if I believe any of what I'm gonna talk about here myself, but I just found it to be a really fun idea and theory, and you know, if you choose to believe it, add some drama to the whole plot of Phantom Liberty, as if it needs more. If not, well, it's a Monday, we might as well just see if this theory holds water, why not? Okay, first, let's establish timelines for Myers and Kurt. Would it have been possible for them to have interacted regularly enough in the past that a personal relationship could have formed? Well, for Kurt, we know he was born in 2031, which places him at the age of 45 by 2077. Kurt is said, at least based on in-game files on his history, to have enlisted with the Militech Armed Forces at the age of majority. I have heard that it is 16. So I'm just gonna say I've struggled to find proof on that. Wouldn't shock me if it was, but you know, if that's wrong, then that puts our timeline off, give or take 2 years. Let's just assume that it is 16, and that would place Kurt's military career beginning in 2047. Myers, however, we don't know her date of birth. We can make an educated guess based on some other rough dates, however. So Myers is said to have been the CEO of Militech for 10 years, with her stint at the Corp ending in 2065 when she started running for political office. Myers was also said to have been a Marine prior to her role as the CEO. And if Myers was born the same year as Kurt, she could technically have been in the Marines at the same time that he was in the military, maybe. Maybe they even operated in the same circles. Kurt was with Militech as a soldier for over 20 years potentially, while Myers went the corporate route. She would have eventually been superior to him as the eventual CEO of the company. She would have been president at the time Kurt was given command of his Barghest Urban Combat and Pacification Unit in 2067. So even if they didn't know each other, let's say, up until this point, there is definitely some wiggle room for them to get to know each other. So we've established a rough timeline of events. Great. Next, Operation Midnight Storm. Operation Midnight Storm is the big operation that sent Kurt and his Barghest unit across the country to Night City during the Unification War. I flubbed up some dates in his video surrounding this, so just to correct myself, Kurt and his Barghest unit arrived in the Night City area in 2069, and they were ordered to secure a forward operating base at the Petrochem Stadium, and they did. According to Solomon Reed, they were holding the storm channel just between Pacifica and Night City proper. Now, what we know about the specifics of this op are largely based on the Barghest website in 2077, as well as those very scantily detailed Militech files and some stuff Solomon Reed says, so we kind of have to take everything here with a big spoonful of Celtic sea salt. But according to the website, and even some of Hansen's PA broadcasts, his unit was ordered to push forward and secure the area at all costs. This resulted in, presumably, a large number of losses to the Barghest unit. Again, Hansen's PA announcements are propaganda, but there is a rare one where he will talk about specific named people who were killed during this charge.
Let me tell you about Stan. Stan was a fine southern boy, dreamed of a career in dance, wound up in our assault force. Life doesn't always give you a choice. That night, Stan was running in front of me. When he suddenly spun around like he was doing a pirouette, I thought, fucking Christ, Stan, not now. And then I saw the enemy snipers. Joey, mechanic from Atlanta, 2 kids. Emily, engineer with a heart of gold. Carl, paramedic. No heart, no weird thirst for blood, but hell, you'd still like the guy. I won't give you their ranks. I'd rather remember their names. Too many names to count.
And you know, Kurt does seem to give a shit and put a lot of trust in those original Barghest members from Midnight Storm. He gives Yuri second chances, he trusts Murphy with his fears surrounding NUSA retaliation, etc., etc. That loyalty to his men does mean something, and for him and his surviving squad to be told, hey, stop what you're doing, none of what you did and / died for was actually necessary. Like, that would suck. Kurt had been in charge of the Barghest unit for 2 years up to that point, and he likely had the, quote, trust and respect of all those who served under him, as his files from pre-defection attest to. This could very well, just alone, even without romantic potential subplots and yada yada, this could be enough of a motivation to bring down Myers in Space Force 1. But there is more. The code for Operation Midnight Storm is OP/69/101B. Seem familiar to you? Remember how we're supposed to meet Hanako at Embers, but, you know, we put it off for, like, ever? That quest is called Nocturne Op 55N1, which is named after Polish composer Frédéric Chopin's Nocturne in F minor, Op 55, number 1. Hanako is actually playing this piece when V enters. Now, someone on Reddit with musical knowledge actually explained in very well put detail how this piece isn't just a random choice. It goes into the discussion of how the V key or the V note, I'm not good with music, is actually a very unstable note in music, and that it has a big presence in this particular piece, which is almost sort of symbolic as to V's state at this point in the quest. This is V's big, shaky, oh shit, this is the big moment. So knowing that that particular piece is relevant to the narrative, what about Ops 69-101B? Now, as identified by Tumblr user Sophia in NC, this code that Sophia points out lines up with yet another Chopin piece called Waltz in A-flat major, Op 69, number 1. I'm sorry if I'm saying op and it's OP or something else, op, it's just the way my brain reads it. So, okay, first things first. A waltz is a very romantic sort of dance. Back in ye olden days, it was considered very risque and indecent, because of how partners would be pressed closely together. It is a dance with a 1, 2, 3 kind of beat, and the dance itself is characterized by very circular motions, going around and around and around. Like, it's an intimate dance, is what I'm getting at. Now, the second thing to note here, the Midnight Storm code could be seen as referencing Op 69 numbers 1 and 2, as number 2 is played in B minor, calling back to Midnight Storm's little B at the end there, while number 1 is played in A flat major. So Op 69 number 1 is also known as L'Adieu, or the Farewell Waltz. That is in fact the background music I have been using for the Midnight Storm section, as it was written privately by Chopin in 1835 for Maria Wodzinska, apologies if I'm screwing that name up, Chopin's supposed fiancée at this time. It was supposed to be a farewell piece between a couple who had to be parted for whatever reason, and it was also published posthumously. almost like it was a secret, like their love was a secret. And I mean, if we're talking Chopin and Maria specifically, apparently, according to some sources, the match was not well liked by Maria's father, so it was kind of a forbidden lovers kind of deal. Ooh. And the other thing too, in French, adieu is what you say when you won't see that person ever again. It's not like au revoir. It is a breakup, I mean. As for the B minor, number 2, this waltz, which was posthumously published alongside number 1, was apparently a piece Chopin hoped would be burned following his death. He really didn't want people to hear it. So this little detail opens up, in my mind, 2 possible behind-the-scenes things, at least 2 main ones. So number 1, Kurt was aware that his team would be potentially recalled, but not actually assisted in exfilling the NC area. The whole being left to die cover was actually a cover for the order of what he actually did, settling Pacifica in order to take control of a strategically valuable position in what was, unofficially, at least at this time, a politically severed part of the now free city of Night City. So the Shard, Arvin Accord Redefined, which you can find in the Elizabeth Crest Street hideout, it basically points out the almost coincidental occupation of the old Serenasands area by a defected NUSA force. Basically, that Shard makes you kind of stop and go, yeah, it does seem a little too good to be true. And I can't help but think of what Solomon Reed said about how coincidences are just patterns as of yet unrecognized. As we see in Kurt's psych eval, he is recommended for, quote, closer oversight from CO while broadening his scope of responsibility in order to foster a sense of mutual trust and commitment. In a way, he does sound like the guy they would entrust to do what he did in Dogtown, given his independent nature and sort of a rebellious streak a bit. Officially, the NUSA and Militech could deny any actual responsibility for what he does, as he is a deserter. But unofficially, Kurt is there to, eventually, further NUSA and Militech interests down the road. As he says, when the companies or the governments don't want their name on anything, they send him to do it, and just condemn his, quote, terrorist actions on the evening news. Kurt says this himself to the Cassell twins. Well, supposed Cassell twins. But what a coincidence that Dogtown is right over top Project Cynosure. And what does Cynosure mean? Cynosure means Dog's Tail. Beneath Dogtown, guarded by Barghest, the Black Dog of Death. Dogs that can't cross rivers. Remember that storm channel? Well, sure, having the strategic position of Pacifica was one thing. Securing Project Cynosure was another huge interest for both Myers and probably Militech and the NUSA. As I touched on in my video on Kurt, prior to the Unification War, when Pacifica was under its reconstruction, there was a explosion in one of the Serenasands construction sites. Militech and site officials just waved it off as a result of a gas leak, but we all kind of know that it probably wasn't a gas leak. It was more than likely an accidental unearthing of Project Cynosure. So apparently, after Hansen declared Dogtown his, they were assaulted by NCPD, corporate military forces, the works. One Dogtown citizen at the basketball court in 2077 says that Myers even dropped bombs on the area, but that could just be an assumption. Maybe that's from propaganda.
So what do you think crawled up Hansen's ass? Often the prez is no joke.
Nah, it's no joke, Chum. It's justice for the past. Like you know anything about it. Weren't here, were you? 7 years ago? When the bitch started dropping bombs? No? Fuck you.
In some games, you totally can take what NPCs say as gospel, but in this game, you can't. Like, people can be wrong, people could be affected by rumors and propaganda. That's what makes putting together theories so difficult, but it also makes it very fun. The worst part of this period, anyway, was called Burning December. So now that we're on the subject of Burning December in 2071, I wanted to bring up something of on the surface maybe an inconsistency to do with the walls that surround Dogtown. So in a number of shards you can find statements saying that Militech is the one that put the initial walls, at least initial, around the area of Serenasands after there was an incident with what was very likely to be Project Cynosure. But then on the Barghest website they also talk about building the walls as if Barghest built all the walls. So what I'm thinking is that a lot of the walls got fucked up, or maybe they were slightly different in their layout. It's not a cheap or easy task to build walls. I mean, sure, some of the walls in Dogtown look pretty fucking rickety, and I'm assuming those are the Barghest walls, but like, even then, like, a lot of it, especially the military checkpoint of the gates and everything, like, that's money. And also, you'd think that they would be bombing the shit out of the walls around the area, right? I don't know, maybe there was just some strategic bombing so that Militech and the NUSA and Myers could just be like, oh, we tried, but, you know, we couldn't get rid of him, he's too pesky, just so they could deny any involvement with Barghest and Kurt Hansen down the road. I don't know, it feels very sus. The walls are the key to all this. It all makes sense if you think that this was all intentional, to have Kurt and his units stay there and basically be the Cerberus. There's another dog. There's the other dog. Oh my god. Cerberus, guard dog of the rogue AI hell beneath their feet. Encouraging NUSA hatred among Dogtown residents would be good for covering that up. Kurt would realize this, and we can see that he has a working business relationship with his old government. And as we know, Kurt can say to the Cassell twins that 6 months before 2077, he was doing stuff for Rosalind, trying to help her clean up a mess that she couldn't because of political red tape and all that. Like, even if you just take away all the potential romance theory here that I'm really about to start talking about again in a second, like, this is a very fascinating potential what-if sort of plot line. If this was actually all going on behind the scenes, it was all planned, it was all just, smoke and mirrors, I fuck with it, as they say, I like it. Okay, if there is that possibility that they did have like a situationship of sorts, because, you know, it's hard to have a work-life balance as a dictator couple, I'm inclined to think the relationship would break down because they're both very, like, power-hungry, set in their ways, very determined, very fiery individuals. And I personally think that for Kurt, there would be a lot of resentment that would develop because of where he was stuck. Like, he says that, you know, the Black Sapphire's pride and joy and all that shit, but, like, the rest of the place is a trash hole. Like, he enjoys the place for the ego boost, but personally, I think, and this goes back to the Storm Channel, I think he wishes that he was anywhere but there. An interesting thing about Kurt is, according to a shard that you can find at his wake, he wanted to be cremated upon his death. He didn't want the funeral, he didn't want to be in a coffin, he wanted his ashes scattered in that filthy, shitty, polluted Storm Channel to a live playing of Balkan folk music. This is very different from what he got. It's almost like he knew that in life, he would never be able to move on from where he was. He wasn't able to cross that river. If he had been, that would have meant that Night City was the NUSA's. He could have gone home after that. And I'll be the first to admit that in this Pathline, you don't need the romance. You don't. This could just be entirely business professional, blah, blah, blah. But in this case, if there was something, maybe he wanted to go home to Rosalind. Either way, Kurt is stuck in Night City, in Dogtown. As Imeric Cassell says, Kurt can't simply retire. He is too deeply entrenched. Barghest and its black market relies heavily on him and the sort of personality that he runs the business with. Kurt is stuck. He is an enclosed animal behind his walls. He's chained like the black dog in Lizzie Wizzy's performance. And while yes, Lizzie Wizzy's concert holograms are very strongly songbird coded, I think you could also see some of the symbolism as almost like Myers. If you remember, Rosalind's gun is the hawk, and if you remember American political military symbolism, there's eagles and shit everywhere, I think. When you look at Lizzie with those giant wings, Like a hawk, she can fly as high as space if she wants. She can escape Kurt's cage, and with V's help, Rosalind does. And the other thing about some types of hawks is that some hawks eat songbirds. Kurt may have been into his work on a personal level. He seems to enjoy blood and combat and the brutality of that kind of life. He likes power, but it wouldn't shock me if he also could love fiercely enough that he would agree to be that guy for Rosalind. Until the reality that he'd been abandoned and used by someone he cared about hit him as time went on, as the reality of his prison really hit home. A blind spot, if you will. Which leads me to pathway number 2, the one that I personally am more like narratively a fan of. Kurt had no idea he was going to be left behind. As Rosalind Myers says about Kurt,
Hansen's a military man. He loves control. Hates blind spots.
Rosalind herself, I think, is also like this too. She and Kurt are very similar in a number of ways. Rosalind knows Kurt, and he knows her, as he later says. What if Rosalind sending him on Operation Midnight Storm was a blind spot? Rosalind leaving him behind, basically leaving him and his people to die, as Reed says. Rosalind is a very ends justify the means sort of character. Kurt is too, I find. They work very similarly, and they can both get hung up on revenge, as we see with Kurt, and as Songbird can describe in Rosalind. Rosalind very well could have seen leaving Kurt behind as a necessary evil. Who knows what her reasons were? Maybe she knew he was resourceful enough to keep himself alive. Maybe she predicted that he would do what he did with building Dogtown. The other thing, too, is that perhaps Rosalind knew that if she told Kurt about the potential set up shop here and pretend you're not affiliated with us sort of plan, would she have known that he would have been pretty transparent with his men about this plan, which could have led to a leak, which could have led to a... who knows where that could have gone, because Kurt, again, does seem to be really trusting and close with those original Barghest members. Maybe Militech just wanted to deny that Operation Midnight Storm even existed, and leaving Kurt and his squad to die was a way of doing that. So let's assume in this situation, Kurt finds out that Myers is like, hey, you're on your own now, bye. That would probably be a really bitter pill to swallow. Numerous men and women under Kurt were killed during this ultimately unfulfilled operation. And then his potential, Dommy Mommy Myers, hung him out to dry for the good of her own mission. I do think Myers believes what she does is for the greater good. Like, as unlikable as she can be, she truly thinks that she is doing what needs to be done. And I don't think she would have left Kurt behind in this theory if she didn't think it was necessary for the quote-unquote greater good. But still, as Maximum Mike says, Militech very well could have had a use for this, even if Myers wasn't a part of funding his Dogtown venture, even if she genuinely was just like, nope, we're leaving him, let's pull out, we're done.
As for Militech covering their asses, that's why they kept Hansen on their shadow payroll. When the sabers start rattling and the blame starts flying, it's gonna land squarely on him, a deserter of their own corp. Think on it, sleep on it, but don't you dare wait on it. Another war may be just around the corner.
So in lore, it's said that the FIA was Myers' answer to Militech, seeking to throw off the reins of her presidential power over the corporation. Kress was the one who put those reins on during the last corporate war, and she never actually revoked that nationalization of Militech. She kept things going so she could have a grip on her old company. Maybe Militech told Kurt beforehand that this order was gonna happen. Maybe he was aware of it. And using the bitterness that would come from this, as well as promising to fund him under the table, which would allow that whole mission and its casualties to not be in vain, Militech helped him set up his little empire. Maybe Myers really did drop those bombs when her ex-boyfriend proved to be a bit of an issue. Maybe she feared what he would do to Cynosure. By 2077, Hansen is fully aware that whatever went on with the project, it's some potentially ruinous shit for the NUSA. I mean, sure, if you want to include the romantic angle of this timeline, maybe between 2072 and 2077, he and Myers came to a sort of uneasy situationship. Maybe frenemies. Awkwardness, calling my ex-boyfriend to blow up some of my problems sort of awkwardness. And Kurt maybe did it because of old feelings, but, you know, also maybe he took some joy in being the person she went to for help despite everything. Because, and I just want to say this, some of the lines in the PA announcements that he makes, you could, if you're framing this whole story with the bitter ex theory, you could say he sounds rather bitter about Myers. Here's just a couple to refresh your memory.
In case you haven't heard, Dogtown has a special guest, Rosalind Myers, as she lives and breathes. The NUSA says the president managed to crash her Space Force One into our humble district. If that's true, well, we've got to find her, for her own safety. Any information on Myers, I will personally reward in neurostims. Still no news of our missing Madam President. I have to say, I'm a little disappointed. Rosalind, if you're ever really in Dogtown, we're ready to welcome you with open arms.
But, you know, allow me to be the first to say that this piece of evidence isn't super strong. Like, you can read into this however you want. The lines I do find to be a bit stronger in the bitter X theory realm is some of the shit Kurt says when you're fighting him in the ending where you carry out Reed's plan.
You knew she was destined for a body bag as soon as you split up. Hell, maybe you knew all along.
Peeps ain't pawns to me. You'll pay for what you did.
Putting that line in there because, yeah, Kurt sees people as pawns. So does Myers. Another little similarity to these two.
So, you want to be Myers' newest pet?
Just want you dead.
You don't expect me to roll over, I hope. Though I must say, I'm disappointed. If Myers ever wants me to take her seriously, she'd do better to send in Black Ops.
Now, this line, the Myers' new pet line, I mean, we could read into that in a number of ways. But I don't know, I'm getting the used and discarded vibe from Kurt here. Maybe even the, I would have done anything for her, and now here I fucking am. Oh god, I think this theory's taking over my brain. You know what? I would read a cyberpunk tragic romance novel. Damn right I would, where all the characters are like bastards and assholes. I would read the shit out of that. I should write it. I'm gonna go write that book now. Editing Lydia here, I'm almost at 100 pages of my tragic cyberpunk romance novel. More to come as time goes on. I'm not kidding. I started writing it. When inspiration strikes, you just go for it. It's also funny that we can flirt with the president too. And like she kind of goes along with it. So like Rosalind can definitely be like charming and has some riz with people that she wants to kind of use, because she does use V, and you know, it wouldn't shock me if what she did with V, what she can do with V, is not all that dissimilar from what she did with Kurt. We know Rosalind knows how to appeal to people, how to sort of adapt her personality to whoever she's dealing with. Like, she's very quick on her feet with that. Quite frankly, so is Kurt, but Kurt is a little more consistent, I think. I know it sounds kind of nutty to think of Kurt Hansen, of all people, being hurt so deeply by the betrayal of a lover, but I don't know. I think it can definitely make some sense. Reed was betrayed by Songbird. Songbird can feel betrayed by Reed and Myers, and even V. Alex can feel betrayed by Saul. Like, betrayal is everywhere in Phantom Liberty. It's everywhere in Cyberpunk in general, but Phantom Liberty really brings it front and center. We have all types of betrayal. We have professional betrayal, friendship betrayal, parental betrayal, child betrayal. What are we missing? The betrayal of a lover. And also, I think of what Kurt says about reunions.
Name's V. Just V.
Haven't seen Somi in years. Trying to catch up.
Oh, that's what this is. To me, reunions consist of picking up the broken, scattered shards of your heart. Or teeth. Always hurts.
I think that primarily he's referring to the awkward reunion of Solomon and Somi. Others see it as just a warning to V of like, you better watch yourself. But I kind of wonder if for him, the reunion that he was hoping to have with Myers, which I'm gonna be talking about that in a second, it was gonna be one or the other, right? The shattered pieces of one's heart with picking your teeth up off the floor. I also think it's worth noting that Kurt is not, despite his violence, aggression, and his being ferocious in a fight. Like, that boss battle got me closer to death more times than Adam Smasher did. Kurt is noted in his file as having a low risk of cyberpsychosis. And I get so mixed up with the definition of cyberpsychosis because of how it's portrayed differently depending on the medium, whether you're seeing it as a gameplay mechanic in 2077 or in the TTRPG, or if you're seeing it as a literary device. Like, look at Edgerunners versus 2077 cyberpsychosis literary device. But Hansen's care for his men, especially those from Midnight Storm, shows that he has a tie to that sense of loyalty. He does give a shit. Like, I know I said earlier that his place of burial could be just the fact that, you know, he could never cross that river in life, metaphor, but it could also just be like, yeah, this is where a lot of my guys died, just put me there. Like, Kurt Hansen is an asshole. Like, he is a mega prick. He's a dickhead. He's not a good person. Of course, this is Cyberpunk, but he's still a human, and humans are complicated. Complicatedly simple, or simply complicated. I don't know. Like, yeah, Myers and Kurt can both come off as hard people who hold their immediate emotions back and hide it behind a facade of either political savvy, charisma, or very, very tightly wound rage. A rage that you only really see when shit really hits the fan. We don't really get to see that side of Myers, but I'm sure it's fucking there. But as it so often goes with those who most seem a certain way on the surface, there could very well be a deep hurt within. Alright, time for the big question. Why take down Space Force 1? That is a big fucking risk. Especially for Kurt, to shoot down the president. And Kurt knew that she was on that ship. It wasn't a fluke, because Somi made sure he knew. Guess who else is on a ship right now? Not the floating kind. I just have to take a second to acknowledge, like, the sheer amount of, like, super cute photo mode photography that has come out of the Myers-Kurt Hansen shipping community. Like, not only is a lot of it, like, so, like, beautifully composed from a photography perspective, it's also just like, aww. It's so sweet. The other thing, too, is that speaking of Sophia in NC, who has taken many of the pictures that I've shown throughout this video, one of her pictures was actually reposted on Twitter by CDPR, and I just thought it was interesting that they chose to repost for Myers' birthday the picture of her and Kurt dancing together in like a waltz, maybe? Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe coincidences are just unrecognized patterns. I don't know, I leave that to you.
What the Oh shit.
The explicit deal between the two was that he would get Myers and then Somi could have the neural matrix. She was supposed to ground the plane relatively peacefully, but Kurt decided to launch missiles at it instead. And then, in writing, or at least as put into writing by Bennett, in a specific shard called Orders. Now, side note, we can find this Orders shard while escaping with Myers. Bennett says that Myers must be returned alive. She cannot be killed. Doesn't mean she has to be unharmed, but Kurt wants her alive. There's another shard too that we can find where Kurt is really trying to outline the importance of securing the target, aka Myers. I know I said in my Kurt video that Kurt really just probably wanted So-Mi, and maybe that is a part of it, but Myers, the fact that it's outlined he wanted her alive. So why? Why would you risk blowing the president of the NUSA to tiny bits? Why risk so much potential upheaval? Why give way to the events that would tear his life apart? Okay, sure. Maybe he thought it was funny. Maybe he was like, So-Mi will make sure she's fine, I'm sure of it. I'm just gonna fucking launch missiles because I'm feeling particularly itchy trigger finger today. But as Maximum Mike says on his radio show, it would be a great inciting incident for a war. From what I understand, Dogtown is technically an NUSA territory. Kind of. It still has the flag on that monument right outside the Black Sapphire, even if that monument is broken, as the graffiti helpfully points out to us. Myers says, as V is getting her indoors, that it's her fault that all this happened.
This is some fucking nightmare. My people dead. All of them. Because of me.
Well, Kurt Hansen killed them. Not you.
Is that what you think? You have no idea how deep this goes. We were hacked. It means Hansen had help.
And yes, that could mean many things, but it wouldn't be shocking if Rosalind blames herself for leaving the Barghest unit behind all those years ago. She also says that there's gotta be a mole in Washington. And I know, you might be thinking, well, yeah, So-Mi was the mole. What if that's not all? What if there was someone else sticking their nose in? Even Reed says he's not convinced that So-Mi is necessarily the sole responsible party here. Although we don't really get any more on that specific line of thought of his. I couldn't find any solid evidence of who this person could be. But what if it's a powerful political entity back in DC? Someone who saw Myers' unification war as a potential hamper or threat to the dreams of unification that she spent decades, slowly, carefully, trying to construct. Someone with close ties to the government, someone with know-how and connections in Militech. Someone who knows exactly the kind of game that Myers is playing and may very well know how to play it even more dangerously than she does. Elizabeth Kress. Elizabeth Kress, whose shadow lurks over V and Rosalind as they hide in Dogtown. Rosalind, eaten up by the mangled jaws of that crumbling building, built in the president's name. As of the 2060s, Kress is still alive, and while she'd be about 100 years old by time of 2077, we've seen Hanako Arasaka. If you got the money, you're probably looking mighty fine for your age. The other thing too is we're not entirely sure how So-Mi heard about the neural matrix that Kurt dug up. Maybe So-Mi had somebody hook them both up, feed her the information. Maybe Kurt fed that information about the neural matrix to an interested party. Someone who was paying. Someone who was urging him to investigate the project a little deeper. And who else would know about Cynosure better than the president who was around for a good chunk of Cynosure's existence? So the first active period of Project Cynosure was between 2013 and 2020. Elizabeth Kress was the acting president in 2018. Before that, she was vice president. And she was actually first sworn in as president in 2021. So Kress was around for almost the entirety of Cynosure's existence. She definitely knew a lot about it. So kind of makes sense that she could be the one feeding information to Kurt, or at least her people. Another interesting detail too about Kress and her style of governance, her style of war, was pointed out by Eye of Center on Reddit. So Eye of Center points out that in Cyberpunk Red, there is an option for your character to join the covert military. Eye of Center points out that Kress used a ton of, quote, covert military action on all enemies of the NUSA during her time at the helm. But apparently, the Elizabeth Kress lore was really in your face. There was like an info dump of it, like they really wanted you to take notice of this. There's also the implication in this post, which is very, very interesting, that Arasaka never actually left America, even after being booted by Kress officially. This ties into Michiko Arasaka and all the Danger Gal stuff. Arasaka funding the Free States in the shadows, and there's a lot of really cool points here. Link in the description for anybody who wants to read the full thing. As I touched on in my Myers video, Cress is a very strategic, long game lady. She played a careful game. She didn't just splurge in the attempt to reunify America. She didn't just try to rush in and get it done for the sake of reputation or for the fame or for the praise or anything. She may have wanted to, but she would rather take on the task with great caution. Like, you gotta be really careful from a political perspective when you bring war into the picture. Speaking of political perspectives, we see the graffiti around Dogtown literally everywhere, Kurt for Prez. Could literally just be the result of the cult of personality, if you will, surrounding Kurt, but maybe this is hinting at something. Do I think Kurt wants to be president? I don't know. Whether he does or doesn't, there's people in Dogtown that still feel attached to the NUSA. There are loyalists there, if you will. And Kurt can even say to the Cassell twins during Firestarter,
"Call it a sentimental attachment. The battle for NUSA's future drives us both."
so if he's being truthful here, he's got some stake in all this NUSA shit. What if Cress convinced him to take Myers out? To use her death as a careful spark. Crash Space Force 1 in Dogtown to avoid issues with Night City, and this could have given an excuse for the NUSA to move their forces next door to Night City. To say we're taking Dogtown and taking this guy out for killing the president or whatever, so then they could actually stage an invasion and takeover of Night City. It is interesting too, side note, that in the Getting So-Me to the Moon ending, this whole being careful about downing Space Force 1 and Night City land is blown out of the water when Myers sends her people to fight at orbital air, and then they have to do the giant fucking cover-up on the news after, and it's just a mess. Like, you know, it is interesting that at the start of the story, the spaceship crashes in a place that is strategically chosen to avoid such a conflict, versus the ending with the other spaceship. Myers just completely goes, "Fuck it, we ball." Big mess ensues. Even the way Kurt talks about this, he's trying to warn Night City of another war coming. Like, this, sure, this could definitely just be him covering his own ass, but at the same time, like, you know what they say, a good liar includes bits of the truth in the lie. Obviously, Kurt was intending to have Myers in his clutches by this point, but he didn't, so he's probably like, oh, fuck. Crest is gonna be mad at me, Militech is gonna be mad at me, and USA is gonna be mad at me because the plan is fucked up. If Myers had died or had been successfully taken and held in the Sapphire and her death lied about, well then that could have been quite the excuse for the NUSA and Militech to move in. But now that's fucked. Maybe this was supposed to be Cress's final push against Arasaka, because Michiko's not really doing Danger Gal anymore from what I could find. Maybe she saw how Myers flubbed the unification war and was like, fuck it, I'll do it myself. Whatever the truth is, I do think someone was dangling quite the carrot over Kurt's head. Maybe it was money, maybe it was power, maybe presidency, maybe revenge. And I think revenge was quite the tempting thing for Kurt. Like, again, with the dog symbolism, Kurt can be vicious and animalistic. Even the way he fights in the boss fight, when he decides he's going in with his knife and he's just, yep. Sure, I'm sure the money and the power is appealing to him, but the revenge? Like, revenge is the main thing, in my opinion, for why he would want Myers alive. It's just up to you whether you think that revenge is just based on the loss of his men, or if it's that plus something even deeper. Because it feels really personal. Maybe Kurt wanted that final heart-shattering, teeth-breaking reunion with Myers. He wanted that final word, the final face-to-face talk they never got to have. Maybe it's to gloat. Maybe it's to hold it over her head that all this happened because of that final adieu. Maybe it was for the sake of his dead soldiers, maybe. Maybe he wanted to make her suffer before she died. Or maybe it's just a fucked up kind of closure. Otherwise, I can't see him giving up that strategic advantage, I guess if you want to call it, of just shooting her on sight. Like, the added difficulty of securing her alive. Like, if that wasn't a part of this whole thing, then, like, he probably could have done it. Of course, minus V's intervention, but, you know, V's the protagonist. V has protagonist power here. Like, Kurt is supposed to be an urban warfare specialist, I think the term is. He's said to be very organized and strategic. He's very smart in that sense. This is like handed to him on a silver platter. Maybe it's just me, but for him to want Myers alive suggests a very strong personal reason motivating him in all of this. And sure, could be for his dead soldiers, but I am inclined to think that there's something a little more going on here. Another thing too, if V leaves Reed and Myers, both their bodies will be delivered to Hansen. And Hansen will just continue to be in charge of Dogtown at this point. Why? Because Myers was supposed to die. That was part of whatever shadowy plan he was a part of, I think. So he's not really worried about any particular shit going down. From what NPCs say and from what we hear all around and from what a lot of the final quests of the game say, war is coming and this was probably just a big part of it. And you might be thinking, well, Myers is killed in this ending, so maybe Kurt really didn't necessarily want her alive. Well, Reed says that Myers wouldn't have given Barghest a choice. She would have rather gone down fighting than go as a captive. And maybe that would have been something Kurt would have been ultimately unsurprised at after all these years. A last little reminder of that woman he once loved, eaten up by this suit. Speaking of the suit, okay, this is a fascinating little coincidence, pointed out once more by Sophia in NC on Tumblr, but the colors of Myers' suit and Kurt's funeral suit are matching. They're just inversed in terms of dominant colors. Both have gold accents, but you have the dominant white with a little navy blue accent for Myers, with dominant navy with white accents for Kurt. Both were eaten up by that uniform. If you think back to what Kurt actually wanted for his death, it wasn't to be buried in that fucking uniform. He wanted to be cremated, probably in his fatigues. And Myers herself looks comfortable and happy in the Night City junkie clothes. Like she loosens up. It's a sad little peek that both of these characters were eaten up by their uniforms. I've heard that there's a line that Somi says regarding the symbolism of the uniform consuming whoever wears it. I couldn't fucking find that line, but it sounds familiar though, so if you know that line I'm talking about or if I'm just being delusional, like, let me know. It is a sad and fittingly tragic shared trait between the two, because you hear Myers open up about how lonely her life is as president. She says her nights are just 2 sleeping pills, evening brief, glass of water. And even V notes that she just doesn't sound all that sad, that she doesn't have to do it tonight, even though she's in Dogtown of all places, squatting in a shithole with her life under threat. That we can flirt with her later, in my opinion, implies that she doesn't really have anyone at home to, like, emotionally support her, to really give her a break from the stress of her life. Granted, you don't need to be in a relationship with someone to get that kind of emotional support, of course not. You could just be friends. But, like, look at what happens to Myers' friends. She has her mom to call from her notes, but that's it. And looking at Myers, who knows, maybe her mom is just like her. In terms of other interesting details that link Kurt and Myers together, there is also a callback to what Reed says about Myers' smoking habits. That she only smokes when things are spiraling out of control. Otherwise, she's got a good grip on her addiction. So we never see Kurt Hansen light up. Think of how often smoking comes up in this game because of Johnny, right? Like, yes, so many people in Night City smoke, but it is a thing you notice, largely because of Johnny always being like, hack some fucking darts, V, come on. The symbolism of smoking in this game is a whole other thing. Anyway, there is a very easy to miss moment where Kurt smokes one time. We can see hints that he's been smoking leading up to this when we arrive at the stadium during Firestarter. We can see a pile of cigarettes on the table in front of him, in the ashtray. It's not unlike the pile of cigarettes that you find in front of Myers when she's on the balcony having a smoke that morning. In this Tumblr post here by Black Ravel, if you manage to sneak through the stadium, you can see Kurt walk away, lean next to the door you gotta escape from, and just smoke. Only this once. And you know, given the incredible soundtrack of Gate K9, like 99% of people probably said no to stealthing this mission. Anyway, both these people smoking like chimneys when shit's out of control, Myers and Kurt. They light the fuck up when their blind spots have been utilized and exploited. Ironically enough, by each other in a way. Kurt's been in a spiral since the downing of Space Force 1, because Myers got away. Kurt is also really focused on this all being Myers' game when it's actually So-Mi's, and for So-Mi to know about that and to take advantage of that, like, So-Mi knows that Kurt's got a big hang-up on Myers. Like, Kurt knows some big reprisal is coming, but he is not accurately guessing where it's coming from. All around Dogtown, you can overhear people talking about how Barghest is recruiting literally everyone. They are bringing in more cyberware, more weapons. Alex's computer in the Moth has an email regarding air defenses and scanners on high alert. Hansen and Murphy during Firestarter are both said to be on edge. Murphy blabs about stuff that Hansen is a little like, why'd you talk to them about that? Either way, these two know something is coming, and Barghest is appearing kind of desperate. Is Myers gonna do something drastic? Or is it gonna be Militech for not actually getting and neutralizing the president? Maybe there's more. See, this was a huge risk for Kurt to take, shooting her down. He's trying to play it cool, but he knows this is a big uh-oh. Like, it is said that his last-ditch attempt at, like, a defense is So-Mi, and sort of parading her around, gloating that he has her, the president's big linchpin, the one who knows about her breaking of international law. Like, he has So-Mi dressed up like a fucking parakeet, so everybody at the Black Sapphire party, the rich, the powerful, the connected, they can see her. Myers' pet, the new one, has joined him. And I don't think it's any coincidence either that he refers to her as darling, and that he kind of like touches her side posterior region a bit. Like that is like, that qualifies as an ass grab bit, in my opinion. Side theory, maybe Songbird was romancing Kurt. Maybe that, who knows, she could have been, it's possible. It's a spy thriller themed expansion. Of course, you know, there's bound to be some seduction going on here and there to honeypot the shit out of this guy, why not? And that he does it in front of Reed, who he knows is FIA, and V, who he assumes is FIA. He wants Myers to hear about it. He wants to salt the wound. And then when he's like...
Also tell her, her toy of mass destruction is my friend now. And she should get the fuck out of my backyard, or the world will learn about her games.
Like, the dude has been waiting the whole party to say that. That is the first thing he wanted to say, but he couldn't open with that. He wants Myers to know that he has her Reaper Doomsday device, but he could also be like, tell her I called her darling and that I'm parading her around. Like, Kurt's bitter. He's bitter. This is some bitter ex behavior. At least if you're looking at it through the lens of this potential romance theory. Oh my god, I'm totally cracked. We're almost at the end, and I'm completely cracked. Like, it's also late at night when I'm editing this. So I'm just sitting at my desk like, what the fuck am I editing? What am I talking about? Like, I'm talking about a romance that is almost very, like, small chance that it's... Honestly, I like it a lot. I'm enjoying talking about it a lot. My dog is on the floor. Hi, Beyla. That was her tippy-tappy toes. Like, what am I doing? I'm talking about this arm garbage and his ex-girlfriend dictator lady. Arm garbage. Arm garbage is my word for, like, you know, it's not arm candy. He's arm garbage because he's a garbage human being, like everybody else in this game. But, you know, like Colonel Handsome, okay? Arm garbage. Arm garbage. Oh my god, I really am cracked. There's also some parallels to Aurora Cassell and Myers in a way, because both women are short-haired, they dress smart in pantsuits, both are charismatic, they're social butterflies who are actually quite ruthless and dastardly beneath it all. Like, Kurt's into her, but then again, everybody loves Aurora Cassell. Sorry, I'm Eric. In regards to the tarot cards, too, that you find in Phantom Liberty, you could actually put Kurt and Myers under the same one, I think. The King of Pentacles, or Coins. That's the card that we find in the Elizabeth Crest Street hideout. The King of Pentacles is said to be highly ambitious, motivated by success and materialistic wealth. And even if you consider the Emperor to be a better fit for Myers, some tarot readings suggest that these two cards together are sort of a potential power couple, Which, you know, like, yeah, imagine if Kurt and Myers had remained on the same side. There's also that one line in Firestarter where Kurt can say, in regards to Rosalind, and this is the big one,
I've seen who she is when no one is watching, or so she believes. I respect her in a way.
and pair that with what he says about the FIA's interest in him being a bit of sentimentality. And even though the Phantom Liberty theme song is super heavily songbird coded, you could absolutely see the lyrics through like that lens of lovers who once were, who are now so disillusioned with each other. Like basically this song fits with the stories of Reed and Songbird and V and probably some Alex in there. And considering the fact that, you know, Kurt and Myers are both in the music video / credits scene for the song, I wouldn't be shocked if there's an additional layer of meaning between those two as well. Even just some of the lyrics, like found out treasures are always lost, pleasures and rage combined, and what is lost love but a treasure that is lost, right? Lights out, is this who you really are? Can't look into your eyes, your twisted mind, it's dark, so dark. Oh, there's another one. Both of them. The days when it was good are gone. I'm trying to see what it was for, but I'll never know. And though it's dead, I hear the call. I found out treasures are always lost, pleasures are long forgotten. Who are you now? Like, all of these, again, lyrics can be applied to pretty much every character in this story, but I do like the ex-lovers angle of it. Hey there! This is me recording this right before I'm supposed to be posting this video for members. I just found this when I was scrolling through Sophia and NC's Instagram and all of her amazing photo mode shots. Like, they're all amazing. I found this! It's this! So, okay, so Sophia and Black Ravel, who I mentioned before, they both went into the game files. I think, like, this is, I'm 99, like, look at this. Look at what they found. Oh my god, so there's this unspoken bit saying, like, Kurt says they have a history, the one that he does not want to talk about. What? And then right down beneath it is the line of, seen who she is when no one is watching, or so she believes. I respect her, in a way. And it's like, oh my god, okay, so that, the added context of the initial bit about a history that he doesn't want to talk about. Oh my god. Okay, I think this is canon. Guys, I think that Kurt and Rosalind were a thing. Wow. Oh my god, that's amazing. I want to know more about this. This is a big one for me. Like, I am fully sold on this now. As of posting this video, I'm sold. This is it, guys. I need to say nothing else. This is it. Like, oh my god, all hail Black Ravel, because, like, Black Ravel, if you go over their Tumblr, they found so many interesting things in the in-game data files and everything. Like, holy shit. Black Ravel, what is it? You know, the devil works hard, but Black Ravel data mines harder. Like, holy shit, and also makes some pretty dank memes. Huge thank you to Sophia in NC for all of her amazing photos and artwork, and also for the things that she has shared, because, like, both Black Ravel and Sophia, like, this video would not be possible without you two posting the things that you have posted on the internet. Thank you so much to both of you. I will be linking to both of their Tumblr blogs in the description. Would strongly encourage going to check out their pages, because there's a lot of interesting stuff there. In the ending too, where you bring Songbird's body to Myers, when V can choose the "someday I hope you'll understand me," Songbird, and Reed, Rosalind will say,
I'd wager I understand more than you think. Much more.
And you know what? If there's any truth to this theory, she very well might. Rosalind might understand the pain of losing someone you love, of using someone to their furthest ends for your own agenda. She may, like Reed, understand what it's like to put quote-unquote duty over the love you have for those dearest to you. She may understand that, like V, what it is to be put in a position where no decisions you can make will end up good, because it's just a dumpster fire. All the endings of Phantom Liberty. Of course, this could be regarding anything in her career as a corpo, as a Marine, as president, but who knows? It could have something to do with a certain Dogtown warlord. Just as Kurt could know rather intimately the sting of betrayal, which, you know, would fit him in the line of Myers' pets, of him and Songbird and Reed and V. Kurt lost close friends in some pointless bloodbath, and maybe for the remainder of his life he just kept adding salt to a wound that he just couldn't heal. Who Myers and Kurt were, whatever you believe, before the uniform, could have very well just been cut out of them, like any other organ or flesh, replaced by the version of themselves that they had to become to survive such a vicious system. We become what we must or we die, like so many before and so many after. And ultimately, how fucking tragic is that? That one fixer that you shouldn't Google unless you put Cyberpunk next to his name. Ah, yes, Mr. Hands. Of all the fixers of the 2077 landscape, Hands comes across as the most polite, the most debonair, and for some people he might actually be considered the most likable of all of NC's fixers. But what lurks beneath that coiffed facade and delicious tea of the guy with his hands in who knows how many Night City cookie jars? Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Spilling Tea. I'm kidding. Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories and how those stories shape us. Let's spill some tea. I'm sorry, you're gonna probably hear some tea puns and probably some hand puns. Let's go. Mr. Hands, not born in Enumclaw, Washington, is at least to his mother, Wade Bleecker. We don't know if Hands was born into a wealthy family or if he worked his way up to the corporate top, but Hands once had an extremely successful career in the corporate world. Wade Bleecker was actually one of the top corpos at Petrochem, and while this requires a video all its own, I think, Petrochem is that corporation in Cyberpunk 2077 that has so many little references everywhere that kinda hint at maybe something bigger going on behind the scenes with the corp. At least that's what I think. I've seen a number of people on Reddit and in the comment sections of my videos sort of pose a similar idea. And you know what? That kind of lines up nicely with the story of Wade Bleecker, a guy who's definitely doing 99% of his shit behind the scenes. But as they say, the higher you rise, the harder you fall. And so it was with Wade, who, after a quote, sudden shakeup in upper management at Petrochem, survived an attempted assassination attempt from his former coworkers. We can only imagine the shenanigans that Hands pulled to piss off his rivals to that point. I'm sure just like Arthur Jenkins or a corporate V and countless other corpos, he probably screwed over some people, made some bad calls, and, well, his whole world fell apart. It kind of makes you think of Meredith and the good old Anthony Gilchrist back pre-heist. Those were the days. So Hands went to ground following this assassination attempt, going so far as to, according to the database, change his physical appearance and picking up the moniker of Mr. Hands. Who knows, maybe the cosmetic changes were only as dramatic as pre-2.0 Hands versus post-2.0 Hands. We don't know. And I'm pretty sure that the name Mr. Hands comes from the fact that that's all you really see of him, because the rest of him is in the shadows. Just his chrome hands are the only part of him you really get, aside from his silhouette. He's like this disembodied pair of hands pulling the strings of all the puppets everywhere is the image that I think of. And where most would have seen just chaos and garbage and just a general waste of time, Hands saw potential in the trash fire district of Pacifica. And by 2077, unless you count Kurt Hansen, Hans is the top fixer in Pacifica. Now, some of you may recall Dexter Deshawn's history as a fixer with a lot of business ties to Pacifica. That is, in fact, where Dexter's ill-fated job took place, which involved Rhino and likely T-Bug, and ended up sparking a gang war in the district. This sort of mysterious event is what led to Dex hiding out in space. One has to wonder if Dex's absence was when Hans swooped in to claim the territory. Maybe, given the events of Phantom Liberty, Hans was the one who initially knocked those dominoes behind Dex's fall. I wouldn't put it past him, especially considering what he's doing throughout Phantom Liberty. Hans also references Dexter Deshawn directly by referring to the fact that the data that he's given V to navigate the Black Sapphire has the guarantee of no info leaks surrounding it. Nobody knows that V has this data, unlike a certain someone. I'll play the clip right here.
And, though this goes without saying, the data, its source, are completely secure. No one knows you have it. Data leaks, or lack thereof, are the difference between myself and, say, the late Mr. Deshawn.
I just think it's interesting that he makes that dig that he references Dex. I mean, lots of people do reference Dex for his fuck-ups, but I don't know, just knowing the whole Dex was in Pacifica first potential versus Mr. Hans swooping in after, I don't know. Maybe Dex's big op in Pacifica fell apart because somebody found out about something. Maybe Hans exploited that weakness. Who knows? There's actually a line towards the end of his quests in Phantom Liberty where he makes a Wizard of Oz reference, where V is sort of one of the characters in the book, and then when V asks, well, what character are you? He says, why, I'm the narrator. Like, this is the kind of guy Hans is. This is how he operates. He's the game master. He is the guy that sees what all the other players are doing, or at least that's what he tries to be. Mr. Hans, as we know, is veiled in shadows until we meet him in person during the events of Phantom Liberty. So normally, Hans never meets with any mercenaries, and he likely doesn't meet with very many clients either. Hans is known for his anonymity. He takes his privacy extremely seriously, and while you might think that this is just a business tactic meant to protect himself, meant to maybe make himself have a bit more theatrical power because, oh, he's so mysterious, but V can actually uncover, through eavesdropping, that Hans has something extremely precious to protect. Hans has a family, including a young daughter, and apparently 3 unnamed ex-wives, but I like how it says on the wiki, citation needed. And all I can think of is that Mort from Madagascar apparently has like 9 unnamed deceased wives. And I don't know why, but Mr. Hans feels very Mort-esque to me, and I will not be elaborating further on that because that's wild, but I think of that. Anyway, here's the clip of the phone call that he has with his daughter.
Yes, honey. Dad's working. Now, I see. And what is it your mother can't help you with? Not to worry. I'll find him the moment I get home. Can that be our deal? You've my word, Sugar Bear. Yeah, I love you too. Bye-bye now.
The fact that Hans' headquarters is in Dogtown and that he says to his daughter that he'll be home soon makes me wonder if A, he is hiding out in Dogtown to avoid Petrochem, but also B, if his daughter is also in Dogtown somewhere with his apparent wife. Maybe they live in the basement of the Heavy Hearts Club. But it is extremely sweet to see this very personal side to an otherwise very businessman-y kind of guy. We become so used to, in this world of cyberpunk, the greed and the bloodlust and the rage and the general despair and fear of almost all the characters we encounter. But with Mr. Hans, we see behind closed doors. We see when he's on the phone with his daughter that, oh yeah, these people are humans with lives and families. And then V just says, a la Claptrap from Borderlands 2, screw those guys. So Alex Jordan, who is Mr. Hands' voice actor following the Phantom Liberty release,
he has a family, and there is a tenderness to him. There's a legitimate tenderness to him. When we overhear him on the phone to his daughter, and we hear him talking about, you know, their child's mother, and there's a softness in his voice. And to know that there's this tenderness to this person, which again, it's not often within Night City that you kind of really encounter parental relationships, right?
Yeah.
Because it is such a brutal world. I mean, the line delivery was always going to be the same with the first and second session stuff. You know, again, as I said, we'll go back and redo the first bits because you start to find the character more.
Yeah.
But he was always going to have the same sort of feeling because he has this outward projection and what he shows to people. But for me personally, and my personal relationship to him, suddenly finding out that bit of information changed how I felt about him.
His take on his character's love for his family is also just very sweet, and it really does help to make Hands a lot deeper of a character. He is not just a standard fixer who's after money and power. He actually has layers that, while we don't get to unpeel them completely, that they're hinted to really does make him feel a lot more real. I know they say fear the man with nothing left to lose, but you know, I have the feeling that for Mr. Hands, he would do just about anything to prevent losing those who are most important to him, like taking over a certain territory run by a certain colonel. An important thing to note about Hands is a lot of the feline iconography he has surrounding him, as well as ancient Egyptian iconography too. His base in 2077 is the Heavy Hearts Club, which is a pyramid. It's a super cool club, and as mentioned by Brock Warner 9951 in my post on Mr. Hands, the light shooting from the peak of that pyramid into the sky, it's pretty well up there with the height of the Corpo Plaza. That's an amazing detail, and yeah, Hands is definitely the type to shoot for the stars when he shoots his shots. Hands has these two giant holograms of these Sphinx cats, again, ancient Egypt, in his office. And in ancient Egypt, cats in general were seen as these venerable creatures, which of course they are, symbols of fertility and justice. They were actually often mummified and buried in tombs, and most importantly for this video, they also took up quite a few slots in the pantheon as gods. And the goddesses that I want to talk about today are the dual sister goddesses, Bastet and Sekhmet. So these two goddesses are, depending on the time period you're looking at, two sides of the same deity. It really depends, I think, on what kingdom you're talking about. Bastet, as time went on, became noted for her patronage of fertility and childbirth as a ward against disease and pestilence, as well as for being a more gentle figure, as well as a symbol of motherhood. While Sekhmet really embodied the original traits of the Bastet character, the lioness side. Sekhmet is a warrior, she is a bold protector, and she is, in some legends, an agent of Ra's vengeance and great power. She, in contrast with her sister goddess, could cause disease upon her enemies.
Don't make me mad, Robert.
In one particular legend, she was apparently so lost in the sauce of war, she couldn't stop killing people. She just had this insatiable bloodlust, and she almost slaughtered everyone in Egypt. And you know, things were bad, until the rest of the pantheon decided that dumping an ungodly amount of red ochre beer into the Nile was the only way to get her to stop, because then she'd see it and be like, oh, that must be blood, I should drink it. And of course this plan worked. Sekhmet became an alcoholic, and now with a new focus, went home to the gods. And I just thought that this was a funny legend and I wanted to share it with you all, but also, it goes to show that Sekhmet/Bastet can fuck shit up if she wants to. I also like that Hands' suit is a deep red, like the red ochre beer as well. Like the protector side of him has to be dulled, it has to be enrobed in this drunken color, so he can see the playing field more clearly, which I know you wouldn't think being drunk would be the thing. I just like that. I don't know, I was like, red ochre, eh? Look at Hans' suit. I also find it interesting that Hans, in his personality, has this sort of duality to him, where he has this polite veneer, but this veneer is hiding this almost undulating current of a very lethal opponent beneath. You might be seeing where I'm going with mentioning cats here. Barghest is dogs. And you know, the general comparison between cats and dogs is probably one we all know relatively well. Considering Hansen, he is like a junkyard dog. He is loud, he's aggressive, he utilizes force. He's barking at people over his speakers all day long, he just can't stop. Whereas Hans is quiet and shadowy. He's clever, he's rather velvety smooth. And he, also like a cat, has this glorious mane even built into his suit. Dog people versus cat people. It's the war to end all wars. Also, another detail relating to ancient Egypt and Mr. Hans. So the code that Hans gives you to get up to his floor on the Heavy Hearts. So the code that Mr. Hans gives you to unlock the elevator, floor code, or whatever, so you can go and visit him, he gives you the code 2589, which is, in fact, the starting year of Pharaoh Khufu's reign in ancient Egypt. I forget what kingdom. 4th dynasty. I don't know. And the thing about Pharaoh Khufu is that the Great Pyramid of Giza was built as his tomb. I also have to mention that the Great Pyramid of Giza is both the oldest and the sole remaining wonder of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. And that's crazy, because it's over 4,500 years old. Like, yes, it's lost its limestone casing and cap, and it's a bit shorter now than it was back in its heyday, but it's still there. Like, it's crazy to think the amount of historical figures that we've read about in books have seen it, that we can also see it. You could definitely also see its far smaller presence in Dogtown, as utilized by Hans, as a symbol of the kind of legacy he might seek, if legacy is important to him. And I know I'm ranting too much about this, but this is my cyberpunk conspiracy. When you look at the diagram of the inner chambers of the pyramid, the King's Chamber could be said to be not unlike the placement of Mr. Hans's office above the club proper, like the gallery is below the King's Chamber, but then below the gallery is the Queen's Chamber. So if you view the gallery as the Heavy Hearts Club, then the Queen's Chamber is in the basement, which makes me think, oh my god, he really is keeping Mrs. Hans in the basement. Which, it would be very Mort-esque indeed. I think Mort would do that too. He'd keep one of his currently alive wives in the basement. Jesus Christ. So the other thing too to consider in this section about ancient Egypt is the significance of a person's heart in their final journey to the afterlife in ancient Egyptian lore. So rather than the brain, the heart was believed to be the seat of the soul, if you will. Specifically a person's moral, intelligent center. And part of the judgment of the dead involved a person's heart being weighed against the feather of Ma'at. And this test was actually usually administered by the god Anubis, at least in part, which explains why there's Anubis statues holding up the pyramid of the Heavy Hearts Club. So if a person's heart was in balance with the feather of Ma'at, that meant they could pass on to the afterlife. It basically implied that they lived a moral, sinless life in accordance with the beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. However, if a person's heart was heavy, then they were denied access to the afterlife. Their heart, meaning their soul, was consumed by Amit, which would basically destroy a person / send them into a second permanent state of death. It was not desirable. So it being called the Heavy Hearts Club sort of implies that the business that goes on in there, the people in there who are sinning, well, they aren't exactly morally spotless, which is sort of a fitting name for this town of dogs. The other thing too is when you compare it to Rogue and her bar being the afterlife, V was allowed to physically enter that bar before they died, but then they were ultimately denied the afterlife when they were essentially resurrected with Johnny in their head after their death. you could definitely look at it like V's heart was too heavy or something like that. I think it's cool. And it's even more cooler when V does get to go to the Heavy Hearts Club and works for Mr. Hands. And really, if you do take the Phantom Liberty ending, then yeah, you know, you would kind of feel like maybe this is the Heavy Heart ending. Like, sure, you didn't die, but how are you going to be able to live with yourself? This all connects to the whole secure your soul thing, which I think really peaks with Songbird's story. We're going to get into that. I just thought that was a pretty interesting little thing about Mr. Hands and the Heavy Hearts Club. If someone knows any more ties between Hands and ancient Egypt that are really, really interesting, like, please share. I love this shit. But there is one last little thing about cats. Something to note in a story where almost all of the characters are tied in some way to birds. Hawk, bald eagle, songbird, there might be more I'm forgetting. And the way that these three characters specifically can almost serve themselves up to Mr. Hands' plans is awfully convenient. We don't exactly know how long Hands has been planning to take over Dogtown, but he's been playing quite the game in these months leading up to V's arrival on the 2077 chessboard. V's first interaction in 2077 with Hands involves him getting them in contact with the Voodoo Boys, which might not seem like a big deal, but the fact that Hands is able to broker a sort of line of communication implies that he is a very, very well-connected guy. Because not just anyone is able to do that, considering how close-knit and under wraps the Voodoo Boys are. And we can really see an expansion on that throughout the events of Phantom Liberty. Did Hands know about Hansen's intent to crash Space Force 1? Well, I think that's entirely possible because Hands has had a mole in Barghest for quite some time. We first hear about Hands' interest in putting Chester Bennett on top of Dogtown after Kurt Hansen's death, but if you're the snooping type, you can find a little computer in Hands' office and read some emails between him and Bennett. And there's this particular email exchange about Hansen's work unearthing Cynosure. Mr. Hands writes, "Hello, Chester. I must admit, I knew nothing about your commanding officer's affinity for exploring underground bunkers. Is there anything else I have not been made aware of lately?" And then Chester says, "He planned it with Yago and Murphy. I was in charge of securing that other thing we talked about and had no idea about Cynosure or anything related. But don't worry, as far as I know, he doesn't even have a buyer for that tech. Got more important things to deal with right now." And then Mr. Hands is like, "Regardless, I do hope it was the last time you have kept me in the dark on such a matter. Such an approach would not benefit either of us. Kind regards." With Chester, Hands is a bit like the cat who caught the canary. Or so he thinks. Following the crash of Space Force 1, Hands calls V, not the other way around, and basically he gives them the keys to the Dogtown castle plus a car. What a guy. He's extremely polite and professional, which makes him stand out from the other fixers. Like, El Capitan is nice and he's goofy. Rogue is harsh but to the point. And also, as a side note, her bar is the afterlife, and like it's built into a literal morgue, versus Hands' pyramid, which is stepping stone to the afterlife in ancient Egypt. Rogue is basically at her end in a morgue that feels far more final of a place, whereas Hands is trying to almost transcend, and I just really like that difference. Wakako scares me, and I'm always afraid to let her down, so no, I don't screw up any of her gigs. Dino is slimy, but he pays well. Regina acts so little like a fixer in some ways, I actually often forget she's a fixer. Among them, Hands really is a standout. But weirdly enough, Hands and Dakota Smith, to me, they feel the most similar, which sounds really odd when you consider their differing circumstances, but let me explain. Dakota, as I get into in her video, does her work as a static fixer for, primarily money. Sure, but she also takes on gigs that restore the balance of power in the Badlands. AKA, there should be no one holding too much power out there. That is neutral territory. If Militech's getting greedy, Dakota sends someone out there to undermine them. If the Wraiths are getting a little spicy, you know, you send someone out there to cut them down. Dakota doesn't say much about her origins with the Aldecaldos, but there is a degree of sorrow, at least I think there is, in her very bare-bones reasons for remaining ecstatic in Night City. In a way, that does remind me of Hans and his potentially more personal motive for the things he does. Hans also does speak of his gigs for V in Dogtown and his work removing Hansen from power as a sort of balancing out the chessboard kind of thing, as pointed out by Mary Beth Leeton in my Mr. Hans post. And Hans, considering all his gigs, does this extremely efficiently. After completing a few gigs for Mr. Hans, which are necessary for his help in getting into the Black Sapphire, Hans invites V to a face-to-face meeting in the Heavy Hearts Club, which is a pretty big deal. Hans showing himself to a merc, as well as agreeing to help them for, well, free in exchange for their services. This meeting, I think, is all to facilitate a more trusting working relationship between the two, however, maybe to kind of like foster a sense of loyalty between the mercenary and the fixer. Hans gives V quite a bit of hard-to-get data and maps of the Sapphire interior, and he doesn't ask for payment, because Hans sees opportunity here with V. Hans frames it as him sort of helping V in return for V's help with the gigs and everything, but Hans is also relatively transparent about the fact that these gigs are meant to give him more power in the Kingdom of Dogtown. But Hans is still crafty and kind of like trying to make it seem like, well, I genuinely like and respect you as a business partner, V, so I'm going to help you. It's like, well, this still ultimately helps himself. V is this presumably hyper-competent merc from Night City who snuck into Dogtown, who he very well could know by this point has FIA ties. V is the pawn that he has been waiting for, and V is also dying. I don't think that Hans ever mentions that, or the relic, or anything. But if any fixer would know on their own without V having to tell them, I think it would be Mr. Hans. I wouldn't be shocked if he's more well-connected than Rogue at this point, just because of his time in Corpo circles. And I feel like he would totally look at V's situation and be like, oh, they're desperate, I can use this. And I don't think it's any coincidence that after talking about the political movements going on in Dogtown, he picks up Chessmen of Mars by Edgar Rice Burroughs. So I've never read this book, and maybe there's lots in the actual story that connects to Phantom Liberty. But if you recall, in the Phantom Liberty music video / post-credit scene, Myers and Hansen are playing a game of chess where Myers knocks over So-Mi's piece into a void. Hans also has a line utilizing some chess language. And according to Black Ravel, in her comment on my QC theory video, there is a cut line about Kurt in the game files saying that he was, quote, tired of chess. Was Hans just telling us exactly what we were to him from the very beginning? What we are? He kind of did blatantly, but I don't know, the holding the book up there really makes it feel like I think he's really trying to tell us something. Hans can actually be found at Hansen's party at the Black Sapphire, and he will tell V whether they were successfully sneaky or not. He's particularly impressed by a sneaky V. The other thing too is that at the Black Sapphire, Hans is sitting with a lady who is different in almost every playthrough. I think she's randomly generated, like the lady in Kurt Hansen's booth downstairs. And I'm just like, Hans, is this one of your 11 mistresses? Like, because he definitely, well, he apparently has 3 unnamed ex-wives. There's the mother of his child, and this lady too. So it's just Hans gets around. He's awful handsy. He's real good with his hand. Okay, I'm sorry. So almost every gig that V does in Phantom Liberty for Mr. Hans attacks a specific issue or place in Dogtown that gives Hans either a leg up or some sort of international contact. There's only really one gig where it's kind of like, and that's the first one. I think it's his only remaining gig from pre-Phantom Liberty, where basically V just helps him steal some drugs and sell them through a Ripper and get richer. You know, you gotta help a guy out. The rest of his gigs are all really, really interesting and are written with so many different moral conundrums and everything. Like, there's no outcome that's really like a good or a bad outcome for these quests. It really just depends on your perspective. I wish all the gigs in Cyberpunk 2077 were like Mr. Hands' gigs. There's the one gig where you have to go and rescue Dogtown's only not-for-profit Ripper Dog. And you know, for Hands, this gig going successfully where you protect the Ripper Dog helps him to build a stronger relationship with the people of Dogtown. For people to look at Mr. Hands and say, well, that guy at least gets shit done and did do something for us, etc., etc. While also trying to manage the scavs a little more politically. I just want to say with this quest, it just feels so icky no matter what you decide, because you can either give the Scav's brother's body to the doctor so he can harvest the implants. The doctor also admits that he turned the life support off on this guy, and who knows if he's not being entirely honest. But his argument is that this Scav, who probably harmed a lot more people in life, will help a lot of people in death. So there's that. But then you run the risk of the Scavs coming back in full force and just shooting up the entire clinic. So the best outcome is to stop the Scav, whose name is Nika, from killing the doctor and giving her brother's body back. Even though Scavs, like, if we're really getting into the moral rungs of Night City, they're definitely on the lowest, like lower than V, at least in many people's opinions. But one interesting thing that I stumbled across this very recently after playing this gig so many times, you can find Nika by her brother's grave out near the walls of Dogtown, and you actually share like a moment there with her. It's really brief, and it's like you can kind of express your condolences because, you know, V lost Jackie, who they saw as a brother. And it's just like, oh my god, I love this game. I love that that's I had no idea. It was just a complete accident that I found that, and it's just really cool. But like my V rolled up with the radio blasting, so it's like I just show up to this tender moment of like a sister mourning her brother, and I'm just going.
Why, Gaspar? Why?
Hey, Nika. Hanging in there?
What are you doing here?
It's alright. Just walking by.
Hanging in there. Do I have a choice?
Listen, me and the Scavs don't exactly get along. Be good to keep our ways separate.
I won't go looking for you, that's for sure.
I'll leave you alone.
I am already.
There's one where you can choose to help an ex-Zetatech corpo who stole a prototype from Zetatech, where if you convince Mr. Hands to help him lie low and extract the prototype and basically give him a sort of life in Dogtown, Hands gets access to a very successful corporate techie, while also building a stronger relationship with Zetatech because Hands is not going to tell him that this guy's alive and took their prototype. Hands also might be kind of reminded of his own situation with Petrochem once upon a time, although I think Hands was probably a little better equipped to escape Petrochem than Hassan was equipped to escape Zetatech. But still, you know, ex-corpos gotta stick together, right? Gig number 4 is where you have to take out a Voodoo Boys netrunner for a client who is being extorted under the threat that the Voodoo Boys will shut her implants down and kill her if she doesn't give them what they want. And should you choose to assist the Netwatch officer in this quest, you can actually get Mr. Hands in contact with Netwatch, where they offer to protect Hands' client in exchange for V leaving Milko alive for their own investigation. So yeah, Hands gets an in with Netwatch, kinda. For waiting for Dodger, this quest can result in you killing one of Hansen's higher-ups, or leaving him alive for Mr. Hands to potentially profit off of later. This quest is funny because you have these two goof cops who were just trying to make extra money by giving drugs or returning drugs to Dodger, that were apprehended by the NCPD, I think, but then the guy that they had with them ate a bag of synthetic cocaine, and it's just like, what? Holy shit. The fact that by telling the truth to Dodger is what makes him let them go is kind of hilarious, because he thinks it's so funny. He's like, oh my god, I can't kill you after that. That's way too fucking funny. And it's just, oh. And if you kill Dodger anyway, that could still be a bit of a tactic to use against Hansen to make him feel like he's not as untouchable as he might think he is. Either way, this benefits Hans. Fun fact, the sister of Sasha Yakovleva, who is the netrunner from the Edge Runners-esque music video for Let Me Down, Stella is her sister. Stella is the wife of one of these cops, and that was just really cool to see, like, wow, that's her. I think she's in the music video in like a screenshot or something. Gig number 6 is another one where, well, yes, you can kill Leon Rinder, another of Hansen's goons. Leon Rinder was already kind of like out of the picture anyway. He wasn't that big of a deal in terms of Hansen's power structure. However, this quest can be a huge deal for Hans in building more loyalty among the Stacks towards him. So Rinder killed a bunch of Stacks citizens when he went on a cyberpsychotic rampage. And Brianna Dolson, along with many other members of the Stacks, want revenge. And Brianna Dolson basically says that Hansen doesn't do shit even when his own people are getting up to no good. So turning to Mr. Hans, and Hans producing results, well, that could benefit him in the long run. So long as V doesn't send Rinder to Regina, because then they find out that Rinder was not killed, and then that's not gonna be good for Mr. Hans. Gig number 7 is Spy in the Jungle, which can result in Hans having some contacts potentially with access to an ex-Sov Oil agent, as well as some contact with 2 Brazilian intelligence agents. This is one where you definitely see Hans getting his fingers in some international pockets. And again, you also take out a bunch of scav muscle, including Boris Rybakov, who is a pretty tough scav. There's a lot of things in his gigs that result in many scavs being killed, and I think that that's intentional. Also, this gig has dinosaurs and a mosasaur skeleton, so it's an automatic win for me. So gig number 8 is Talent Academy, one of the best gigs in Phantom Liberty in my opinion, and that's where you break into Fiona Vargas's Center for Neuromotor Development, which illegally chips and modifies young kids so they can be more profitable athletes as adults. They're basically show horses. And Hans basically needs V to break in, steal their tax information, and get out. And while I'm sure Hans has a client who wants this tax information, I'm sure there's something else on that data disk that Hans could use against these ultra-powerful rich people around the world. Why not? But also, I just found this gig interesting because V can actually confront Hans about what goes on in that laboratory, saying, "You knew about this? Like, what the fuck?" And he's like, "Of course I knew."
You knew they're chipping kids there?
Why so dramatic? It's an open secret by now. Everyone knows what goes on there. Few care. If I've offended your sense of moral decency, I do apologize. Contract closed. Until the next time, V.
And it's a nice reminder that as polite and as polished as Hans is, even though he does have a kid himself, that doesn't mean he's some altruistic benefactor of the needy and the vulnerable just for the sake of it. Who knows, maybe this whole gig is just so he can expose this facility and blah 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 and get it taken out through an indirect way, but I don't know, I kind of doubt that. Hans is probably just like, if it's not my kid in that sort of situation, then I don't care. Which doesn't make him unique at all. I just find it's easy to get wrapped up in how he presents himself, and then after this quest and that dialogue option to be like, oh right, he is a scummy businessman like the rest of them. Like everybody else in this world. That's the one thing too, I have a tough time ever playing a V that is mean to little Tommy Walker in that quest. A V that is mean to kids is just, I can't do it, I can't. So gig number 9 is Heaviest of Hearts, and you guess where it takes place. So this quest involves going in to delete testimony that a dad gave against his criminal son in court, that he gave because he was offered a lot of money for it. You could also choose to let the district attorney keep the footage, so she can use it to build a case against this serial killer that she's been trying to put behind bars for 2 years, or at least so she says. And you can choose to delete the testimony or not. If you don't delete it, then that makes Hans not super thrilled, but Hans is at least impressed that V managed to sneak into his club and not cause any bloodshed, so you know, there is that. Hans does respect the game for that. This quest is another reminder that Hans is, while for sure he has his sights set on power, he's still a businessman who will take a variety of contracts so long as the client pays well. I also wonder if, considering the Night City district attorney is in his bar just down 1 floor or so from him, did he know some of what she was up to? Maybe he sought to undermine her for some unknown reason. Or maybe he's just trying to get some influence with the Valentinos, potentially? As the serial killer she's trying to take down is a Valentino. I think Michael Maldonado's son, the man who gives you the gig, he's a Valentino. And when you remember that in the Phantom Liberty ending that takes place in 2079, the Padre is no longer in power. And who could swoop in to take over Haywood? Well, Pacifica is right across the Storm Channel, so maybe it is Hans. I mean, Hans is certainly competent enough, I think, to make a pretty good stab at it. I don't know, maybe he's thinking really far ahead here. And the last gig, number 10, this is a fun one. So this is called Roads to Redemption. And it basically follows Nell Springer, who in her past was associated with some environmental terrorism stuff against Biotechnica. So she needs V to help stop another bombing by her former organization. And V has to break into Kurt Hansen's lab, tinker with the bomb ordered by her group, and basically stop the plot. And after this, Nell can either be accosted by Biotechnica and V can just let them take her, or V can fight and protect the client. This makes Hans happy because you protected the client. You accomplished everything she wanted you to do. Later on, though, if you do save Nell, V can get ambushed by Biotechnica agents after receiving a fake text from Nell. So maybe Nell is dead. I've seen some people say she sold you out. I think she'd only do that under torture, though. But the thing that this quest makes me ask is, how did Biotechnica know that Nell was there? I mean, granted, it could be anything. They're a corporation with lots of power. I'm sure they have their own eyes in the sky kind of deal. But maybe Hans arranged that and just pretended to be like, that's good, you know, you protected the client, you got me money, etc., that's fine. But then afterwards, because Nell was alive, maybe arranged her capture again? Because we never really do figure out what the hell happened to Nell. Mysterious. Also, Nell as a character is really interesting, especially when you compare her with Johnny. Johnny's kind of critical of her, and V can kind of poke around his opinion surrounding the organization she was with, Crimson Harvest. And it's just interesting to see, like, Nell, after being involved with a terrorist plot that killed a lot of innocent people, like, Nell expresses deep remorse for her actions, and she's sort of trying to atone. That's why this gig exists in the first place. Like, Johnny's quite critical of her, and, you know, he's sort of doubling down on what he did a bit in this quest, depending on what you say to him. But, like, I think Johnny really does regret his actions that day. Not just because he died, but yeah, no, I think he does see as all those deaths amounted to really nothing. The world is still a shithole. I realize that this might not be canon, but the part in his memory of his death, where Saburo is the one who soul kills him, he says to that technician who's absolutely, like, she hates Johnny because her husband died in the tower when it blew up, and Johnny says, I didn't want him to die. And, like, I do think that is genuine. I think for Johnny, it's just really hard for him to kind of come to terms with his actions that day, or as he remembers them. Johnny was never really able to atone in the way that Nell is attempting to because he died. So what have we learned? We've learned that Mr. Hands has a dozen gajillion hands and a dozen gajillion cookie jars. So this guy's got it all. He's working for influence in the stacks, influence with other corps, potentially poking holes in the NC port system, such as it is, as if it doesn't need more holes. Getting leverage over the rich, getting leverage over the powerful. Hands is trying to be Mr. Worldwide. I wish all the quests in 2077, all the gigs for all the fixers, I wish they were all this fleshed out and complicated and just, I love playing through Hands' quests. Kurt Hansen is dead, and Hans wants to install the guy who should not be using the PA as much as he does, but I get it. Chester is sad that Kurt is dead. Except Bennett, I don't think is sad at all. Bennett, in the Codex, is described as loyal to Kurt, but we can find, peppered throughout Dogtown, that he's not as loyal as that entry might make him seem. We already took a look at those emails between him and Mr. Hans, but we hear in Hans's gig with the church Ripper Clinic that Bennett, despite Barghest typically keeping scavs under control and in their own little pockets, has likely taken a bribe from the scavs to look the other way during their raid on the church. Lots of Barghest members, like Ross Ulmer, can be caught trying to make a little more scratch under Kurt's nose, and Bennett is no exception. There's a shard where he says, when doing some shady dealing with Dodger, "Fuck Hansen." A lot of people seem to view Bennett as very dumb, but beneath his meathead giant chrome dome layer, he's not as dumb as maybe Iago or Kurt or Hans think he is. He's actually kind of a schemy little fella, even if his schemes aren't as creative as his rivals / handlers. His strength is that people underestimate him. Looking back at the emails between him and Hans, the way Hans sort of talks down to him, and the way Bennett kind of responds like, "Oh, no. I can't help but wonder if Bennett was doing that on purpose. Like he was hiding stuff on purpose, or if he was playing dumb on purpose. It wouldn't shock me." It needs to be noted here that no matter what you do in the Firestarter quest, Kurt ends up dead. If V or Alex doesn't get him, then a mysterious other figure will. Or at least that's how Mr. Hans refers to this mysterious figure. Kurt Hansen will either be shot dead, or as Hans says in his text, caught the proverbial stray bullet, which is quite the coincidence when you remember that one of Kurt's original PA announcements from earlier on in the campaign uses that term. This is definitely probably meaningless, but this isn't the first time that Mr. Hans has sort of directly quoted one of Kurt Hansen's PA broadcasts in conversation. He actually says to V, when he gives V the information to get into the Black Sapphire, a little something about pirouettes. And in another of Kurt's broadcasts that you can hear, I think if you don't save Myers, I think that's when it plays. So it's kind of easy to miss it. He tells a story about a guy that got killed during Operation Midnight Storm who wanted to be a professional dancer, and he made a bit of a joke about the guy spinning around when he got shot like he was doing a pirouette. There might be more little things that Hans sneaks into his dialogue lines that connect to other characters in a very like, ah ha 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 kind of way, but it could also just be me overanalyzing the shit out of something. That's also likely. The other way that he can die is that he dies in the hospital when the cam feeds are cut following his boss fight with V if he's left alive. Now, many in my Kurt Hansen video think this is Hans's doing. Maybe a random goon carried out the killing on Hans's behalf, or maybe it was Bennett who did it. It would certainly be to Hans's benefit and Bennett's. But I do think that Hans is smart enough to know that there was already some ravenous wolves eager for their own piece of the Barghest pie. He would only have to know that the FIA are up to something, V's involved, and Kurt Hansen is stressing. The kettle is almost boiled, better get that tea steeping and just wait. And we also have to remember that Bennett, I don't think he's as cunning as he'd need to be to get away with killing Kurt Hansen unnoticed. I actually think someone else kills Hansen in those two potential endings, or is at least far more likely to have been the perpetrator. And that person is Iago Sabo. Do I have a shitload of proof of this? I do not know. But Iago, while he's not an assassin himself, insofar as we know, is conniving. He's very wily, and he has his own section of Barghest under his sway. Charles, Iago's bodyguard, could, if he caught Hansen in surprise, maybe take him out. Maybe in the hospital, Iago could pay someone to unplug the Colonel's life support. My main reason for thinking Iago had something to do with this is Hans's own reluctance to have him in a position of power. Iago is too smart for him to control the way he wants to. But maybe, on top of that, he has another reason. So Hans has V come in to try and scare Iago and Bennett into making the decisions that Hans wants them to, using the identity of the Cuban assassin, Aguilar. But as pointed out by Callum Roberts, 1212, in my Mr. Hans post, the fact that Mr. Hans knows that V has that experimental Militech tech installed, that can almost kind of hint that Hans has some people in his sphere who fill him in on what's going on with the FIA. I'm pretty sure that there is a line that Reed says that implies that that technology, with all its chameleonic powers, it's a prototype, and it's not yet widely available. So Hans definitely has friends in high places, high enough too, to get this very mysterious, slippery assassin's biodata. It's definitely sketchy, and it makes you wonder just how far his reach is. Hans wants us to get Iago to back down and let Bennett be in charge. We can find out about Bennett's sneaky plan to sell out to Arasaka, depending on how we speak to Iago. Hans seems a bit surprised by this discovery, and I like that they show that. Because as clever and smart as Mr. Hans is, as much as he maintains that illusion that he knows all, he really doesn't. Like any other person, Hans is capable of fucking up. And I also like that this option can give us a glimpse of Iago as the clever schemer that he is. The schemer who sniffed out Bennett's other scheme before Hans even did. But this doesn't really change Mr. Hans's mind on anything because he still wants Bennett in charge over Iago. So yes, V can make that happen. And in a number of cases, Bennett will actually kill Iago after demanding Iago's contacts. And to me, that Bennett isn't as dumb as people think, combined with the potential of Iago being behind Kurt's death in some endings, maybe Bennett wants the contacts to investigate for himself. Even with Iago's death, Hans is just happy to have his puppet in the seat of power. But should we put Iago in charge, Hans is fucking pissed. I think he's so mad because at this moment, all his work has amounted to nothing. It's done, it's crashed, it's burned. Except it's not. Because Hans will later text V, admitting that Iago is actually quite the alright business partner. Maybe Iago and Hans actually spoke plainly, and they realized they have a common interest. A common method of doing business. Maybe, a la Aurora Cassell, they want to clean up Dogtown a little bit. Because no matter what ending you pick, there is apparently, according to numerous players, and also I've noticed it too, I don't know if I'm crazy or not though, less scavs and also less voodoo boys roaming the district. So yeah, there's some cleaning of the clock going on, even if Bennett's in charge, and I'd wonder if that's Hans's influence. Hans is, however, incredibly impressed when V does manage to keep both Iago and Bennett alive, and working together, because now Hans has access to the malleable Bennett and the money-making genius of Iago. And who knows, maybe Iago and he will form a stronger alliance as time goes on. You got the nerd and the jock combining forces under the one who will rule them both. The daddy of Dogtown. I do love that. Depending on how you choose to see Mr. Hans, you can potentially see a man who has had too much ambition. Such a lust for wealth and power that he endangered his family in the process. And he may very well be doing it again, just repeating that cycle. Or you could see him as a dedicated father, just trying to do what he does best to keep his family safe. Perhaps within those Dogtown walls, where no corpse can reach them. Maybe Mr. Hans views the fortress of Dogtown as like the rook that will defend his queen. But like Kurt Hansen, he should be cautious. Those walls could very easily become his prison. The fact that Hans is sort of in a tomb himself. There's this line from Mad Men, I can't remember exactly what it was. It was something along the lines of, you want to build a golden tomb and seal us all in with you. People have different faces for different people. Hands may very well be both these perspectives. He can be ruthless, he can be calculating. No matter how polished he is, his morals certainly aren't. But he can also be a devoted father, a husband, a tender person behind closed doors who makes his own tea and is a cat person. Not to throw 2 quotes in the outro, but I'm also thinking of that Mass Effect 2 quote from Samara the Justicar, where she says, "If I must kill a man because he has done wrong, do I really wish to know that he is a loving and devoted father?" And while definitely the context of that quote does not apply between Mr. Hands and V, I think about that quote a lot when I think about Mr. Hands. He might not be everyone's favorite fixer, but he's certainly the fleshed out, multi-layered kind of character that I wish all the other fixers could have been. Oh, Mr. Hands. Now that this video is done, I will never make the mistake of Googling your name again.